Simon & Schuster Audio presents Parkland by Vincent Bugliosi. Read by George Newbern.
Friday, November 22nd, 1963. 6:30 a.m. Marina Oswald awakens in the dark. This late in November, the sun doesn't rise until 7, even as far south as Irving, Texas. The young Russian woman, born Marina Nikolaevna Prusakova, is still tired from an uneasy night. She and her American husband, Lee, argued the night before, not as intensely as usual, but unpleasantly enough, particularly as they hadn't seen each other for nearly 2 weeks. And their newborn, Rachel, awoke twice, as babies will. Lee usually woke up before the alarm went off, but this morning he didn't, sleeping through the sound, and Marina awakened him about 10 minutes later. In the other bedroom, Marina's friend, Ruth Payne, the owner of the house, is still asleep with her kids. Lee has changed a lot in the 2.5 years since Marina first met him at a dance at the Palace of Culture in Minsk, the capital city of the Soviet province of Belarusia. She was only 19 then. He was 21 and just a few months out of the U.S. Marines. Marina thought him to be very well dressed in his gray suit, white shirt, and white tie. When she found out later that he was an American defector to the Soviet Union, it only increased her attraction to him. She still finds him good-looking, in some ways even more so since he has been losing weight and some of the babyish plumpness of cheek that made him look a bit like a chipmunk. At 5'9" and less than 150 pounds, Lee is rather small of build. But he's wiry, and his hands and arms are unusually strong. He is hardening into a man, and Marina is still Lee's woman despite his crazy imagination. Honestly, some of his ideas would make the cat laugh. He told her not long ago that in 20 years he would be the Prime Minister. The lingering squabble from the night before is nothing out of the ordinary. They have been bickering from the first day of their marriage, and Lee isn't above hitting her when he loses his temper. They quarrel when they live together, they quarrel when they live apart. Marina has plenty of reason to want to live apart, but now he wants her to come back to live with him. He wants to take an apartment near his job in Dallas so they can all be together again. Quite a turnaround from the pressure he had been putting on her to return to the Soviet Union, unless he is just trying to manipulate her again for some hidden reason of his own. Marina can never be quite sure. She knows she will eventually have to go back to him. She can't presume upon the hospitality of Ruth much longer, but she isn't ready yet. She is particularly outraged that Lee has been living in Dallas under an assumed name, more of his foolishness. She doesn't even know where in Dallas, some cheap furnished room somewhere, she supposes, and it was more or less an accident that she found out about the phony name at all. Lee didn't come out to Irving last weekend. He didn't call her either. Perhaps he was angry because she had asked him not to come. Ruth, an intellectually inclined Quaker, was having a birthday party for her daughter on Saturday. Her estranged husband Michael would be there, and Marina felt Lee's presence would be an intrusion on what ought to be a family day. Then on Sunday, baby June, their 2-year-old, was playing with the telephone dial, and Marina, perhaps feeling a little guilty, impulsively asked Ruth to call Lee. After 17 months in the United States, Marina still doesn't speak English, so she had Ruth call for her. The man who answered the phone told Ruth that no one by the name of Lee Oswald lived at that number. Neither she nor Ruth knew that he was living there under an assumed name, and when he finally did call on Monday, Marina let him know she was furious that he was up to his childish tricks again. He got very angry and ordered her to remove his name and phone number from Ruth's address book. She said she wouldn't, and they argued about it. He claimed he did it because he didn't want the landlady to know his real name. She might, he said, read it in the paper that he had defected to Russia. He told her he also didn't want the FBI to know where he lived because his contacts with the Bureau were unpleasant. He never did tell her what name he had registered under at the rooming house. She is further aggravated by the fact that Lee came out to Irving last night, Thursday instead of Friday, in violation of their understanding with Ruth. Lee is allowed to come out on Friday evening and stay over the weekend, but this week he'd come out a day early, which he had never done before, claiming he'd gotten lonesome for my girls. But he wanted more, begging her to come live with him again, in Dallas, with their 2 girls. For all his faults, Lee loves the children. Last night he played with them out on the lawn in the gathering dusk. Ruth's children, the neighbors' kids, and his and Marina's own toddler, June. He loved that. They were still out on the lawn, and it was nearly dark when he asked Marina for the third and last time to come back to him. He even agreed to buy her a washing machine, an unusual gesture for Lee, who was always so close with the little money he had. Marina nearly did give in. If he'd waited until Friday evening, she might have said yes. The truth of the matter is, despite their sorry marriage, he's all she's got. Even the warm friendship and support of Ruth, who only speaks sufficiently serviceable Russian to teach it part-time at a private high school, and is delighted to have Marina around the house to pick up better Russian from her, doesn't make up for Lee's absence. But she isn't ready to give in yet. For once, she enjoys having the upper hand, however slight. Lee didn't sleep well last night, although he turned in at 10 o'clock, an hour earlier than usual. She could tell he was very upset when he retired for the evening and wasn't really asleep when she crept into bed after a late, hot bath. Around 3 a.m, she rested her foot on his leg, but he shoved her foot away hard. My, he's in a mean mood, she thinks, believing he's angry at her for not coming back to him right away. She senses he may not have slept at all until about 5 o'clock in the morning. His mood has changed since last night, as it so often does. He seems upset rather than angry. Marina, at the mercy of his moods, knows the difference well. He is quiet and calm. He doesn't ask her to come live with him in Dallas anymore. As Lee finishes dressing, he comes over to the bed. "Have you bought those shoes you were going to get?" he asks. "No, I haven't had time," Marina answers. "You must get those shoes, Mama," Lee tells her, then adds, "Don't get up. I'll get breakfast myself." It was an odd comment for him to make, since there was little danger that she would. Lee rarely ate breakfast. It was usually just a cup of instant coffee, which he had had this morning, and she certainly had never fixed him anything before. Why would he say that? She wondered. Before he leaves the bedroom, Lee kisses the children, as he always does, then walks to the bedroom door. He stops and returns to the side of the bed. He has always kissed his wife goodbye, and Marina assumes he will do so now, but this time she only hears his voice. "I've left some money on the bureau," he says in his odd, if fluent, Russian. "Take it and buy everything you and Junie and Rachel need." In the dark, he has left $170 in bills and something else, his wedding ring, quietly placed in a little china teacup that had belonged to Marina's grandmother. She won't find it until later that day. "Bye-bye," he says, then turns and goes out the door. Marina is surprised at her husband's sudden and unexpected kindness. She knows his $1.25 an hour job doesn't really allow for a lot of new shoes, much less everything she and the children need. He certainly had never said such a thing before, but she is used to his erratic behavior, and it doesn't keep her from drifting back to sleep. 7:21 a.m. Linnie Mae Randall fixes a lunch at the kitchen counter for her 19-year-old brother, Wesley Frazier, to take to work. She sees a man crossing Westbrook Street. She doesn't recognize him at first, but realizes he is heading to where her brother's automobile is parked in the carport. "Who was that?" Linnie Mae's mother asks from the breakfast table, having caught a glimpse of him as he looked in the kitchen window. "That's Lee," Wesley says. He looks at the clock. It's late. Wesley likes to leave the house by 7:20 for the 15-mile drive into Dallas, even if that means getting there a few minutes early. He finishes off his coffee and jumps up from the table, where he has been having breakfast with his mom and his sister's kids, and hurries to get his lunch and a jacket. It is a gray, cold, miserable morning, and he will probably need that jacket. Linnie Mae, at the back door, watches Lee go over to Wesley's beat-up 59 Chevy four-door, open the right rear door, the sticky one with the broken window, and lay the package he's carrying on the back seat. She doesn't pay much attention to the light brown paper package. It's a couple of feet long and wider at the bottom than at the top, where he carries it in the fashion soldiers call trail arms. It isn't so surprising that she didn't recognize Lee, even though in a way she was responsible for getting him his job. She has only caught a couple of glimpses of him when he came by to ride into work with Wesley. Linnie Mae knows that he is the husband of that Russian girl who has been staying with Ruth Payne, a neighbor who lives up the street from her. He came up in a conversation one afternoon at another neighbor's house. In early October, just about the time Marina's baby was due, Ruth and Marina were there drinking coffee. They were talking about Marina's husband being out of work at the worst possible time. Linnie Mae told them about the job Wesley had just found at the Texas School Book Depository, a private company at 411 Elm Street near downtown Dallas that warehoused and shipped school textbooks for various publishers. She thought there might be another vacancy there, so Ruth called the depository and was told to have Lee come on in for an interview. Linnie Mae doesn't have a lot of time to think about Marina's husband, although she realizes vaguely that it is out of the ordinary for him to be out in Irving on a Friday morning. She's heard about the odd arrangement where he lives in Dallas and only visits his wife and kids on the weekend. She was surprised to see him coming back with Wesley the night before when she was on her way to the store. Wesley told her Lee had come in a day early to get some curtain rods or something. Wesley is relieved when the old Chevy finally fires up. It has been raining off and on all night, and the battery is really weak. He notices that Lee doesn't have a lunch bag with him, something he has always had before on trips back into Dallas. "Where's your lunch?" Wesley asks. "I'm going to buy it today," Lee replies. Wesley figures Lee will get something from the catering truck that comes around the warehouse at 10 o'clock. A lot of the boys do that. As Wesley backs the car out, he glances over his right shoulder and notices a brown paper package on the rear seat. "What's a package, Lee?" he asks. "Curtain rods," Oswald says. "Oh, yeah," Wesley nods, shifting into forward. "You said you were going to go get them last night." Lee doesn't have a lot to say. He rarely does. Lee is one of those guys who just doesn't talk very much. Wesley, on the other hand, feels it's important to make friends. That's why he introduced himself to Lee when Lee came on the job in mid-October. "We're glad to have you," he had told Lee. Wesley, a self-described country boy from Huntsville, Texas, had only been on the job 4 or 5 weeks himself, but he felt like a veteran. He already knew that Lee's wife was living up the street from him, so he told Lee, "Anytime you want to go, just let me know." Lee told him he had an apartment in Dallas and wouldn't be going home every night like most men do. He said he didn't drive either. That's when he asked Wesley if he could ride out with him on Friday afternoon on weekends and come back on Monday morning. And Wesley said that would be just fine with him. Wesley knows Lee's wife is from Russia, but doesn't think anything about that. Lee said something about being in Russia, Germany, and France, and Wesley figured he had been in the service or something. Wesley doesn't know much more than that. Come to think of it, he doesn't even know Lee's last name. Back in Dallas, nightclub operator Jack Ruby is still asleep. Jack's day starts when most people are thinking about going home from work. Today, he will get up around 10 to get his ad into the offices of the Dallas Morning News, but that's early for him. Jack's Carousel Club, on Commerce Street, halfway between the county jail and the police station, stays open until 2 every morning, even though the curious Texas liquor laws require customers to stop drinking at midnight. This is kind of a pain in the behind, but Jack is scrupulous about keeping drinks off the table after hours. He runs a clean joint, which everyone knows. Even that Vice Squad Dick Gilmore has never cited him, and as one of Jack's girls says, Gilmore would cite his own mother. Dallas is a dry town, meaning that hard liquor cannot be sold in a public bar. So Jack's profit is in beer and champagne. His beer is the cheapest money can buy, and it is served in a glass with a bottom that works like a lens to magnify the modest quantity inside. His bartender also sells setups, non-alcoholic beverages to which the customer may add his own liquor from the bottle he brought into the club in a paper bag, which is legal but not very profitable. The real dough is in champagne. Jack sells his champagne, which costs him $1.60 a bottle, for $17.50, and the waitress usually gets the change from a 20 as a tip. The champagne girls get $2.50 for each bottle they persuade their customers to buy. There are over a dozen of Jack's girls, waitresses, champagne and cigarette girls, and strippers. The strippers work under the American Guild of Variety Artists, AGVA, contract, but the others live on their tips and their commissions on the champagne. The champagne or cocktail girls are called B-girls, companions to the male customers to induce them to buy drinks. But Jack is proud of them. They aren't hookers. He's hell on any girl he suspects of making dates with the customers. His girls have class. He really cares about that. So what if most of his customers think his B-girls are hookers and keep buying Jack's rot-gut champagne for them? while the girls keep pouring the stuff into bar towels and ice buckets to avoid drinking it. They are provided with spit glasses, frosted tumblers ostensibly filled with ice water, really just ice that they use to spit the champagne in their mouth into. Jack doesn't want the girls to drink any more than they absolutely have to. He doesn't like drunks any more than hookers. Jack's girls are a major preoccupation. He is always flying off the handle at them, browbeating, bullying, firing them. Diana Hunter, a veteran, reckons Jack has fired her 200 times. But he's good to them, too, always there with a bit of cash or even a pint of blood when they're really in trouble. They scream back at him when he loses his temper and turns cruel and mean, but they also know that a short time later he will have forgotten all about it. The girls love Jack in some odd way. Jack is a mensch. Jack Ruby lives in a low-rent district south of downtown, Oak Cliff. Though he is a neat dresser and his personal hygiene is high, taking 2 or 3 showers a day, he lives in an apartment full of litter, dirty clothes, unread newspapers, unwashed glasses, an apartment as implacably disordered, out of control, and marginal as his life. Jack has troubles. His rock and roll joint out on Oak Lawn in North Dallas, the Vegas Club, which his sister Eva runs for him, is in trouble. With Eva out sick, he has to get the kid Larry Crawford to look after things out there. But who knows how long that's going to last. Crawford is a drifter. He was working as a roustabout with Bob Craven's Carney show, How Hollywood Makes Movies, until it folded in Dallas last month. Jack lets Larry sleep in the room down at the carousel and gives him $1 or $2 for his meals at the Eatwell Cafe in return for doing odd jobs around the carousel. So who knows how long Larry will last? Larry's a good kid, but no way is he going to get back together with that ballsy wife of his, and Jack knows he won't be around Dallas long. Not only is Eva sick, but little Lynn is too. That's one of his strippers. Out the whole damn weekend, probably. Drank too much champagne and passed out over at Nichols Brothers' garage, but wouldn't let Jack drive her to the hospital. He'll probably have to send her a couple of bucks, wire it to her over in Fort Worth. She's most likely pregnant, and that salesman boyfriend of hers is out of work because his car broke down. Jack has his own problems, like recently with the stripper Jada. He goes to all sorts of trouble and expense to bring her up from New Orleans because she's supposed to be such a class act, and he's paying her way over scale. And then she gets out of line, starts doing front bumps and other kinds of things that could get his club shut down in a place like Dallas, and Jack has to douse the lights when it gets too raunchy. Jack screams at Jada, and, she says, threatens her. Her agent calls the cops, and Jada files a threats warrant for Jack's arrest. At the peace bond hearing, Jada tells the judge that Jack was trying to get out of paying her on the rest of her contract by threatening to cut up her wardrobe if she gives him trouble. Her wardrobe, she says, is worth $40,000. Jack's own arresting officer tells Jada, "Young lady, how in the world could you have $40,000 worth of G-strings, because that's all I've ever seen you in? And where's Jack going to get the dough to pay if old Judge Richburg ends up giving him a stiff fine when he's way behind on the union welfare payments for his dancers? Particularly with the feds after him for delinquent income taxes and the competition, the Weinstein brothers, beating him to death with their fake amateur nights at Abe's Colony Club and the Theater Lounge. They have pros there pretending to be housewives and working for $10 or $15 a show, way under scale. And you can't get the AGVA to do anything about it, probably because someone's paying them off or something." Jack spends his whole time trying to get the AGVA off the dime and start protecting its artists the way it should. But that bunch is so crooked they'd cheat God. In the meantime, Jack has just paid the rent on the carousel, $500 by certified check, so he can breathe easy for another little while anyway. People go and tell you showbiz is the life, but listen to Jack. Jack knows it's tough, really tough. Jack's favorite dachshund, Sheba, snuffs and begins to snore, but Jack sleeps on. Jack really loves Sheba. He tells some people she's his wife. Sheba is always with Jack, goes everywhere with him, even sleeps in his bed. The 4 dachshunds he's now keeping in a room off the kitchen at his club. He's had as many as 10 dogs at a time. He calls his children. He gets really pissed off if you take that as a joke, tilting his head in a menacing way. 7:30 a.m. In Fort Worth's dowdy, brown-brick Texas hotel, George Thomas enters the small foyer of Suite 850 and raps lightly on the door of the master bedroom. He hears a stirring beyond the door, and then the word okay, a communication from the President that the First Lady has not slept in her husband's bedroom that night. If she had, like at the White House, the President's response would have been a cough if he didn't want to disturb her in her slumber. "Mr. President," the portly black valet calls gently, then pushes the door open and steps across the threshold. "It's raining," Thomas says. A voice with a distinctive Boston accent groans from under the covers. "That's too bad." President John F. Kennedy throws back the comforter and swings his legs over the side of the bed, planting his feet on the icy floor. His first appearance of the day is out of doors, and later several motorcades are planned, useless for vote-getting if the President and his wife have to be driven past sodden, disgruntled crowds, hidden beneath the limousine's plastic bubble top. While the President showers, Thomas lays out his clothes, a blue-gray two-button suit, a dark blue tie, and a white shirt with narrow gray stripes. If, for a few moments, in this blandly impersonal hotel room, he seems like just another American head of a household getting up to go to work. That's an illusion, for Jack Kennedy is the chief executive of the most powerful government on earth, the commander of its most powerful military machine, the most powerful man alive. Even the impression that this nondescript 8th-floor suite in Fort Worth is far from the White House is an illusion. The White House is there, in the hotel with him, in the suite, never beyond the sound of Jack Kennedy's voice. To make sure that none of the far-flung people and agencies of the American government are out of range of that voice, an elite group of Signal Corps technicians from the White House Communications Agency travels ahead of the President to install a jungle of special telephone circuits, relays, and networks that are tied back to the key switchboard in the east basement of the Executive Mansion, and Jack Kennedy is never allowed to be more than 5 minutes away from that network. Many of his enormous entourage are already awake and waiting for him to emerge from the shower. Some who watched through the night, like the 9 Secret Service agents of the White House detail on the 12 to 8 shift, will sleep only after passing the responsibilities on to the next shift. John F. Kennedy's presidency is in fact a collection of special teams that never sleep. Teams with code names, an S team for communications, a D team for the Secret Service, a W team for the President's staff, a V team for the Vice President's staff. The L team is the President and his family. Jack is Lancer, Jackie is Lace, their children Lyric and Lark, and they all live in the Crown, or Castle, a code name for the White House. There are political advisors, medical men, the military, secretarial pools, and a luggage crew, and every individual has a precisely worked-out itinerary and schedule specifying his transportation, accommodations, and duties for every moment of the 3-day trip through Texas. A peculiarly inconspicuous but nonetheless vivid symbol of the President's power is Warrant Officer Ira D. Gearhart, the man with the satchel, or the football. The football is a locked metal suitcase jammed with 30 pounds of codes and equipment that Kennedy can use to launch America's nuclear strike force. In the event of a missile attack on America or Europe, the President will have only 15 minutes to make up his mind on how to respond. Kennedy's military aides will actually operate the equipment, but it is Gearhart's lugubrious duty to be there with the football and to remember the combination of the lock if Kennedy decides to push the button. Gearhart, known to the President's staff as the Bag Man, is never far from the President. 7:52 a.m. In Dallas, the drizzle from a gray sky has stopped by the time Wesley Frazier and Lee Oswald exit Stemmons Freeway. The Pacific cold front that rolled in from New Mexico last night is moving faster than predicted and is already on the way out of central Texas, taking its scattered thundershowers with it. The air behind it is cold, but it looks as though the day will turn fair after all. Wesley circles around up Record Street to McKinney and down to the wire-fenced parking lot reserved for employees at the corner of Munger and Broadway, across the street from the Texas Schoolbook Depository Warehouse. It's about a 1,200-foot walk back to the depository's rear door, but they'll be able to get there for the workday, which starts at 8 a.m. and ends at 4:45 p.m., with a 45-minute lunch period starting at noon. Lee gets out, takes his package from the back seat, and starts toward the rear of the depository building. Wesley stays in the car for a minute or so to rev the engine so his car battery will have a good charge when they quit work. Trains are switching back and forth in the train yards off to the west. Lee waits for him at the end of the cyclone fence, and Wesley notices that Lee is carrying the long paper package in his right hand. When Wesley cuts the engine and gets out, Lee starts off towards the depository again. as Wesley begins to follow. Oswald quickens his pace, keeping an ever-increasing distance between them. It's the first time that Lee has walked ahead of him. Usually they walk together. Wesley doesn't bother to catch up. They've got plenty of time, and he likes to watch the switch engines shunting freight cars around the yards. He stops to watch some guys welding a section of track. You have to be careful crossing the tracks here because you never know when a string of boxcars might be bearing down on you. Wesley steps over the rusty rails, avoiding the puddles, and spots Lee, 50 feet ahead, still carrying the package, as he goes in the back door of the depository, the one near the Houston Street loading dock. By the time Wesley gets there, Lee is nowhere in sight. Wesley goes downstairs, hangs up his coat, puts up his lunch, and goes to work filling orders for school books. 8 a.m. In a Fort Worth hotel bathroom, the president can hear the murmur of the crowd awaiting him 8 floors below as he drags a razor across his face. In the mirror, he looks good. He has to. Americans want their president to be the picture of robust health. They will never know how much it costs him to give them that image. Although muscular and well-developed, the president has been bedeviled all his life by an endless series of debilitating illnesses, starting in his early childhood when he had all the traditional childhood illnesses, including scarlet fever as well as high fevers and allergies. Jack was sick all the time, a boyhood friend would say. He was 30 before the doctors figured out that most of his health problems stemmed from Addison's disease, an extremely grave disorder of the adrenal glands that weakens the immune system, leaving the victim unable to fight off infection. The first crisis occurred on a trip to England in 1947. The British doctor who first diagnosed the disease in Kennedy gave him a year to live. He was taken off the ship that brought him home, the Queen Mary, on a stretcher so near death that he had to be given the Catholic Church's sacrament of extreme unction, the last rites. Even though the disease had been brought under control by a relatively new 1939 hormone derived from the adrenal gland cortisone, the hormone causes odd fat deposits, such as a slight upper back buffalo hump with full cheeks, both of which the president exhibited, and he is forced to keep himself well tanned to hide its typical brownish discoloration of the skin. His frequent bouts of fever are explained away as recurrences of the malaria he caught during the war. In fact, he is extremely prone to infection and takes various medications, including painkillers, every day, including some that had never been prescribed by his White House doctors and might earn anyone else a stretch in jail. The most painful of his multiple disabilities is his back, which never ceases tormenting him and even causes him to use crutches or a cane in private. One of his shoes has a 1/4-inch riser in it. He wears a stiff 6-inch-wide elastic corset to immobilize his lower back, and he sleeps on a special bedboard of thick plywood with a 5-inch horsehair pad. 2 of these Spartan devices follow him wherever he goes. By 1954, Kennedy's back pain had become almost unbearable. X-rays showed that the 5th lumbar vertebra had collapsed, most likely the consequence of the corticosteroids he was taking for the Addison's disease. He could not bend down to pull a sock on his left foot, and he had to climb and descend stairs moving sideways. In 1954, he again was given the last rites when he fell into a coma after a risky operation to fuse the deteriorating vertebra, with no better than a 50-50 chance of surviving. Because of his condition, the family has stashed small quantities of deoxycorticosterone acetate, or DOCA, the powerful corticoid drug that might save his life in the event of another crisis, in safe deposit boxes all over America. His brother Robert, the Attorney General, is one of the few who knows that Jack spends half the hours of his life in pain. The president finishes shaving and begins the arduous task of wrapping himself firmly in his back brace. As he slips on his shirt, he decides to have a look at the crowd on the parking lot 8 floors below. He can't see them from where he is, so he tiptoes into his wife's bedroom. "Gosh, look at the crowd," he beams. About 5,000 people are down there, hemmed in by 2 loan companies, 2 bus stations, a garage, a theater, and mounted police in rain-wet yellow slickers. The politician in him is pleased. It looks like a great crowd, mostly working men, Texas Senator Ralph Yarborough's constituency, tough men who don't mind a bit of rain, with a few secretaries from nearby office buildings. They had begun to gather about 2 hours before dawn to see and hear the president. He appreciates every opportunity to show himself to ordinary people. He needs every one of their votes. He tells Jacki he'll see her later at breakfast in the hotel where he is meeting with the Fort Worth Chamber of Commerce. In the meantime, she can catch another hour of sleep. Jacki is still recovering from the death of their infant son, Patrick, who died just 40 hours after his birth in August. Only those close to the first family know how devastating the loss was for both of them. Jack had wept hard, and in his grief had put his arms around the small white casket at the gravesite. Jacki didn't leave the hospital until 4 days after the funeral, and her emotional convalescence was long. Once, when Jack was comforting her, she told him, "There's just one thing I couldn't stand. If I ever lost you." Jacki has tried hard to put the trauma of that sorrowful event behind her, and even though she has never campaigned with him before, the dark-haired beauty with the European elegance who disdains the vulgarity of politics can muster a practical gesture on occasion, and she volunteered to make this trip to Texas. To everyone's delight, she actually seems to be enjoying herself, prompting the president to ask her if she would like to accompany him on a forthcoming trip to the West Coast, and she said yes. After leaving the White House the previous morning, the president and Jacki had flown to San Antonio, where Vice President Johnson and his wife, Lady Bird, joined the presidential party, and the president had dedicated new research facilities at the U.S. Air Force School of Aerospace Medicine. The four had then flown to Houston in the late afternoon for a testimonial dinner that evening for U.S. Representative Albert Thomas. There had been motorcades through both San Antonio and Houston. They arrived in Fort Worth after 11 p.m., leaving very little time to sleep and get ready for another vigorous day that would end that night with a fundraising dinner in Austin. Then back to Washington, D.C. on Saturday morning in time for their son John's third birthday on Monday. Jack is grateful to Jacki for accompanying him on the trip and being such a trooper. He knows her presence is an enormous plus, but doesn't want to put her under any more strain than absolutely necessary. He slips out of her bedroom and quietly pulls the door shut. The president, who loves a good cigar from time to time, reaches a friend, James Chambers, Jr., on the phone. "Can you get me some Macanudo cigars?" Kennedy asks. "They don't have any over here in Fort Worth." Chambers, president of the Dallas Times-Herald, is delighted to hear from the president and answers, "Sure. Well, get me about a half a dozen." "Fine," Chambers says. He goes to the United Cigar Store in Dallas and gets the president 6 expensive Macanudo cigars. He'll give them to the president at the luncheon scheduled that day at the Trade Mart. The president finishes a light breakfast consisting of coffee and a roll, and is knotting his tie and fastening it with the obligatory PT-109 tie clip when David F. Powers, one of his closest friends and confidants, enters the suite. The president lets him know how thrilled he is over the crowd awaiting him below, speaks of the great crowds in San Antonio and Houston yesterday, and the brilliant reception accorded Jacki, who is turning into the star of the whole show. It seems that most of the crowds have come to see her rather than the president. 8:30 a.m. Brigadier General Godfrey McHugh, Kennedy's Air Force aide, comes into the president's suite with the CIA situation report on Saigon, Cyprus, and Korea, which the president looks over. He also scans the leading metropolitan dailies. The news for November 22nd, 1963 is pretty light. A Labour victory in a British by-election. A Soviet note complaining about American convoys to Berlin. The death of the Birdman of Alcatraz at the age of 73. The trial of Jimmy Hoffa in Nashville, Brother Bobby's doing. And the removal of a portrait of the president from an American Legion post wall in Abilene because he is controversial. The crucial news, for a president all too aware that his trip to the South to shore up support for next year's election, and how he is received in Texas, represent the real beginning of the campaign for his re-election, is the squabble in the Texas Democratic Party between its conservative and liberal wings. An editorial in the Chicago Sun-Times confirms his instinct about the value on this matter of the enthusiastic reception Jacki has received thus far on the Texas trip. Some Texans, in taking account of the tangled Texas political situation, have begun to think that Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy may turn the balance and win her husband this state's electoral vote. Other papers are less reassuring. The front-page headline stories in the Dallas Morning News hammer the point home. Storm of political controversy swirls around Kennedy on visit. Yarborough snubs LBJ, and President's visit seen widening state Democratic split. But one of the main purposes behind the Texas trip was to narrow this split, bridge the gap between the two factions, which would help not only the Democratic Party in Texas, but, with a united front, Kennedy's own re-election effort in the state. In recent days and weeks, although Dallas's morning paper has been carrying plenty in its front pages about the widening chasm in the state's Democratic Party, the paper's emphasis this morning in its lead editorial is simple, extending a welcoming hand to the young president as he arrives in a city, it says, with a substantial Republican representation. The previous day, former Vice President Richard Nixon, in town for a bottlers' convention, urged Dallas residents to give President and Mrs. Kennedy a courteous reception. United States Attorney Barefoot Sanders says he is investigating whether certain scurrilous leaflets, apparently mugshots of Kennedy captioned "Wanted for Treason," 5,000 of which appeared on the streets the previous day and that morning, violate federal laws. Dallas Police Chief Jesse E. Curry says anybody caught distributing them will be arrested for littering, and in a press conference on Wednesday, November 20th, says that nothing must occur that is disrespectful or degrading to the President of the United States. He is entitled to the highest respect, and the law enforcement agencies of this area are going to do everything possible to ensure that no untoward incident takes place. We will take immediate action if any suspicious conduct is observed, and we also urge all good citizens to be alert for such conduct. Citizens themselves may take preventative action if it becomes obvious that someone is planning to commit an act harmful or degrading to the President. I am sure that all but a handful of our citizens will cordially welcome the President of the United States to Dallas. Curry said 350 Dallas policemen, about a third of the force, would be assigned to the Kennedy Guard detail, and this would be supplemented by 40 state police and 15 Dallas deputy sheriffs. Police officials said it was the largest security detail ever assembled in Dallas. The businessmen of Dallas, not natural Kennedy supporters, have nonetheless made it clear to Curry that they want his 1,100-man force to do everything possible to ensure that there be no incidents, however trivial, during the presidential visit. A front-page article in the Dallas Morning News of November 17, 1963, was captioned, "Incident-Free Day Urged for JFK Visit," and quoted Dallas leaders such as the president of the Dallas Chamber of Commerce and the county Republican chairman asking Dallas citizens to put aside politics and accord the President of the United States a very warm and hospitable welcome. Dallas, a notorious hotbed for right-wing conservatives, simply couldn't afford any repetition of last month's Stevenson incident. What happened to UN Ambassador Adlai Stevenson in Dallas shocked America and gave Dallas a black eye. On October 24th, UN Day, after speaking optimistically about world peace through the United Nations to an audience of 5,000 people, Stevenson was jeered by a mob of unruly demonstrators, hit in the head with an anti-UN picket sign carried by a woman, and spat upon as he left Dallas's municipal auditorium and was being escorted to his limousine. The following day, 100 Dallas civic and business leaders sent a telegram to Stevenson, apologizing profusely and saying the city was outraged and abjectly ashamed of the disgraceful discourtesies you suffered at the hands of a small group of extremists. Mayor Earl Cabell lashed out at the right-wing fanatics responsible for the Stevenson incident, saying those so-called patriots were not conservatives but radicals who had become a cancer in the body politic. And it's not just the lunatic right-wing fringe that was capable of the Stevenson kind of incident. Back in 1960, then-Senator Lyndon Johnson, years before his civil rights legislation, when few perceived him as liberal, and his wife Lady Bird had been spat upon at Dallas's Adolphus Hotel, and the Johnsons were Texans. Some members of Kennedy's staff opposed his visiting Dallas being the cauldron of conservatism it was, and indeed the state itself, much of Texas not being favorably disposed to the president. And Stevenson, as well as Byron Skelton, the National Democratic committeeman from Texas, urged Kennedy not to make the trip. From 1961 to 1962, the Secret Service had recorded 34 threats on the president's life from Texas. Kennedy overlooks another article about Nixon in the same paper. Nixon predicts JFK may drop Johnson. Jack Kennedy, though elected by a mere handful of votes over Nixon in 1960, Kennedy's margin of victory was 0.1%, receiving 34,221,355 votes to Nixon's 34,109,398, has nevertheless been popular with most Americans from the beginning of his administration. His approval rating soared to 83% in April 1961, ironically in the wake of his biggest failure, the abortive invasion of Cuba at the Bay of Pigs. By now, though, 3 years after his election, it has slumped to 59%. Just last month, in October, Newsweek estimated that Kennedy's pro-black position on the civil rights issue had cost him 3.5 million votes and reported that no Democratic president had ever been so disliked in the South. In Georgia, the marquee of a movie theater showing the film PT 109 read, "See how the Japs almost got Kennedy." Indeed, less than 2 months earlier, the chairman of the Georgia Democratic Party had persuaded JFK to cancel a speech in Atlanta because of the political climate in his state resulting from JFK's pending civil rights bill. However, Kennedy did include Florida on the trip that took him to Dallas, since Florida had gone Republican in 1960. The South, overwhelmingly Democratic in presidential elections since the Reconstruction era following the Civil War, was more conservative than any other region of the country. But the long-standing distrust by Southerners for the Republican Party, Northern Republicans were largely responsible for Reconstruction, which brought the former Confederate states back into the United States and was unpopular in the South, was showing signs everywhere of melting away. Kennedy can ill afford to lose those Southern votes to Barry Goldwater, the conservative senator from Arizona who appears to have a lock on the Republican nomination for president. Texas voted for Kennedy over Nixon in 1960 by a mere 46,233 votes out of more than 2 million cast. He lost in Dallas, the only large American city to vote for Nixon over Kennedy, mostly owing to Lyndon Johnson's presence on the ticket. Texas, being conservative, had voted for Eisenhower in 1952 and 1956. Texas's senior Senator Ralph Yarborough also accounted for a lot of votes by appealing to the state's dwindling old-style liberals and unionists. Texas, 3 years later, now looks weak for the Kennedy ticket, and it is Kennedy's own suggestion and desire to come to Texas to raise money and to try to appeal to the business community, which was suspicious of him, and the conservative wing of the Democratic Party, thereby enhancing his political fortunes there. He couldn't have a better forum to appeal to that group than at the luncheon that noon. The Dallas Citizens Council, an informal organization of the leading businessmen of Dallas, which had been a behind-the-scenes force in Dallas affairs for years, was the main sponsor of the luncheon. Governor Connolly tells his wife and others, "Nellie, if the people of Texas can just get a look at him up close, I know they will vote for him." However, Connolly, Johnson's conservative protege and ally, and the liberal Yarborough are at each other's throats, hacking the Democratic Party right down the middle. If they and their factions cannot be reconciled soon, or at least made to look as though they are, the Democrats could lose all 25 of the state's electoral votes in the 1964 election, an unthinkable disaster. Kennedy, angered by the story which suggests that his visit is widening the split in the state's party, grabs the phone to call Kenneth P. O'Donnell, one of his principal political advisers, and the one responsible for all the arrangements of the Texas trip. O'Donnell, whose official title is appointments secretary, is Kennedy's political right hand, troubleshooter, devil's advocate, and, per White House press secretary Pierre Salinger, the most powerful member of the president's staff. Another member, Dave Powers, has been with Kennedy the longest, ever since he emerged from Boston's 11th District to back young Jack's first campaign for the Senate in 1946, one of several young World War II veterans who helped shape the new generation rhetoric that Kennedy continues to employ into the 1960s. O'Donnell and Larry O'Brien are of the more recent vintage, dating from the 1952 senatorial campaign, which saw the creation of the Kennedy machine. O'Donnell, one of Bobby's classmates and friends at Harvard, where he captained the football team, has a reputation for cool, ruthless efficiency that rivals Bobby's own, and Jack means to employ it now. Kennedy has had enough of the childish antics of Connolly, Yarborough, and Johnson. For weeks, ever since the Texas trip was first suggested, the three of them have been arm-wrestling each other for the symbolic trappings of political power, freezing each other out of seats at ceremonial dinners, refusing each other's places in the Texas trip motorcades, and bending the president's itinerary to suit their own agendas and to humiliate their rivals. None of this has gone unnoticed by the Texas papers, which are watching and reporting on the day-to-day ups and downs of the embattled Yarborough. Yarborough's seating pondered. Yarborough gets JFK table spot. Yarborough invited to travel with JFK. Demo factions to be pacified, Salinger says. New fuss erupts over JFK tickets. Kennedy may indeed have widened the rift between Johnson and Yarborough when he acceded to Johnson's demand for half of Yarborough's senatorial patronage, the right to select judges, postmasters, and other presidential appointments in Texas. But the quarrel has to end now, before it brings the Texas party down with it. Kennedy orders O'Donnell to tell Yarborough to get in the vice president's limousine today. O'Donnell and O'Brien have to make it clear to the senator that he no longer has any choice. "You tell him," Kennedy barks at O'Donnell. "It's ride with Lyndon or walk." 8:50 a.m. The president starts down to the parking lot, meeting Fort Worth Congressman Jim Wright and his party in the corridor. He speaks briefly to his Secret Service bodyguards who fall in behind him, pauses for a word with an elderly woman in a wheelchair, and graciously offers to be introduced to some Dallas friends of his personal secretary, Evelyn Lincoln. As the president moves toward the parking lot, his entourage snowballs. He picks up Vice President Johnson, Governor Connolly, Senator Yarborough, several congressmen, and Raymond Buck, president of the Fort Worth Chamber of Commerce. Bill Greer, his veteran Secret Service driver, dashes up with the president's raincoat. It's drizzling again, but Kennedy shrugs it off. He walks out under the marquee that reads, "Welcome, Mr. President," and "Welcome to Fort Worth, where the West begins," and around to the parking lot to mount the flatbed truck, awaiting him there. After a brief introduction by the vice president, Jack Kennedy steps to the microphone to address the crowd that has waited in the rain for 3.5 hours to see him. "There are no faint hearts in Fort Worth," he says gaily to the crowd, which manages a cheer in spite of the drizzle. "Mrs. Kennedy is still organizing herself. It takes her a little longer." The crowd breaks into laughter as the president grins broadly. "But of course, she looks better than we do when she does it." Upstairs in her bedroom, Jackie hears her husband's voice booming over the public address system. She is glad it is still raining. She hopes the plexiglass bubble top will be on the presidential limousine for the noon motorcade in Dallas. Then her hair won't get mussed in the open car. She sits at her dressing table and looks into the mirror. She looks tired. "Oh, God," she moans to an attendant. "One day's campaigning can age a person 30 years. 9:10 a.m. Bolstered by the enthusiastic Fort Worth crowds, the president re-enters the hotel and climbs aboard the elevator to take him to the next event on the schedule, a formal breakfast. However, in the elevator, acting press secretary Malcolm Kilduff persuades Kennedy to make a slight detour. Kilduff has read the newspapers and shares the president's political concerns. To improve the situation, he has convinced Governor Connolly to hold a press conference and thought that the president might want to discuss it with the governor first. The president agrees and is escorted to the Longhorn Room, down the mezzanine from the grand ballroom where hundreds of breakfast guests await his presence. Kennedy reviews the governor's prepared statement and finds it rather bland and meaningless. Nevertheless, the president endorses it and returns to the hallway where he runs into Senator Yarborough and bluntly tells him to ride in the vice president's car. When the senator starts to object, the president lets him have it. "For Christ's sake, cut it out, Ralph," he snaps. Yarborough responds that he has ridden to the hotel with Johnson. Kennedy shook his head. It wasn't good enough. He had no intention of being thwarted by evasions. The president turns and makes his way into the kitchen of the grand ballroom, leaving the chastened senator to lick his wounds. For a moment, the entourage stands wedged between a corridor of stainless steel sinks and gigantic pots and pans. Kennedy looks over his shoulder. One member is missing. "Where's Mrs. Kennedy?" he asks a nearby Secret Service agent. "Call Mr. Hill. I want her to come down to the breakfast." The guests in the grand ballroom are on their tiptoes, straining their necks in the direction of the kitchen entrance. Amid a spattering of applause, Governor Connolly, Vice President Johnson, Senator Yarborough, and other dignitaries file into the ballroom. As they stand at attention at the head table, the band breaks into the familiar "Hail to the Chief," and a smiling John F. Kennedy strolls into the ballroom. Now the cheers are loud and sustained, although many present must be disappointed that the First Lady is not with him. Upstairs, Jackie Kennedy is putting the finishing touches to her outfit, a navy blue blouse and matching purse and a rose-pink suit with a navy collar and matching pink pillbox hat. The president wants her to be elegant in Dallas, and she means to be, although it does take time. She wavers over 2 pairs of white gloves, one short and one long. She decides the short ones are more restrained and holds up her wrists while her attendant buttons them for her. She has become so preoccupied with the idea of going to Dallas that she forgets all about the breakfast reception downstairs. When the elevator arrives at the mezzanine floor, she is confused. "Aren't we leaving?" she asks Secret Service agent Clint Hill, who accompanies her on the ride down. "No, you're going to a breakfast," he says. 9:20 a.m. In the grand ballroom, the anticipation that the First Lady may appear is tremendous. The crowd has been keeping an eye on the kitchen entrance throughout breakfast and the subsequent performance by the Texas Boys Choir. When Toastmaster Raymond Buck spots Agent Hill peering from the kitchen entrance, he steps to the microphone at the head table and introduces the First Lady like a ringmaster. "And now an event I know you all have been waiting for." Buck sweeps his arm toward the kitchen door as Clint Hill leads Mrs. Kennedy into the ballroom. 2,000 businessmen and their wives leap to their feet and cheer enthusiastically. The First Lady spots her husband smiling from behind the head table and is drawn toward him through the cheers and smiles of a generous crowd. As the spontaneous response dies down, the President is introduced and steps to the microphone. 2 years ago, I introduced myself in Paris as the man who had accompanied Mrs. Kennedy to Paris, he says. I'm getting somewhat the same sensation as I travel around Texas. The crowd cheers wildly as the President grins. Nobody wonders what Lyndon and I wear. A wave of laughter sweeps again over the crowd. The President is hitting all the right notes, and the guests are loving every minute of it. After what one reporter described as a rip-snorting political speech by the President, in which he emphasized national defense, the President of the Fort Worth Chamber of Commerce provides a jovial moment when he presents the President and First Lady with parting gifts. Mr. President, we couldn't let you leave Fort Worth without providing you with some protection against the rain, he says, and offers the President a 10-gallon hat. The audience shouts for him to put it on. Jack, who dreaded the idea of looking ridiculous, has always managed to avoid putting on a cowboy hat, sombrero, or Indian headdress. He grins and dodges the gesture, responding, I'll put it on in the White House on Monday. If you'll come up there, you'll have a chance to see it then. 9:45 a.m. Lee Harvey Oswald ostensibly continues to go about his work. His job is to pick up orders for school books on the first floor, fix them to his clipboard, take one of the 2 big freight elevators at the back of the depository building up to the 6th floor, search out the requested books from the thousands of titles stored there, take them back down in the elevator to the order desk on the first floor for eventual shipping, and pick up the next lot of orders. He's a human conveyor belt, not particularly distinguishable from the 14 other order fillers or stock boys in the warehouse crew. But this particular morning, only one order was known to have been worked on by Oswald. The Texas School Book Depository Company is, in spite of the official ring to its name, private, with no connection to the state of Texas. The 7-story building, which has been occupied by the company since January of 1962, is an old rust-colored brick structure at the corner of Elm and Houston, not the original building at this location. That building, erected in 1883, was home to the Southern Rock Island Plow Company. In 1901, the building was struck by lightning and almost burned to the ground. It was rebuilt that same year to look identical to the previous structure. Only the new building had 7 stories instead of 5. In view of the enormous number of titles handled by the company, the stock boys tend to specialize. Since starting work at the depository, Lee has been focusing on the books of Scott Forsman and Company, some of which are kept on the first floor, which is handy to the shipping department, with the vast majority up on the 6th floor. The women in the office write orders and drop them down a sort of dumbwaiter to the men below, who carry them to a little table by the checking stand and sort them out by publisher and location. If there aren't enough orders for Scott Forsman and Company to keep him busy, Lee will fill orders for one of the smaller publishers, like Gregg Publishing Company, but that doesn't happen often. Most of the people working in the depository building this day are not aware of Oswald. He goes about his work so unobtrusively. Lee's boss, Roy S. Truly, did happen to notice him earlier in the morning. "Good morning, Lee." "Good morning, sir," Lee answered. Truly likes that, the word sir, one which a lot of the other stock boys don't use. Truly is pleased with Lee, who is quiet and well-mannered, a nice young fellow. The job is only temporary, but when he hired him, Truly assumed that Lee was just out of the Marines. Lee had mentioned no other employment history, and the young man certainly needed work, with his second child due shortly after he took the job. In fact, the baby was born at Dallas's Parkland Memorial Hospital just 5 days later. Mr. Truly remembers that well, because Lee asked for and got a few days' grace in filling out his withholding tax deduction form, which allowed him to claim the new dependent. Truly occasionally asked about the baby, and Lee would respond with a big smile, but that was about the extent of any conversation he'd ever had with him. Lee is a loner, working day after day on his own, taking the orders up, bringing the books down, keeping to himself, but that's fine with Roy Truly. One of the few other employees in the depository who even notices Lee this morning is the order checker, James Jarman, Jr. It's Junior Jarman's job to make sure the books brought down to the first floor by the order fillers match those on the order forms. He saw that Lee was already at work when he came in that morning around 8, and later had occasion to send him back upstairs to correct a botched order. It's between 9:30 and 10 a.m. when Jarman sees Lee at one of the windows between two of the long book bins on the first floor. Outside, people are already beginning to gather on the corner of Elm and Houston, and Lee asks Jarman why. Jarman tells Lee they're picking spots to watch the presidential motorcade, which is supposed to pass right by the building this afternoon. "Do you know which way he's coming?" Lee asks. Junior explains that the motorcade will be coming down Main, turning right onto Houston, then left onto Elm, passing right under their windows. "Oh, I see," Lee says, and walks off. 10:15 a.m. The president and his wife don't make it back to Suite 850 until after 10 o'clock, but find they have nearly an hour before the flight to Dallas. Kennedy takes time to call former Vice President John Nance Garner to wish him a happy 95th birthday while Jackie spends a moment looking around the suite. She discovered something they were all too busy to notice until now, that the paintings aren't the usual by-the-yard hotel room art, but real paintings, a Monet, a Picasso, a Van Gogh, a dozen others, and some bronzes, all borrowed from the local museum for the pleasure of America's first couple. From a specially prepared catalog, they find the name of the woman who made it all possible, Ruth Carter Johnson. The first couple telephone Mrs. Johnson, the wife of a newspaper executive, and thank her for her kindness. Mrs. Johnson is both flabbergasted and touched by the graciousness of the gesture, one she will never forget. Ken O'Donnell shows the president what is, at best, a disrespectful advertisement in the Dallas Morning News. It's a full-page ad draped with a funeral black border and headlined, "Welcome Mr. Kennedy to Dallas," placed by the American Fact-Finding Committee, chaired by one Bernard Weissman. The ad, with 12 questions for Kennedy, rapidly moves from inane innuendo. Why has Gus Hall, head of the U.S. Communist Party, praised almost every one of your policies and announced the party will endorse and support your re-election in 1964? To outright accusation of treason. Why has the foreign policy of the United States degenerated to the point that the CIA is arranging coups and having staunch anti-communist allies of the U.S. bloodily exterminated? "Can you imagine a paper doing a thing like that?" Jack says to O'Donnell, and then, making light of it to Jackie, who is sickened by the hate behind the ad, he adds, "Oh, we're heading into nut country today." Of course, Jack Kennedy knows that the presidency is a vulnerable position, just as every chief of state is aware of the special hazards he faces, but he simply refuses to accept the notion that an American president can't go into any American city. He prowls the room restlessly. "It would not be a very difficult job to shoot the President of the United States," he says to nobody in particular. "All you'd have to do is get up in a high building with a high-powered rifle with a telescopic sight, and there's nothing anybody could do." 10:30 a.m. The motorcade that will take the presidential party to Fort Worth's Carswell Air Force Base, long lines of limousines, cars, and press vehicles, stacked 3 abreast, is clogging 8th Street. O'Donnell and O'Brien are lying in wait outside the hotel, determined to make sure Senator Yarborough gets into the car with the vice president as the president has ordered. They are relieved to see that the drizzle is finally clearing, and O'Brien even hopes for what he likes to call Kennedy weather. Vice President Johnson and his wife Lady Bird emerge from the Texas hotel to a smattering of applause. O'Brien escorts them to the waiting convertible with a grumpy Yarborough walking closely behind. The political orchestration pays off. When the motorcade finally pulls out just after 11 o'clock for the short drive to Carswell, a bit behind schedule, Senator Yarborough and the vice president are seen smiling and riding together by the media. Although neither man may be happy about the close contact, the needs of the Democratic Party have been served. 11 a.m. It usually takes Jack Ruby a good while to get going in the morning. For one thing, he is really meticulous about his physical appearance. In addition to his morning shower and shave, He takes care to dress in a good suit, tie, and hat. He tries to keep in shape, too, exercising every day at the YMCA and working out with weights he keeps both at his office and in his apartment. Keeping up his appearance is a daily struggle. He worries about creeping baldness and his weight. He is 5'8", 5'9" by some accounts, weighs 175 pounds, and is brawny in the arms and shoulders. He is always dieting, usually with the help of pills. It is around 11 before Ruby gets to the offices of the Dallas Morning News at the corner of Houston and Young Streets. The building is only 5 blocks from the Texas School Book Depository. Since there are no high buildings on the west side of Houston, one can actually see the depository building from the northwest corner windows of the advertising department's second floor. The morning visit to the news is a regular Friday event for Jack, one he looks forward to. He takes particular pains composing the weekend ads and the classified ad office for the news for his 2 clubs, because the weekend is very lucrative, and Jack has a way of making his ads, as he says in his strange way of talking, where they have a way of selling the product I am producing or putting on the show. It's not always easy to figure out what Jack is saying. "It's been a lovely, precarious evening," he might say, or to an attractive woman, "You make me feel very irascible." A favorite expression is, "In lieu of the situation, let's do this." On his way to the elevator in the lobby, he spots a news employee he's always friendly with and has recently dated, Gladys Craddock, who works in the classified ad department on the first floor, and cheerily shouts out to her across the lobby, "Hi, the president is going to be here today." He gets a quick breakfast in the building's cafeteria on the second floor, part of his Friday routine. Jack then saunters over to the advertising and promotion department, also on the second floor. He could walk around the department blindfolded. He knows its big bullpen for the ad space salesmen and the cubicles along the sides for the executives. He knows every employee, and he knows the routine. How to leave his ad copy in the box if John Newnham, not Newman, his designated salesman, isn't there, and how to get help if he needs it in preparing his ad. Newnham isn't there today. This morning, a lot of the 26 ad salesmen are adjusting their schedules to take in the presidential motorcade when it cuts through the downtown on Main Street a few blocks away. The fact that Newnham isn't there is no problem for Jack. It gives him time to go up to Tony Zoppi's office on the 3rd floor of the building. Zoppi, the paper's nightclub editor, is one of Jack's preoccupations. He has known Zoppi for a dozen years. Zoppi will never forget being introduced to the audience in one of Ruby's clubs, the night they first met, and hearing Ruby explain how superfluous it was to have Tony Zoppi there. Ruby is always trying to get Zoppi to mention his clubs in his daily column or his television show. That's worth far more than any amount of advertising, and what's more, it's free, while the ads have to be paid for in cash. At least Jack's ads do. His credit with the news, in spite of the fact that he's a steady customer, is not terrific. In fact, it's non-existent. Zoppi isn't there either. Someone tells Jack he's in New Orleans for a couple of days, but Jack sees the brochure he left for Zoppi a few days before about the MC at the carousel, Bill DeMar. Jack is annoyed with Zoppi, who promised him a story which amounted to a build of 1 or 2 lines. Picking up the brochure, Jack meanders back to Newnham's desk to work up the copy for his weekend ads when Don Campbell turns up to distract him. Campbell is not just another ad space salesman, but a friend and a colleague, so to speak. Campbell operates and manages the Stork Club, a supper club out on Oak Lawn across from another club called The Village, and they often talk shop. Jack particularly wants to apologize for the other evening when Campbell came over to Jack and his friend Ralph Paul as they were having dinner at the Egyptian Lounge to invite them to come along with him to the nearby Castaway Club. Jack, still seething over the way the Castaway Club had once pirated his whole band from the Vegas, turned down the invitation, and now wants to be sure Campbell's feelings weren't hurt. Jack has a lot on his mind. His troubles with Jada, the crazy stripper from New Orleans who's going to get him closed down if she doesn't clean up her act. The struggle to keep his 2 clubs afloat. Campbell has known Jack for 3 or 4 years, and it's not the first time he has heard Jack's complaints about the lousy business they are in, running nightclubs. Jack moans about the fights he gets into with what he regards as undesirable customers, characters or punks, as he calls them. Fortunately, Jack is, he tells Campbell, a very capable fighter. Also, any time he is fixing to have trouble with someone, he gets a gun and keeps it on his person. Neither Campbell nor Ruby mentions the presidential motorcade, which will be passing within 4 blocks of the news building in a few minutes. When Campbell goes off to see another client about 12:25, Jack is still sitting at Newnham's desk working on his ad copy. 11:25 a.m. The flight from Carswell Air Force Base in Fort Worth to Love Field, Dallas's airport, is just 30 miles and takes but 13 minutes. The presidential party could easily have driven the distance in half an hour, but presidential aide Ken O'Donnell vetoed that. It would cut out the welcome at the airport for the president, and Jackie and O'Donnell knows that the airport arrival, with the inevitable cameras recording the enthusiasm of the crowd, is as important to modern political campaigns as all those whistle-stop appearances on the rear platform of the cross-country train were to Harry Truman's astonishing upset victory in 1948. Short as the flight is, O'Donnell and the president use the fleeting minutes to put the squeeze, as O'Donnell puts it, on Governor Connolly, who was aligned with LBJ against Yarborough in the state's Democratic bloodletting. The president motions at Texas Congressman Albert Thomas from the doorway of his cabin and asks him to give Kenny a hand with Connolly. Thomas is glad to oblige, and the governor begins to wilt under their pressure. Senator Yarborough was particularly incensed about a deadly slight Governor Connolly had in store for him. After selling $11,200 in tickets to tomorrow night's dinner in Austin, there was no place for his wife. Worse, he hadn't been invited to the Connollys' formal reception for the Kennedys. "It was my wife who didn't want the senator at the reception, not me," Connolly tells O'Donnell, and Thomas, taking advantage of Nellie's temporary absence. "She said she wouldn't let that man in her house, and when your wife says something like that, what can you do?" At a strategic moment, O'Donnell nudges the governor and the senator into the president's cabin and watches his boss expertly wield the overwhelming Kennedy charm to solve the problem in 3 minutes. The governor finds himself agreeing not only to invite Senator Yarborough to the reception at the governor's mansion, but to seat him at the head table for the dinner. The president, who has already changed suits once that morning, excuses himself to change his shirt. The governor mutters to the smug O'Donnell, "How can anyone say no to that man?" So we land in Dallas with everybody on the plane in love with each other and the sun shining brightly, O'Donnell thinks. The day is looking up. 11:40 a.m. Air Force One, code-named Angel, touches down at Love Field just north of downtown Dallas and rolls across the puddled tarmac to the red and green terminal building. The last U.S. Weather Bureau temperature reading at Love Field at 10:55 a.m. was 57 degrees. But by the next reading at 11:55, 16 minutes after the president arrived, it had risen to 63 degrees. The president is pleased at his first glimpse of the waiting crowd from the plane's window. He says to O'Donnell, "This trip is turning out to be terrific. Here we are in Dallas, and it looks like everything in Texas is going to be fine for us." The stage directions for the airport welcome call for the vice president's plane to land ahead of the president's by a minute or two, enough time to allow Johnson and his wife to position themselves to greet President and Mrs. Kennedy at the foot of the ramp, as though they hadn't just left them a quarter-hour earlier in Fort Worth. Aura, though a reality, cannot be adequately described. It just is. And JFK's aura was legendary. Reporting live for radio KBOX in Dallas, reporter Ron Jenkins waits for the door to Air Force One to open. When it does, no one emerges for several moments. And then, all of a sudden, President Kennedy appeared, he would later recall, and he had a way of doing this like no one I had ever seen before, and it was a presence bigger than life. I never knew how tall the man was or anything else, but he looked about 7 feet tall when he came out of that door all by himself. Unwittingly, Jenkins's words contained their own validation. He was so struck by Kennedy, he had forgotten that Jackie Kennedy, someone few overlooked, had emerged from the plane door ahead of the president. Texas Governor John Connolly and his wife Nellie followed Kennedy and Jackie down the stairs of Air Force One in the dazzling sunlight. "We were two couples in the prime of our lives," Nellie Connolly recalled. "We were two women so proud of the men we loved. That day, November 22nd, 1963, the autumn air was filled with anticipation." 11:45 a.m. Police Chief Jesse Curry, waiting in the open door of the motorcade's lead car, checks on communications with Deputy Police Chief George L. Lumpkin. A few minor problems are solved. "Hervey Street is completely blocked with pedestrians and is completely out of control," Sergeant Campbell informs Inspector J.H. Sawyer. "I've got 2 reserves I'm bringing down now," Sawyer says. "I have 2 3-wheels. a three-wheel police motorcycle, with me, Campbell adds, and we still can't get the pedestrians off of Hervey, so Hervey's completely closed. 10-4, radio jargon for acknowledged. I'm on my way. Captain J.M. Suter asks the dispatcher for a progress report. The dispatcher contacts the driver of the pilot car, Deputy Chief Lumpkin, who is assigned to drive over the motorcade route a quarter of a mile ahead of the main body of the procession in an effort to spot and avert any potential trouble. Are they moving yet? The dispatcher asks him. No, Lumpkin replies. Have not started yet, the dispatcher relays to Captain Suter. Bill Greer, the president's Irish-born driver, and at age 54, the oldest man in the Secret Service's White House detail, will drive the waiting presidential limousine, a 1961 Lincoln Continental convertible, built at Ford Motor Company's Wixom, Michigan plant, and customized to rigid Secret Service specifications for the president by the Hess and Eisenhart Company in Cincinnati. The car was leased to the White House in June of 1961. Its Secret Service designation was SS-100X. Weighing about 7,500 pounds, with its special build and heavy armor, and being a full 21 feet 8 inches long, it is a big chore to deliver it to every place the president intends to be, which is why they didn't have it in Fort Worth. A government C-130 cargo plane, the kind they fly tanks around in, brought it from Washington, D.C. down to San Antonio. From San Antonio, they flew it down to Dallas, skipping the president's stop in Houston and overnight stay in Fort Worth. In addition to the armor, the car is fitted with jump seats behind the front seat, effectively making the car comfortable for 7 passengers and allowing the president to accommodate guests without having them obscure the crowd's view of him on the slightly higher back seat. There is also an electrical system, operable by the president himself, provided the top is down, to raise that seat and its footrest by as much as 8 inches from their normal positions. Over the back of the front seat, a sort of roll bar fitted with handholds allows the president to ride standing up for certain occasions. On the back bumper, on each side of the elegant spare tire housing at the rear of the car's trunk are 2 steps, each large enough to permit a Secret Service agent to ride there while holding on to the special hand grip fitted to the trunk. Dashboard-controlled, retractable running boards run along each side of the limousine and can accommodate additional agents. But unlike prior presidents who had agents riding on the side running board of their limousines, Kennedy does not want this, and these side running boards are never used. It is also possible to bolt a bubble top, 6 panels of clear plastic, kept in the trunk, to the frame with a black canvas-type cover that buttons over the top of the plastic. Neither plastic nor canvas are bulletproof, or even bullet-resistant, just protection from the weather. Today the car is without the bubble top. Kennedy never wanted it when the weather was clear. This morning in Fort Worth, Ken O'Donnell told Secret Service agent Roy Kellerman that with the weather breaking, there would be no need for the bubble top. Kellerman passed the word on to the Secret Service's advance man in Dallas, Winston G. Lawson. 11:47 a.m. Some of the stock boys in the Texas Schoolbook Depository building are laying new flooring up on the 6th floor. The schoolbook business is a little slow this late in the year, and rather than lay the boys off entirely, Bill Shelley, a depository manager, put them to work resurfacing the upper floors, where most of the books are stored. 6 of them are at it: Bill Shelley himself, Bonnie Ray Williams, Charles Givens, Danny Arce, Billy Lovelady, and occasionally Harold Norman, when he has time to give them a hand. The work is pretty straightforward. They have to move the heavy cartons of books from one side of the floor to the other, then back as they lay new flooring over the old planks. It took them about 3 weeks to do the 5th floor, and they're just starting in on the 6th, moving as many cartons as they can from the west side of the open floor over to the east. Given the number of books they have to move, they aren't very far along. They're still working on the 1st section, on the westernmost portion of the 6th floor. At one point, Bonnie Ray Williams thought he saw Lee Oswald, though he is not sure, messing around with some cartons near the easternmost freight elevator on the 6th floor during the half hour before noon. He didn't pay much attention, though. Oswald is always messing around, kicking and shoving cartons around. The warehouse crew usually knocks off about 5 minutes before noon to give themselves time to wash up for lunch. But today, anxious to see the president, they quit a little earlier. In high spirits, the young men commandeer both of the big freight elevators for a mock race to the bottom. Bonnie Ray, Billy, Danny, and Charlie all pile into the east elevator and head for the bottom. The rest of them take the west elevator. It isn't really much of a race. The east elevator is faster, and they all know it. Charlie Givens notices Lee Oswald in front of the elevator shaft on the 5th floor as they flash past on their way to the ground floor. "Guys," Oswald calls after them, "how about an elevator?" Givens tosses his head back as the freight elevator plunges down. "Come on, boy," Givens calls out, suggesting Oswald come down to the bottom floor too, though apparently not on their moving elevator. "Close the gate on the elevator," Oswald shouts down the shaft, "and send the elevator back up." Oswald means the west elevator. The east elevator has to be manned, but the west one can be summoned from any floor if its gate is closed. When they get to the first floor, however, no one bothers with Oswald's request. Out at Ruth Payne's house in Irving, Marina Oswald, who still hasn't dressed for the day, watches television alone. Ruth is left to run some errands. Marina doesn't understand much of what the announcers are saying, but the live images speak for themselves. She sits on the edge of the couch and watches as Air Force One taxis up close to the reception line at Dallas Love Field. Crewmen run under the wings and throw down the chalk blocks as the jet comes to a halt and the engines wind down. A ramp is pushed up to the back entrance of the jet as the door is propped open. The excited crowd watches the back door, giggling with anticipation. Suddenly, Jacki's pink suit comes into view. "There is Mrs. Kennedy, and the crowd yells," the TV announcer says, a smile in his voice, "and the President of the United States, and I can see his suntan all the way from here." The President and First Lady descend the ramp and shake hands with the official welcoming party, one of whom, the Dallas mayor's wife, Mrs. Earl Cabell, presents Mrs. Kennedy with a brilliant bouquet of red roses. The sunshine is blinding, the weather absolutely beautiful. They look like Mr. and Mrs. America. Robert Donovan, Washington bureau chief of the Los Angeles Times, thinks to himself that if Hollywood had tried to cast a president and his wife, it could never have dreamed up John F. Kennedy and Jacqueline Kennedy. They were just two beautiful, glamorous people who were receiving a screaming reception. He would later add that there was never a point in the public life of the Kennedys, in a way, that was as high as that moment in Dallas. Marina can see the presidential party making its way toward the cars. Suddenly, the President and First Lady turn toward the cheering crowds, hugging the fence line. "The press is standing up high, getting a lot of shots of this," the television announcer says excitedly. "This is great for the people and makes the eggshells even thinner for the Secret Service, whose job it is to guard the man." Secret Service agent Roy Kellerman, the assistant special agent in charge of the White House detail for this trip to Texas, slips up close to the fence, scrutinizing every hand that reaches over toward the President. The happy and loudly exuberant crowd, perhaps 2,000 strong, is tightly packed behind the fence at Gate 28. The President can't seem to soak up enough of their warmth. He moves along the fence line, his image growing larger on local television screens as he nears the pool camera setups. The eager, outstretched hands reach for him. Jacki follows closely behind, radiant and gay, her beauty enhanced by the bouquet of red roses. "And here they come, right down toward us," the TV announcer gushes. "I can see Mrs. Kennedy, and they're going to come right on down and shake hands with everybody." Mrs. Kennedy gave a lovely wave and a smile that time. There's the President shaking hands with the people. He's waving at a lot of people, smiling. Secret Service men all around. Boy, this is something. But there is palpable tension at Love Field, too. Those on the scene are all too aware of the discordant placards among the signs of welcome. "In 1964, gold, water, and freedom. Yankee, go home. You're a traitor." Liz Carpenter, Jacki's assistant, thought some of them were the ugliest she had ever seen. Roy Kellerman follows the President by inches, ready, like the other nearby agents, to use his body as a human shield. Any contact with the public is a nightmare for the Secret Service. But the agents also know that it is the lifeblood of electioneering. So far, they have been unable to persuade Jack Kennedy to be more cautious on these occasions. Bill Greer, noticing how far down the fence the President is getting, drives the armored Lincoln at a crawl alongside him. Other Secret Service men are trying to get everyone to take his or her place in the long line of vehicles strung out along the fence behind the President's car. The radio networks are alive with reports, queries, and advisories. Security men strung out for miles along the route all the way to the Trade Mart know from their radios that the President is on the ground, that the next 45 minutes, as the motorcade threads its way across the city, will require their utmost alertness and preparedness. The President and Mrs. Kennedy finally step toward the presidential limousine, where Governor Connolly and his wife wait, standing just in front of the jump seats. Newsweek White House correspondent Charles Roberts manages to get in a quick question to Jacki. "How do you like the campaigning?" It's wonderful, she says, sounding as if she almost means it. The President places his hand in the small of Mrs. Kennedy's back and helps her into the back seat first. She moves to the left side as the President steps in and takes his seat on the right. Mrs. Kennedy places the bouquet of red roses on the seat between her and the President. The Governor and his wife fold the jump seats back and sit down. The Governor in front of the President and Nellie in front of Mrs. Kennedy. Secret Service Agent Roy Kellerman takes his position in the front passenger seat next to the driver, Special Agent Bill Greer. Television cameras zoom in on the limousine as the President and Mrs. Kennedy continue waving to the cheering crowds. "The party is now leaving Love Field," the announcer tells television viewers. "And of course, thousands will be on hand for that motorcade now, which will be through downtown Dallas, down Cedar Springs to Harwood, and on Harwood it will turn on Main, from which point it will go all the way down to the courthouse area, which is the end of Main. It'll turn on Houston Street to Elm, under the triple underpass out to the Mart, where the President talks at approximately 1 o'clock, which will also be carried live right here on most of these channels. And then we'll be back here, as we told you, at about 2:15 for the President's departure." 11:55 a.m. The motorcade finally gets underway on its scheduled 9.5-mile journey to the Trade Mart, driving right through an opening in a section of the Love Field fence that Special Agent Forrest Sorrells has had removed. Sorrells has been working on the presidential visit since November 4th, when Special Agent in charge Jerry Bean of the White House detail alerted him to the likelihood of the visit, and he is reasonably sure that the arrangements they've made are satisfactory under the circumstances. An advance car driven by Dallas Police Captain Perdue D. Lawrence, head of the traffic division, is already a half-mile out in front of the motorcade watching for any potential problems. First, through the opening in the fence is the so-called pilot car, a white Ford sedan driven by Deputy Chief Lumpkin, who scouts the route a quarter of a mile ahead on the lookout for motor vehicle accidents, fires, obstructions, or any other problems necessitating a last-instant change of route or procedure. Along for the ride are 2 Dallas homicide detectives, B.L. Senkel and F.M. Turner, and Lieutenant Colonel George Whitmire, commander of the local Army Intelligence Reserve Unit. 3 two-wheel Dallas police motorcycle officers under the command of Sergeant S.Q. Bella are next, followed by 5 two-wheel motorcycle officers under the command of Sergeant Stavis Ellis. The lead car, an unmarked white Ford police sedan driven by Dallas Police Chief Jesse Curry, follows a short distance behind. Accompanying Curry are Secret Service agents Lawson and Sorrells and Dallas Sheriff Bill Decker. 5 car lengths back, and the third car in the motorcade is the presidential limousine with 4 motorcycle escorts, 2 on each side, flanking the rear bumper. Although, as indicated, the President's car is equipped to allow Secret Service agents to ride on the running boards or rear bumper steps, no agents are there this day. Kennedy is weary of seeing bodyguards hovering behind him every time he turns to see the crowds. Less than a car length behind is the Secret Service follow-up car, a black 1955 4-door modified Cadillac convertible touring car, halfback to the agents, with Agent Sam Kinney at the wheel. Emory Roberts, the car's commander, is at his side. Agent Clint Hill is standing on the left running board, Agent Bill McIntyre right behind him. Agent John Reddy stands on the right running board, Agent Paul Landis behind him. President Kennedy's close friends and advisors, Dave Powers and Ken O'Donnell, are seated in the right and left jump seats. Agent George Hickey sits in the left rear seat, Agent Glenn Bennett on the right. Between them is an AR-15 .223 caliber automatic rifle capable of blowing a man's head off. 2.5 car lengths behind halfback is the vice presidential limousine, a light blue 1961 Lincoln convertible carrying the Vice President and Mrs. Johnson, Senator Yarborough, Secret Service agent Rufus Youngblood, and the driver. Immediately behind the Vice President is another Secret Service follow-up car, a yellow Ford Mercury 4-door hardtop nicknamed Varsity. Driven by Texas Ranger Herschel Jacks, the car contains Vice Presidential aide Cliff Carter and 3 Secret Service agents. Dallas Mayor Earl Cabell and his wife ride in the next vehicle, a white Ford Mercury convertible, along with Congressman Ray Roberts. The National Press pool car, a blue-gray Chevrolet sedan on loan from the telephone company, complete with driver, follow through the fence opening next. Assistant Press Secretary Malcolm Kilduff and United Press International correspondent Miriam Smith occupy the front seat, with Smith in the middle. next to the radiophone mounted on the transmission hump under the dashboard. Jack Bell of the Associated Press, AP, Robert Baskin of the Dallas Morning News, and Bob Clark of the American Broadcasting Company, ABC, are in the back seat. The rest of the motorcade follows. 2 camera cars carrying local motion and still photographers, 2 Dallas police motorcycle escorts, H.B. McLean and Marion L. Baker, a 3rd camera car, 3 cars full of congressmen, a VIP staff car carrying a governor's aide and the military and Air Force aides to the president, 2 more motorcycle escorts, J.W. Corson and C.A. Haygood, a White House press bus, a local press car with 4 Dallas Morning News reporters, a 2nd White House press bus, 2 more Dallas police motorcycle escorts, R. Smart and B.J. Dale, a Chevrolet sedan carrying the president's physician, Admiral George G. Berkeley, and the president's personal secretary, Evelyn Lincoln, a 1957 black Ford hardtop carrying 2 representatives from Western Union, a white 1964 Chevrolet Impala containing White House Signal Corps officer Art Bales and Army Warrant officer Ira Gearhart, Bagman, a 1964 white-top dark-body Chevrolet Impala, a 3rd White House bus carrying staff and members of the Democratic Party, a 1963 black and white Ford police car, and at the rear, a solo 3-wheel Dallas police motorcycle escort. In a long procession, the motorcycles and cars turned left out of Love Field onto Mockingbird Lane, then almost immediately southeast onto Lemon Avenue, heading for downtown. There aren't many people along this first long straightaway down Lemon Avenue, which is flanked by those low nondescript structures characteristic of the light industry near airports. Clumps of people, mostly workers from the factories, have gathered to watch the procession flash past. But there are long, barren stretches, too. Mostly, the road looks much like any avenue through a suburban industrial park in the middle of an ordinary workday. Jackie, squinting in the bright sunshine, looks forward to the looming Cotton Belt overpass, cleared of onlookers by police orders for the fleeting moment of shade it will provide. She tries to put on her sunglasses, but the president asks her not to. The people have come to see her, and the dark glasses might make her look distant and aloof. She keeps them in her lap, though, and sneaks them on for a moment or two whenever there is no one along the road to see. 12 p.m. At the book depository, some of the stock boys wade into their lunches in the small first-floor employees' lounge, which the architects designated as the recreation room and which employees call the domino room after their favorite pastime, while others eat while standing in front of the building. Charlie Givens discovers he left his cigarettes in the pocket of his jacket up on the 6th floor. The 38-year-old Navy veteran goes back up on the elevator. The 6th floor appears deserted as he crosses the wide space they cleared for the new flooring, but when he gets back to the elevator with the cigarettes and prepares to go down, he is startled to see Lee Oswald, whom he had seen a few minutes earlier on the 5th floor, now on the 6th floor, walking along the east aisle, away from the southeast corner of the room, clipboard in hand. "Boy, are you going downstairs?" Givens calls out. "It's near lunchtime." "No, sir," Oswald replies. Oddly, he again asks for the west elevator gate to be closed when Givens gets back downstairs. "Okay," Givens shrugs. When he returns to the first floor on the east elevator, he turns to close the west elevator gate, as Oswald requested, but finds it missing. It's up on some other floor. After eating lunch in front of the building, he joins Harold Norman and James Jarman inside at a first-floor window looking onto Elm Street. But after a bit, they decide to go outside for the motorcade. Later, Norman and Jarman change their minds and go back in to watch from the 5th floor, while Givens walks over to the corner of Main and Record to watch the motorcade with a couple of friends. 12:06 p.m. At the corner of Lemon and Lomo Alto Drive, the president's eye catches a group of children with a large placard. "Mr. President, please stop and shake our hands." "Let's stop here, Bill," Kennedy calls to the driver. The car is immediately mobbed by the squealing, ecstatic kids. People as far as a block away start to run toward the car. When he realizes that the president has stopped, Chief Curry stops the lead car and begins to back up. The motorcycle escorts in front of him wheel around and head back toward the limousine. It's all Secret Service Agent Kellerman and the men from the follow-up car can do to restore some order and get the motorcade moving again. A few blocks farther on, the president stops again, this time for a bunch of little children and a nun, an irresistible temptation for America's first Catholic president. The nervous agents don't interfere, partly out of tact, and partly because they are satisfied with the progress so far. They still have every chance of getting to the Trade Mart in good time. At the book depository building, Bonnie Ray Williams had picked up his lunch in the domino room on the first floor, gotten a Dr. Pepper from the soda machine, and taken the east elevator back up to the 6th floor, expecting to find some of the other guys up there. Billy Lovelady said he was going to watch the motorcade from there, and Bonnie had more or less agreed with Danny Arce that they would too, but he doesn't see anyone on the 6th floor when he gets there. Bonnie settles down anyway, in front of the third double window from the southeast corner overlooking Elm Street to eat his lunch. A piece of chicken on the bone, 2 slices of bread, and a bag of Fritos. No one else shows up. After a while, he gets up and perches on a 2-wheeler, one of the hand trucks they use to buck the heavy boxes of books around. It's dead quiet up here, nothing moving but specks of dust in the air. To his right, he can see the west wall because that's where they cleared the books out to resurface the floor. His view to the left is blocked by the unusually high piles of boxes the workers move there in preparation for the reflooring job. It's so quiet he can hear the pigeons on the roof above and someone moving around on the floor below, someone walking, then moving a window. He hears the traffic and growing murmur of the crowd in the street below. It's finally clear that no one else is coming up to watch from the 6th floor. He finishes off his Dr. Pepper, puts the chicken bones back in the paper sack, leaves the bottle and sack there, and goes back to the elevator to see who's on the floor below. 12:12 p.m. Howard L. Brennan, a 44-year-old steam fitter, watches the crowd gathering outside the window as he finishes his lunch in the cafeteria at the corner of Record and Main Streets. Brennan could join the crowd right there on Main Street, but folks are already jostling for position, and he reckons he'll walk back toward the railroad yards near Elm and Houston, where he's been working on a pipeline for Wallace & Beard Construction for the past 7 weeks. 12:15 p.m. Arnold Rowland and his wife Barbara find a place to watch the motorcade on the sidewalk in front of the Criminal Courts building on Houston Street, near the west entrance to Sheriff Decker's office. The young couple are still students at Dallas's Adamson High School, but both got off early today and came downtown to shop for a while before Arnold goes to his job at the Pizza Inn on West Davis Avenue. 100 yards to the west, the Rowlands can see policemen on the railroad bridge over the triple underpass and another 24 or so uniformed officers in the streets around the plaza. Arnold and Barbara remember the nasty incidents involving Adlai Stevenson and Lyndon Johnson not too long ago and understand that security will be tight for the motorcade. Arnold knows the building on the next corner very well. Several times he has been to the Texas School Book Depository to get books, including a physics book. He bought there 2 or 3 weeks ago. He and his wife take note of a number of people looking out the windows of the building, including a black man hanging out of one of the southeast corner windows. A nearby police radio squawks out the progress of the motorcade. "What's the location?" Inspector J. H. Sawyer asks. "Now turning onto Cedar Springs Road off of Turtle Creek," the dispatcher informs him. 10-4, Sawyer replies. Arnold Rowland can tell from the conversation that the motorcade is about 2 miles away now. As he continues to scan the upper floors of the depository, Rowland would later say he spotted a man holding a high-powered rifle at port arms across his chest in the window at the west end of the 6th floor. That's some distance away, but Arnold knows his way around guns, and he can tell by the relative proportion of the scope to the rifle that it's a heavy piece, no .22 caliber. Though the rifleman is a couple of feet back in the shadows, Arnold, whose eyesight is better than 20/20, sees him very clearly. A slender man in his early 30s with a light complexion and either well-combed or close-cut dark hair, wearing a light-colored, open-collared shirt over a T-shirt. "Hey, you want to see a Secret Service man?" he asks his wife Barbara. "Where?" she asks, staring intently at a commotion developing across the street. "In the building, there," Arnold says, pointing back up at the depository. His wife, however, is paying no attention, and instead directs him to look across the street at a couple of police officers assisting a young black man who's having some sort of epileptic fit. By the time Arnold gets his wife's attention and points out the open window, the man with the rifle has disappeared. "What did he look like?" she asks, disappointed to have missed him. Arnold describes the man and how he was holding a rifle with a scope. "Oh," she sighs, "I wish I could have seen him. He's probably in another part of the building now, watching people." Her attention returns back to the action across the street, where an ambulance arrives to take the epileptic to Parkland Hospital. Although Arnold continues to scan the upper floors of the depository every 30 seconds or so, hoping to catch another glimpse of the man he assumes is a Secret Service agent so that he can point him out to his wife, he doesn't see the rifleman again. Nor, to his later regret, does he bother to mention what he saw to a nearby police officer. Bonnie Ray Williams steps off the elevator onto the 5th floor of the depository. He discovers Harold Norman and James Jr. Jarman there. With 7 big double windows across the Elm Street face of the building, there's plenty of room for the 3 of them to watch the motorcade. Harold squats at the window in the southeast corner, and Bonnie Ray joins him there, taking the second window of the pair. Junior kneels at the second double window, leaning over the low sill. If they lean out far enough, they can talk to each other outside. The view is terrific, since from their perch they can see south to the corner of Houston and Maine and beyond, as well as all the way west down the curving sweep of Elm to the Triple Underpass, with nothing in their line of sight but the thick foliage clustered on the branches of an oak tree, nearly right below them along the north side of Elm. Except for that oak, they will get a pretty good view of the motorcade from the moment it turns off Main Street until it disappears into the shadow of the underpass leading to the Stemmons Freeway. 12:20 p.m. In the pilot car, Deputy Chief Lumpkin rolls closer to the downtown area. As each block passes, the skyline of Dallas grows taller and larger, and the crowds increase in size. Already, police officers are finding it nearly impossible to keep people back onto the sidewalks and behind the barricades. "Need some motorcycles just to kind of keep the crowd over to Harwood and Ross," Chief Lumpkin warns Curry over the radio. "They're kind of getting out into the street here." "We've got 'em," Curry answers. "Unit 1, Curry, are you approaching Ross?" the dispatcher asks. "Just approaching at this time," Curry says over the roar of the crowd. Governor Connolly had feared some ugly incident occurring in this most conservative of cities. But these fears have fallen away as the people are friendly, waving, smiling. And it is plain the president is enjoying himself. 12:21 p.m. Charles F. Bream is very pleased with his position for the motorcade on the northwest corner of Main and Houston. Compared to the throngs on Main Street, there are relatively few people here, and a better chance that his son will get a clear view of the president. Joe is 5 years old. He doesn't really understand the significance of it now, but his father feels he is old enough to remember seeing John F. Kennedy and his wife for the rest of his life. It's a story he will be able to tell his own grandchildren one day. The position has another advantage. If the motorcade is moving slowly enough, Bream may be able to run diagonally across the adjacent plaza to Elm Street for a second bite of the cherry. Little Joe is too big to carry for long, but not too big for a quick sprint down the grassy slope to Elm. 12:22 p.m. Deputy Chief Lumpkin turns the pilot car right off Harwood onto Main Street and gets his first good look at the crowds awaiting the motorcade. "Crowd on Main Street in real good shape," he tells Chief Curry over the police radio. "They've got 'em back off on the curb." "Good shape," Curry says, barely audible over the shrieks and screams of the cheering crowds. "We're just about to cross Live Oak." 10-4, Lumpkin replies. At Live Oak Street, 2.5 blocks from Main, where the high buildings of downtown turn the streets into deep canyons, the motorcade plunges into an avalanche of roaring cheers from people standing 8 and 10 deep and hanging out the windows high above. Curry's men are helpless against the press of the crowd, which closes in, narrowing the passage for the cars and forcing Greer to drop his speed from 20 miles an hour to 15 to 10. "There's certainly nothing wrong with this crowd," O'Donnell says to Powers beside him on the jump seat of the Secret Service follow-up car. The steady roar from the crowd is deafening. It is by far the happiest and most enthusiastic crowd they've seen in Texas. They also see the faces of the president and his wife in the car immediately ahead when they turn to wave to the swarms of people pushing past the police barricades into the street. The president seems thrilled by the unexpected warmth of the welcome, and O'Donnell is pleased to note that Jacki is following his last-minute instruction to keep turned toward her own side of the street to make sure that the crowds on both sides get at least a glimpse of one or the other of the country's most famous couple. 12:23 p.m. 7 minutes from Dealey Plaza, the crowds on Main are the heaviest. This is the mouth of the bottle. Ahead lies a 12-block-long forest of humanity nestled between the tall buildings and 8 skyscrapers of downtown Dallas. 1,500 yards of screaming, whistling, cheering pandemonium. The throngs of people on both sides of the street are so heavy they threaten to choke it off entirely. Governor Connolly thinks it looks like 250,000 people have turned out to greet the Kennedys in Dallas, an enormous crowd for a city with a population of around 750,000 in 1963. Connolly's estimate of the crowd is almost assuredly overblown, but by all accounts it's the largest and friendliest crowd so far on Kennedy's Texas trip, and the crowd is certainly more than Captain Purdue Lawrence expected. As the Dallas police officer in charge of crowd control for the day, he began to realize early on that things are a bit out of hand. The Dallas police simply don't have enough men, barricades, or rope to handle this kind of reception. Secret Service Agent Greer slows the presidential limousine to a crawl as the crowds press in. The motorcycle escorts find their handlebars, bumping people standing out in the street. "Escort, drop back," Carey commands. "Have to go at a real slow speed now." A teenage boy dashes from the crowd, camera in hand, and chases after the limousine. Running between the motorcycle escorts on the right and the president's car, the boy raises the camera to his eye. Before he can get a picture off, a Secret Service agent jumps from the follow-up car, overtakes the boy, and throws him back into the crowd, causing people to tumble to the ground. Chief Curry can see that the lead motorcycle escorts are too far ahead, allowing the crowd to close in behind them. "Hold up, escort," Curry orders. Then a moment later, Okay, move along." The reception is phenomenal. The First Lady lifts her white-gloved hand and flutters her fingers at the faces on her left, evoking a nearly hysterical "Jackie" from the crowd. The President is working the right side of the street with equal results. It is the crowning moment of the parade. Howard Brennan's hunch was right. He does indeed find a great spot, at the corner of Houston and Elm, right across the street from the book depository. He even has a seat, a low ornamental wall curving around the end of the long reflecting pool, or lagoon as Dallas folk call it, along the west side of Houston Street. His aluminum hard hat shields his head from the sun, and he reckons he will have, in a couple of minutes, a good view of the first family. His eyes rove over the swelling crowd. There's quite a bunch on the steps of the depository building across the street, and more people turning up every moment. If the crowd gets too thick, he can always stand up on top of the low wall to see well over their heads. He notices quite a few people in the windows of the Texas School Book Depository. In particular, 3 black men on the 5th floor near the southeasternmost side of the building, leaning way out of their windows to chatter to each other, and a fellow just above them on the 6th floor, who, for a moment, sits sideways on the low windowsill. It strikes Brennan as odd that this guy is alone while almost everyone else is with someone. The man in the 6th floor window seems to be in his own little world, unsmiling, calm, with no trace of excitement. Brennan, who is far-sighted, has especially good vision at a distance and sees him very clearly. 12:25 p.m. It took Abraham Zapruder a while to find the right spot. At the urging of his secretary, the 58-year-old Dallas dressmaker, a bespectacled balding man wearing his trademark fedora and bow tie, had returned home earlier in the morning and retrieved his new 8mm Bell & Howell movie camera. At first, he thought he would use the telephoto lens to shoot pictures from his office in the Daltex building across the street from the Texas School Book Depository. But after he came back to the office, he realized his office window was too far away. So he and Marilyn Sitzman, his receptionist, went down into the plaza. He tried standing on a narrow abutment along the north side of Elm, but it was too narrow, and he was afraid that he'd lose his balance trying to shoot pictures from there. A bit farther down Elm Street, he found the perfect spot, a large square abutment about 4 feet high at the west end of the ornamental pergola. The perch would place him right in the middle of that stretch of elm and high enough to give him a pretty clear view of the motorcade from the corner of Houston and Elm on his left down to the triple underpass on his right. There is even enough room for Marilyn to stand behind him on the abutment and help steady him if he gets dizzy looking through the telescopic lens. As the limousine proceeds down Main between Hervey and Ackerd, all eyes in the car instinctively turn to the left to see the giant display windows of Neiman Marcus, the pride of Dallas, and indeed the premier luxury retail store in the world. As elegant and expensive a shopper as Jackie is, nothing in New York City, London, and Paris, her normal shopping grounds, quite compares to it. The store caters not only to the oil zillionaires of Texas, but to those with very deep pockets everywhere. They tell the story about the oil magnate who approached the store's owner, Stanley Marcus, one day before Christmas and said, I'll buy all the window displays as they stand. Just shift the lot to my ranch, around my wife's window. It's my Christmas present to her. 12:26 p.m. FBI Special Agent James P. Hosty, Jr., the man responsible for monitoring right-wing political activists in Dallas, watches the motorcade rumble past from the corner of Field Street, about halfway down Main. Hosty is really pleased to see the tumultuous welcome. As a Kennedy Democrat, he doesn't like the radical rightist atmosphere of the city at all, but it's clear that Dallas has turned out for the president with real enthusiasm. As soon as the motorcade passes, he crosses the street to a restaurant to get some lunch. Senator Yarborough, riding 2 cars behind the presidential limousine, is astonished at the enthusiasm of the crowds on the sidewalks. But the people looking out the windows on the floors high above the street are a different story. The senator doesn't see a single smile there, and he imagines that some of those faces express sheer dislike as the motorcade approaches Dealey Plaza at the end of Main Street, and he sees the open area sloping down to the Trinity River beyond. He starts to feel relief about leaving the high-rise buildings behind. What if, he wonders uneasily, someone throws a flower pot down on top of Mrs. Kennedy or the president? There is a lot of good-natured grumbling in the Chevrolet convertible to which Bob Jackson has been assigned. The 29-year-old Dallas Times-Herald staff photographer sits on the top of the back seat and wrestles with one of his 2 cameras, trying to rewind and unload the film he shot at Love Field, and during the motorcade procession so he can toss it to the Times-Herald staffer who will be waiting for it at the corner of Main and Houston. He and the others, Jim Underwood of KRLD-TV, Tom Dillard, chief photographer for the Dallas Morning News, and a couple of newsreel guys from WFAA, the Dallas Morning News' radio station, and Channel 11, figure they might as well be in the next county. They are 8 cars behind the president. They know because they counted. That far back, their chance of getting a lens on anything worth printing or broadcasting is just about nil. Even from his perch on the rear deck, Jackson catches only occasional glimpses of the president's limousine. He hopes things will be better at the Trade Mart. 12:28 p.m. Crossing Lamar Street, Chief Curry says into the lead car's radio microphone. 10-4, Unit 1, Curry, the dispatcher replies. Is there a pretty good crowd there? Big crowd, yes, Curry replies. The dispatcher knows there must be. He can hear the squeals of delight in the background of the chief's transmission. Deputy Chief Lumpkin cuts in. Notify Captain Suter of the location of the convoy now. 15, car 2, Suter, the dispatcher calls. On Main, probably just past Lamar. Just crossing Market Street, Curry says, updating the motorcade's progress. Now at Market, car 2, Suter, the dispatcher quickly repeats. The president is now just 2 blocks from the open sky of Dealey Plaza. On the southwest corner of Elm and Houston, directly across the street from the book depository, Ronald Fisher, a young auditor for Dallas County, and Bob Edwards, a utility clerk from the same office, waited the curb for the motorcade. Edwards notices a white man on the thin side among the boxes at the 6th-floor southeast corner window of the depository building. Hey, look at that guy in the window, Edwards says, poking Fisher. He looks like he's uncomfortable. He does look uncomfortable, Fisher thinks, when he spots the man in the window, a slender man with brown hair in his early 20s, casually dressed. Oddly enough, even though the motorcade is likely to appear at any moment now, this guy isn't watching out for it. Instead of looking south toward the corner of Main and Houston like most of the crowd, he's staring west toward the Triple Underpass, or maybe even beyond to the Trinity River. He is curiously still, too, not moving his head or anything else. He appears to be kneeling or sitting on something, literally boxed in by the high wall of boxes behind him. Edwards laughs, wondering who the guy is hiding from. Fisher goes on watching him for a while, but never sees a movement. The man seems transfixed. It's very strange. On the southeast corner of Houston and Elm, diagonally across the street from the book depository building, young James Crawford, a deputy district clerk in the records building, anxiously awaits the motorcade with his friend and co-worker Marianne Mitchell. They had left their office on Houston Street just a few minutes earlier, but had no trouble getting a good position along the parade route. A sudden jolt of excitement hits the crowd. The pilot car, driven by Deputy Chief Lumpkin, its red lights flashing, sweeps around the corner off Main onto Houston Street. They can hear the crowd near Main and Houston begin to break into applause, screams, and whistles. The presidential limousine can't be more than a minute away now. 12:29 p.m. 5 lead motorcycles round the corner from Maine onto Houston, followed by the white 1963 Ford sedan driven by Chief Curry, its red front grille lights pulsating rhythmically. Suddenly, the presidential limousine bursts into view, the 2 flags mounted on its front fenders fluttering majestically in the breeze. The crowd in Dealey Plaza breaks into spontaneous applause. As the limousine makes the slow right turn onto Houston Street and heads north, Mrs. Kennedy reaches up and steadies her bright pink hat against the strong wind that whips across the open grass of the plaza. 2 motorcycle escorts flank each rear fender, with the Secret Service follow-up car and its jumble of agents following only a few feet behind them. The crowds lining both sides of Houston Street cheer wildly. Nellie Connolly is overwhelmed by the unexpected response of the people of Dallas. She turns and beams brightly at the president. "Mr. President," she says, as the president leans toward her, "they can't make you believe now that there are not some in Dallas who love you and appreciate you, can they?" The president leans back, waves, and flashes the famous Kennedy smile at the passing faces. "No, they sure can't," he grins. The limousine moves slowly up Houston toward the large brick Texas School Book Depository building looming over them just ahead and to the left. Mrs. Kennedy, looking to her left across the reflecting pools onto Elm Street, can see that the pilot car of the motorcade is heading toward an underpass and thinks how cool the shade will feel after basking in the warm rays of the Texas sun. As the first 3 of the 5 lead motorcycles round the corner at Elm in Houston, Abraham Zapruder begins filming. After a few seconds, he stops his home movie camera and waits until the president comes into view. Chief Curry, right behind the 3 motorcycle escorts, swings the lead car left off Houston, through the hairpin turn and onto the gently curving downslope of Elm Street. "Approaching the triple underpass," Curry tells the dispatcher. 10-4, Unit 1, Curry, the dispatcher responds. Secret Service agent Winston Lawson in Chief Curry's car contacts the agents waiting at the Trade Mart. 5 minutes away, he says into his radio. Charles Brim, with little Joe in his arms, runs down the lawn of Dealey Plaza from Houston to Elm and arrives well before the presidential limousine. He puts Joe down and tells him to get ready to wave to the president. There's hardly anyone that far down Elm, and he and his 5-year-old boy have a completely unobstructed view as Chief Curry's lead car sweeps past them, the presidential limousine just beginning the turn onto Elm. It is sunny, and the temperature is 65 degrees. While the NBC television affiliate covered the president's appearance in Fort Worth that morning and the CBS and ABC affiliates covered the president's landing at Love Field, no live TV cameras are even remotely close to Dealey Plaza, and there is also no live radio coverage of the motorcade in the plaza. As noted earlier, President Kennedy had requested that Secret Service agents not ride on the 2 steps built into the rear bumper of the presidential limousine. But Clint Hill, the Secret Service agent riding on the left running board of the follow-up vehicle just 5 feet behind, had disregarded this request for 4 separate but brief moments since the motorcade left Love Field when he felt the situation created an increased danger, all of which happened on Main Street where the crowds were the greatest. Since Mrs. Kennedy was Hill's primary responsibility this day, he got on the left rear step. On at least one of the 4 occasions when the limousine stopped for the president to shake hands with people alongside the road, Secret Service agent John Reddy, Hill's counterpart riding on the right running board of the follow-up car, had left the running board and gotten on the rear step on the president's side of his limousine. But the crowds are lighter now, and neither Hill nor Reddy see any need to stand on the 2 rear steps of the presidential limousine. 12:29 and 45 seconds p.m. The glistening dark blue limousine carrying the President of the United States, license plate number GG300 under District of Columbia Registry, approaches the Texas School Book Depository building. Cheers from the crowd ripple across the plaza as the President's limousine commences its turn onto Elm Street. Bonnie Ray Williams, Harold Norman, and James Jarman, the 3 black stock boys seen by people on the street below, have a perfect view of the President from their 5th-floor depository perch. Sunlight glints run down the length of the chrome trim as the presidential limousine completes its turn onto Elm Street, straightens out, and passes directly below their window. Bonnie Ray and Harold can see the president brushing his chestnut hair back from his face. Zapruder points his camera at the approaching limousine and again presses the camera's release button, which sends film shuttling through the camera with a soft, whirling sound. The clock on the Hertz sign high atop the Texas School Book Depository reads 12:30. 12:30 p.m. First shot. 0.0 seconds. Bang! The loud crack is quickly swallowed up by the sound of sputtering motorcycles. The three stock boys in the depository think it's a firearm salute for the president, or maybe Bonnie Ray Williams thinks it's a motorcycle backfire. The thought that it could be anything more serious is beyond their imagination. Virgie Rachley, a young bookkeeper for the Texas School Book Depository, watching from the curb in front of the depository, is startled to see sparks fly off the pavement in the far left lane, right behind the presidential limousine. She thinks it's a firecracker thrown by some boys who are fixing to get in a lot of trouble. Secret Service agent Paul Landis, riding on the right running board of the Secret Service follow-up car, knows immediately what the sound is, the report of a high-powered rifle coming from over his right shoulder. Landis snaps his head back toward the depository. Nothing. He begins scanning the crowd, but doesn't see anything unusual. "What was it?" Agent John Reddy says. "A firecracker?" "I don't know," Landis answers, beginning to doubt his own senses. "I don't see any smoke." Landis now starts to wonder whether it was a blowout and glances at the tires on the right side of the presidential limousine. The one he can see, the right front, seems all right. The doubts unnerve him, and he draws his gun. Secret Service agent Rufus W. Youngblood, riding in the front seat of the Vice President's car, isn't sure what the sound is either, some kind of explosive noise. Vice President Johnson is equally puzzled. Youngblood quickly surveys the crowd, then the Secret Service follow-up car ahead of him, and notices the agents aboard making unnatural movements. Fear suddenly consumes him. In a flash, Youngblood turns and hits the Vice President on the right shoulder, shoving him down into the back seat. "Get down!" he shouts. Governor Connolly knows exactly what the sound is, the report of a high-powered rifle. An avid hunter all his life, Connolly knows it isn't a firecracker or a blowout or anything else. It's a rifle shot. He turns and looks over his right shoulder in the direction of the sound. Faces in the crowd blur past, but he sees nothing out of the ordinary. There is only one horrific thought that crosses his mind. This is an assassination attempt. In despair, thinking that such a beautiful day and warm reception are about to end in tragedy, Connolly blurts out, "Oh, no, no, no!" Mrs. Kennedy, who is looking to her left, mistakes the sound for a motorcycle backfire. Suddenly, however, she hears the governor's exclamation of, "Oh, no, no, no," and turns to her right toward him. Nellie Connolly is turning too, startled by the loud, frightening noise that emanates from somewhere to her right. Motorcycle escort Marion L. Baker is 7 cars back behind the presidential limousine, having just turned north onto Houston, and knows exactly what the sound is, too. He just came back from deer hunting, where he heard the firing of a lot of high-powered rifles. He sees a great number of pigeons flying around the top of the Texas Book Depository building and suspects a sniper is firing from the roof. Baker instinctively revs his Harley-Davidson, rumbles past the faltering motorcade press cars, and races toward the building 200 feet in front of him. 20-year-old high school dropout James R. Worrell, Jr. is standing right in front of the book depository, his back to the building from watching the motorcade come up Houston. When he hears the first shot, Worrell throws his head back, looks straight up, and sees 6 inches of gun barrel with the forepart of the stock sticking out of a window, high overhead on this southeasternmost side of the building. Across the street, 9th grader Amos Ewens thinks it's a car backfire and begins looking around, then up. He spots a pipe-like object sticking out of the southeasternmost window of the 6th floor. A few feet away, Howard Brennan sits on the low stone wall of the reflecting pool. He thinks it's the backfire of a motorcycle or a firecracker thrown from the depository. Those around him must be thinking the same thing because there's no immediate reaction by the crowd. He looks up. The man he saw earlier in the 6th floor window is aiming a rifle straight down Elm Street toward the presidential limousine. Brennan sees him from the waist up with awful clarity, the rifle braced against his right shoulder as he leans against the left window jamb. The gunman's motions are deliberate and without panic. After a few seconds, he fires again. Second shot, 2.7 seconds. Bang! The report is so loud inside the 5th floor of the Texas School Book Depository building that the windows rattle and loose plaster and dirt fall from the ceiling onto Bonnie Ray Williams' hair. The car is very close to Charles Bream and his son, maybe 20 feet away, so they can see the president's face very well when the shot rings out. The president stiffens perceptibly, and his hands swoop toward his throat. My God, Brent thinks. He's been shot. Secret Service agent Glenn Bennett, sitting in the right rear seat of the follow-up car, is looking right at the president when the second shot hits him. He estimates about 4 inches down from the right shoulder. He's hit, Bennett shouts and reaches for the Colt AR-15 assault rifle on the seat, but Agent George Hickey has already got it. Hickey cocks the rifle and spins toward the right rear from where the shots appear to have come. Bennett draws his own sidearm, but there's nothing to shoot at. Special Agent Clint Hill leaps off the running board of the follow-up car and dashes toward the president's limousine. Special Agent Roy Kellerman, riding in the front passenger seat of the president's limousine, turns back to his right, the direction from which he hears the firecracker-like pop. He believes he hears the president say, "My God, I am hit." Kellerman sees the president's elbows have flown up higher than his shoulders, hands lower, fists clenched. He immediately turns his body back to the front and turns to his left to look into the back seats, where he sees Connolly in clear distress. Unable to see the president over his right shoulder and deeply concerned for his safety, Governor Connolly is in the middle of a turn to look back over his left shoulder into the back seat to see if Kennedy has been hit, when he feels a hard blow to the right side of his own back like a doubled-up fist. Driven down into the seat by the shot, Connolly spins back to his right, a gaping, sucking wound in his chest, drenching his shirt with blood. "My God," he cries out, "they're going to kill us all!" His wife, Nellie, reaches out and pulls her wounded husband down into her arms and out of what she believes is the line of fire. She puts her head down over his head and doesn't look up. Mrs. Kennedy turns toward her husband, who has a strange, quizzical look on his face, almost like he has a slight headache. Greer had thought the sound of the first shot was a backfire from one of the police motorcycles accompanying the motorcade, but when he heard the second loud sound, he glances over his right shoulder, momentarily slowing the car down, and sees Governor Connolly in the process of slumping down. He turns back, facing the front again, but knows something is very wrong now. At the same time, his partner Kellerman yells at him, "Let's get out of here, we're hit!" In the vice president's car, Agent Youngblood vaults over the front seat and sits on top of the crouched-down figure of the 6'4" Lyndon Johnson as Mrs. Johnson and Senator Yarborough collapse toward the vice president. There is no doubt in Youngblood's mind what the sound is now: gunshots. Abraham Zapruder hears the shot. The thought flashes in his mind as he sees the president jerk and slump to his left against Jacki, that it's a joke, the president clowning around like people sometimes do when they hear a shot. "Oh, he got me." But even his confused mind is already telling him that the President of the United States does not make jokes like this. Across the street, Mary Moorman and her friend schoolteacher Jean Hill watch as the president's limousine glides toward them, curiously unaware that shots have already been fired. Mary knows she will only have one chance to get a picture of the president with her Polaroid camera, which takes about 10 seconds to recycle, and fears he will be looking away from her to his right at people on the north side of Elm Street. As the limousine draws closer, Jean thinks that President and Mrs. Kennedy are looking down at something in the seat. She calls out to the president so Mary can get a good snapshot. "Hey, we want to take your picture." From the moment he looked up after the first shot, James Worrell hasn't taken his eyes off the barrel of the rifle sticking out the window, and when he sees it fire again, he sees a little flame and smoke coming out of the barrel. There's a lot of commotion, people screaming and saying, "Duck!" Frightened, he turns and starts to run toward Houston just feet away, intending to run to the back of the building, which he feels is the safest place. Amos Ewens scuttles for cover behind a bench near the reflecting pool. From there he can see that the pipe-like object sticking out of the southeasternmost window of the 6th floor of the depository is a rifle. He can see a good portion of it, from the trigger housing to the front sight. The 15-year-old can't take his eyes off the rifleman as he again takes aim. Third shot, 8.4 seconds. Bang! A final shot rings out. Howard Brennan, who is also looking directly at the gunman as he fires, turns quickly to his left to see if it hit, but his view of the president's car is blocked by part of the concrete peristyle. Zapruder's view, on the other hand, is clear and unobstructed. He pans his camera with the limousine as it rolls inexorably on down the long slope, the angle changing from three-quarter frontal to near broadside. As it draws abreast of him and only a few yards away, he hears a shot and sees through the viewfinder, to his horror, the right side of the president's head explode. His receptionist, Mrs. Sitzman, sees the president's brains come out, his head opening between the eye and the ear. It must have been a terrible shot, she says, because it exploded his head, more or less. Mrs. Kennedy is 6 inches from her husband's face when the bullet strikes, driving pieces of his skull into the air. His limp body bounces off the back of the seat and topples onto her shoulder in one horrifying, violent motion. She cries out, "Oh, no, no, no! Oh, my God, they have shot my husband! I love you, Jack!" Just as Agent Clint Hill's hand reaches for the handhold on the trunk of the limousine, he hears the sound of a fired bullet smacking into a hard object. In the front seat, Special Agent Roy Kellerman feels a sickening shower of brain matter blow into the air above his head and hears Mrs. Kennedy shout, "What are they doing to you?" From the follow-up car, Agent Paul Landis hears a muffled exploding sound, like shooting a bullet into a 5-gallon can of water or a melon. He sees pieces of flesh and blood flying through the air and thinks, "My God, the president could not possibly be alive after being hit like that." He is not certain from which direction this shot came, but senses it came from the president's right front. Governor Connolly, grievously wounded, is nonetheless still conscious at the moment of the headshot and knows all too well that the president has been hit. He and his wife are even more horrified to hear Jackie, somewhere behind them, saying, "They've killed my husband. I have his brains in my hand." At the same time that Kellerman yelled to Greer they were hit and to take off, Kellerman had grabbed the microphone used to access the Secret Service radio network linking the cars of the motorcade. "Lawson, this is Kellerman," he shouts into the mic. "We're hit. Get us to the hospital immediately." But as he's starting to talk to Lawson and before Greer accelerates, a third shot rings out. Greer stomps on the gas pedal and the massive limousine lunges forward. Agent John Reddy, who had jumped off the running board of the Secret Service follow-up car when the limousine had slowed and had started to run across the asphalt for the president's car, doesn't make it in time as the limousine speeds up and Special Agent Emory Roberts orders Agent Reddy back to the follow-up car. As soon as he's aboard, Halfback's driver, Agent Sam Kinney, hits the accelerator and releases the car's siren as they shoot after the presidential limousine. Clint Hill, his hand grasping the trunk handhold, loses his footing, but jumps onto the back of the car just as it lurches forward. Mrs. Kennedy has already climbed out of the back seat and is crawling toward him. Hill senses that she is probably reaching for something coming off the right rear bumper of the car. He thinks he sees something come off the back of the car too, but he cannot be sure. Hill pushes the First Lady back into the seat. "My God, they have shot his head off," she cries. Hill climbs toward her, clinging to the trunk as the limousine picks up more speed. An instant after the headshot, Mary Moorman on the grass 15 feet away near the south curb of Elm Street snaps a picture of the presidential limousine passing by. She quickly falls to the ground and tugs on Jean Hill's slacks, shouting, "Get down, they're shooting!" Despite her pleas, Jean Hill is too stunned to move and just stands there for a moment, transfixed before she slumps to the grass. A few feet away, Charles Brim instinctively throws himself on his young son, covering him with his body. Brim, a former Army staff sergeant, knows about gunfire. 19 years before, at Brest in Normandy, not long after D-Day, a German bullet went through his chest and blew his elbow joint apart. Now, despite his desperate hopes, he is positive that the president was also hit. "They've killed him! They've killed him!" Abraham Zapruder cries, his finger frozen on the movie's camera button. He pans to his right, following the presidential limousine as it lunges toward the triple underpass. Only after it disappears into the shadows of the underpass does Zapruder release the switch. Before James Worrell makes the left turn to start running north on Houston, he pivots and looks back over his shoulder before the window with the rifle in it is out of sight and sees the rifle fire a third time. Crossing Houston, he runs north nearly a block along the east side of the depository, stopping finally at the corner of Pacific to catch his breath. All he can think of is the sight of that gun barrel firing over his head. Across from the depository, Howard Brennan drives off the stone wall. Caught up in the confusion and hysteria around him, he half expects bullets to start flying from every direction. His eyes swing back to the 6th-floor window. He watches as the gunman pulls the rifle back from the window, as though drawing it back to his side. The gunman pauses another second as though to assure himself that he hit his mark, and then he disappears. Press photographer Bob Jackson, 29, saw the gun being withdrawn from the window, too. All the press guys in Jackson's car, James R. Underwood, Thomas Dillard, Jimmy Darnell, and Malcolm O. Couch, were still laughing at a reporter chasing a canister of film across the street when the gunfire had broken out. Jackson had tossed it to him, as scheduled, at Maine and Houston, but it got caught in a strong gust of wind and started bouncing away from its pursuer. the press car was halfway up the block toward Elm when its occupants heard the first shot. Dillard told his companions that it sounded like a firecracker, but the words were barely out of his mouth when they heard the other 2 shots and realized it was gunfire. Jackson looked straight ahead at the book depository. He noticed 2 black men in the southeast corner window of the 5th floor leaning out to look up to the floor above. Jackson followed their gaze and saw the better part of a rifle barrel and stock being withdrawn rather slowly, back out of sight behind the right edge of the window. "There's the gun!" Jackson shouts. "Where?" the others ask. "It came from that window," he says, pointing at the southeast corner window of the 6th floor. WFAA TV cameraman Malcolm Couch, hearing Jackson, catches a 1-second glimpse of about a foot of a rifle barrel being brought back into the window on the far right of the 6th or 7th floor. He snatches his camera up from his lap and starts shooting the window, but there's nothing more to be seen there, just stacks of cartons. The press car rounds the corner onto Elm, and Couch finds his camera's viewfinder filled with people running in all directions. Dillard, Underwood, and Darnell jump out at the corner, leaving Couch and Jackson to wonder whether they should follow them or stay with the motorcade. James Crawford had thought the first loud sound he heard to be a backfire of a car, but he quickly realized that the quality of the cars in the motorcade would not be the type to have backfires. Then he heard the second sound and began to look around, thinking someone was firing firecrackers. As the report from the 3rd shot sounded, he looked up and saw a very quick, indistinct movement in the southeasternmost window on the 6th floor of the book depository building. It was a profile, somewhat from the waist up, of something light-colored, perhaps caused by the reflection of the sun, and what came to his mind automatically was that it was a person having moved out of the window. He also saw boxes stacked up behind the window. Crawford turned to his friend Mary Ann Mitchell and pointed to the window, tells her, "If those were shots, they came from that window." But she is unable to see anything. Neither Crawford nor Mitchell saw or was aware of the president being hit, and they soon returned to their office to listen to the radio to learn what had taken place. Aftermath. Agent Bill Greer pulls the president's car to the right as he charges the lead car, overtaking it in the cool darkness of the underpass. Chief Curry accelerates the lead car to catch them. As the 2 cars emerge into the sunlight on the west side of the underpass, Agent Clint Hill, spread over the trunk of the president's car, looks into the back seat. The sight sickens him. The president's head is covered in blood, a portion blasted away. Hill can see a chunk with hair on it lying on the seat next to him. There is blood everywhere. Hill looks forward to the jump seats and notices Governor Connolly's chest covered in blood. Only then does he realize that the governor, too, has been shot. But for Hill, the heart-wrenching scene is in the back seat where Mrs. Kennedy is cradling the president's head, whimpering over and over, "Jack, Jack, what have they done to you?" Hill looks back to his left rear toward the lead car they are passing and yells as loud as he can, "To the hospital! To the hospital!" The Secret Service follow-up car rockets out of the shadow of the underpass. From the right running board, Agent Paul Landis looks toward the president's limousine just ahead. He can see Clint Hill lying across the back of the trunk. Hill looks back toward Landis, shakes his head back and forth, and gives a thumbs-down sign with his hand. In the follow-up car's front seat, Agent Emery Roberts picks up the car radio. "Half back to Lawson," Roberts hollers. "The president has been hit. Get us to the nearest hospital." The Secret Service men in the follow-up car turn back to the vice president's car trailing a half-block behind them and begin waving frantically, motioning the driver to close the gap. Roberts looks over at Agent William McIntyre, who's clinging to the follow-up car's left running board, the wind whistling through his hair. "They got him! They got him!" Roberts shouts. "You and Bennett take over Johnson as soon as we stop." Roberts eyes Agent Hickey as he waves the AR-15 assault rifle aimlessly. "Be careful with that," he warns. Dallas police officers James M. Cheney and Douglas L. Jackson, the 2 motorcycle officers who had been flanking the right rear of the president's limousine, catch up with Chief Curry's lead car as they accelerate up the entrance ramp leading to Stemmons Freeway. "What happened?" Curry calls out. "Shots have been fired," Cheney shouts. "Has the president's party been hit?" Curry asks. "I'm sure they have," Cheney confirms as Curry grabs the radio microphone. "We're going to the hospital," Chief Curry shouts frantically into his radio transmitter. "Parkland Hospital. Have them stand by. Get men on top of that there underpass. See what happened up there. Go up to the overpass. Have Parkland stand by." But Officer J.W. Foster, who was on the overpass at the time of the shooting, is convinced the shots came from the book depository building. And indeed, he sees some officers running toward the building. He immediately gets off the overpass and runs toward the building where he will assist in blocking it off. Officer Marion L. Baker, who had been pretty sure the shots came from the roof of the book depository, wheels his motorcycle to a stop at the curb in front of the building. Quickly dismounting, Baker looks to his left and notices people lying on the grass in Dealey Plaza, others rushing to grab their children. A woman near him is screaming, "Oh, they shot that man! They shot that man!" He turns and runs toward the front steps of the depository, pushing his way through the spectators crowding the entranceway. Roy Truly, the building superintendent, sees Baker coming and immediately understands that the young motorcycle officer is looking for a way to the roof. Truly follows him up the front steps, through the glass front doors and into the vestibule, where he finds Baker asking people in the lobby where the stairs are. "I'm the building manager," Truly tells him. "Where's the stairway?" Baker asks. "This way," Truly says, pushing his way through another set of double doors. Officer Baker is right on his heels and bumps into Truly's back when they start to cut through a little swinging door at the call counter. A bolt has slid out of place and keeps the door from opening. Truly frantically fumbles with the latch, pushes the door wide, and plunges diagonally toward the freight elevators at the back of the building, Officer Baker in hot pursuit. The chaos and confusion in the plaza is indescribable. The remainder of cars, motorcycles, and buses that make up the motorcade bunch up at the corner of Elm and Houston, then speed away toward the underpass. People are running every which way. Some who aren't running lie on the ground in fear. A motorcycle policeman, seeing some people on the ground pointing to the railroad yards, lets his bike fall at the north curb of Elm just east of the Fort Worth road sign and dashes up the grassy slope toward the yards. Several police officers and a number of civilians run toward the area of the grassy knoll and retaining wall. The three stock boys on the 5th floor of the depository peer down at the confusion unfolding below them. With the last shot still ringing in his ears, James Jarman jumps up and moves toward Bonnie Ray Williams and Harold Norman. "That's no backfire," Jarman says. "Someone's shooting at the president." "No bullshit," Bonnie Ray says, rising to his feet, still in disbelief. "I think it came from above us," Norman says. "I'm sure of it." Jarman and Williams agree. The three stock boys run toward the west side of the building where Jarman yanks a window open so they can see what's going on below. Jarman can see police officers and people running across the railroad tracks to the west of the building, the area behind the pergola, and the police searching the boxcar yard and the passenger train. It doesn't take long for Jarman to also see the plaster dust in Bonnie's hair. "That shot probably did come from above us," Jarman concedes. "I know it did," Norman answers excitedly. "I could hear the action of the bolt and the cartridges hitting the floor." Norman is very familiar with the sound of the bolt being pushed backward and forward because he has fired a bolt-action rifle before. 12:31 p.m. In the lead car, Sheriff Decker takes the radio microphone from Chief Curry and identifies himself to the police dispatcher. "Go ahead, Dallas 1, Decker." The dispatcher replies crisply. Decker blurts back instructions over the wail of police sirens. "Have Station 5, call sign for the sheriff's radio dispatch room. Move all men available out of my department," Decker says. "Back into the railroad yards. There is an effort to try to determine just what and where it happened down there, and hold everything secure until the homicide and other investigators can get there." 10-4, Dallas 1, Station 5 will be notified, the dispatcher says. By now, the motorcade is flying at top speed along Stemmons Freeway, all sirens screaming past the stunned and puzzled onlookers, scattered along both sides of the freeway to see the president. Curiously, the motorcade is still on its planned route, although now, when the cars turn off Stemmons onto Industrial Boulevard, they will pass their original destination, the Trade Mart, and go straight to Parkland Memorial. In the back seat, throughout the ride to the hospital, Jackie Kennedy cradles the president's head in her lap, bending over him and saying, Jack, can you hear me? I love you, Jack." As she would later recall, I kept holding the top of his head down, trying to keep his brains in, but I knew he was dead. At police headquarters, the dispatcher asks Chief Curry for any information he can give him. "Looks like the president's been hit," Curry shoots back. "Have Parkland stand by." 10-4, Parkland has been notified. Bob Jackson doesn't know what happened or where the press car is going now, or why, only that it is following the rest of the motorcade towards Stemmons Freeway at a high speed. He is still holding his empty camera in his lap. The other one, which is loaded, is still strapped round his neck. It all happened so fast he didn't get a single photograph. If he had only gotten a picture of the rifle barrel in the window, he undoubtedly would have won the Pulitzer Prize for the best news photograph of the year. Journalist Merriman Smith is sitting beside the driver of the press pool car, which puts him in control of the car's only radio telephone. He grabs it and calls the Dallas Bureau of United Press International and tells the bureau operator, 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade in downtown Dallas. He goes on talking as the press car shoots forward, trying to catch up with the rapidly vanishing motorcade. He has little to add to his one-liner except to say that there are no casualties to report, but the longer he can keep the phone out of the hands of Associated Press reporter Jack Bell, sitting directly behind him in the center of the back seat, the bigger his beat of the rival wire service. On an event as big as this, getting the story even a couple of minutes ahead of the competition is a coup. Smith, stalling, asks the bureau operator to read back his dictation. Bell is beside himself, but Smith claims that nearby, overhead electric wires could have caused interference, and he has to be sure his news bureau got the story. Bell, by now furious, tries to grab the phone. Smith, hanging onto it, crouches under the dash while Bell flails at him. When Bell finally gets the phone, it goes dead in his hands. Deputy Sheriff E.R. Buddy Walters and dozens of sheriff deputies are sprinting across the lawn in Dealey Plaza. They were out on the sidewalk on Main Street in front of the Dallas County Criminal Courts building when they heard what sounded like shots. Some run toward the book depository building, but Walters and others, like Deputy Sheriff Eugene Boone, dash across Houston Street and run toward the grassy knoll area. Walters going over the stockade fence, Boone the concrete retaining wall into the train yards and parking area to the rear to search for the gunman. Roy Truly and Officer Baker arrive at the back of the depository, having crossed the first-floor shipping area, and find that neither freight elevator is there. Truly looks up the shaft and sees that both elevators appear to be on the 5th floor. He punches a nearby button, trying to summon the west elevator. A bell rings, but nothing happens. The elevator gate has been left open on the 5th floor. "Turn loose the elevator!" he shouts up the shaft. He punches the button and hollers again. Nothing. "Let's take the stairs," Baker says impatiently. "Okay," Truly replies, and in a wink spins and bolts up the northwest stairwell. Baker draws his service pistol and races up behind him. Truly is already pounding up the flight of stairs leading to the 3rd floor when Baker reaches the 2nd floor landing. Just as the officer leaves the stairway and steps out onto the 2nd floor, his eyes sweep across the area to his right through the window of the 2nd floor door, and he catches a glimpse of a man inside, walking away from him. Baker opens the door and runs through the doorway, then sees the man more clearly through a little window in the door to a vestibule that leads to a lunchroom. The man, 20 feet away, continues to walk away from Baker inside the lunchroom. Baker opens the vestibule door and walks through the vestibule about 5 feet to the doorframe of the lunchroom. Leveling his gun, waist high at the man, he commands, "Come here!" The man turns and walks back to within 3 feet of the officer. He appears calm, expressionless. Meanwhile, Roy Truly, who realizes that the officer is no longer following him, comes back down the stairs to the 2nd floor, hears voices in the lunchroom, and steps into the vestibule behind Baker. He sees that the officer has drawn a gun on Lee Oswald, one of his employees. Oswald doesn't seem to be excited, overly afraid, or anything. He might be a little startled, like Truly might have been if someone had confronted him with a gun, but otherwise Oswald's expression doesn't change one bit. "Do you know this man?" Baker asks, turning slightly to look at Truly over his left shoulder. "Yes," the building superintendent says. "He works here." Officer Baker doesn't waste another second. He doesn't even bother to look back at Oswald. He brushes past Truly, makes his way back to the stairwell, and continues toward the roof, the building superintendent close behind him. Thomas P. Allier, a camera reporter for WFAA-TV in Dallas, is stopped with his partner Ray John at the traffic light located at Commerce and Houston Streets, listening to Dallas police radio as well as the WFAA commercial radio. He hears a voice, Chief Curry, over the police radio, instructing officers to go to Parkland Hospital. He has no reason to associate this with President Kennedy, but 20 seconds or so later he hears newsman John Allen over the commercial radio announce that shots had been fired at the president. Allier immediately grabs Ray John's fully loaded camera and 3 extra cans of film, gets out of the car, and runs toward the intersection of Houston and Elm, filming the emerging chaotic scene along the way. He notices several people pointing toward the upper floors of the depository building and runs inside along with a number of others who appear to be plainclothes detectives. Right behind him is Dallas Morning News reporter Kent Biffle. Biffle, with his pencil and pad, and Ollier, with his camera, would end up being the only two newsmen in the building during the period after the shooting. While Ollier starts filming and Biffle recording on his notepad, the police search for the assassin on the various floors of the building. Newsman Robert McNeil, of later McNeil-Lehrer News Hour fame, far down the motorcade in the first press bus, is jolted out of a half-sleep by the sound of a shot, but he isn't sure. Working on 3.5 hours of shut-eye, a light breakfast, and then an unwise Bloody Mary on the flight to Dallas from Fort Worth, he had been finding it hard to stay awake. McNeil was only recently made the number 2 man on NBC's White House detail covering the president's Texas trip, because Sandy Vanoker chose to accompany most of the cabinet on a mission to the Far East. From his seat in the bus, he has only been catching glimpses of the president's limousine 7 cars ahead, and when he hears 2 more very distinct explosions, he knows they are shots, and he shouts out, "Stop the bus! Stop the bus!" The driver opens the door as he turns the corner onto Elm Street, and McNeil jumps out. People are down on the grass on both sides of the street, covering their children, and the air is filled with screaming. The sun is so bright it makes his eyes ache. Seeing some people run toward the far end of the grassy slope right next to the railroad overpass, McNeil dashes after them. They may be chasing the sniper, but he really can't imagine that the president was hit. It must be some right-wing nut making some kind of crazy demonstration. McNeil climbs up on the bottom ledge of the concrete railroad bridge alongside many other spectators and looks over the top with them. He sees nothing of significance except police searching the area and realizes he had better find a telephone fast. He runs back and into the first building he comes to, the Texas School Book Depository, running into a young man in shirt sleeves coming out whom he would later come to believe may have been Oswald. He asks for a phone. The young man points inside to a man talking on a phone near a pillar. "Better ask him," he says. Inside, McNeil asks another young man who steers him to another phone in an office, 4 of its 5 lines occupied. Mercifully, he gets through to the radio news desk in New York, but infuriatingly is asked to wait. He screams into the phone until Jim Holton comes on the line. "This is McNeil in Dallas. Someone shot at the president." Holton switches on a tape recorder, and McNeil records all he knows so far. Shots were fired as President Kennedy's motorcade passed through downtown Dallas. People screamed and lay down on the grass as 3 shots rang out. Police chased an unknown gunman up a grassy hill. It is not known if the shots were directed at the president. This is Robert McNeil, NBC News in Dallas. Outside again, McNeil rushes over to a policeman listening to the radio on a motorcycle. "Was he hit?" "Yeah, hit in the head. They're taking him to Parkland Hospital." McNeil dashes out into the street, dodging the police cars whose wailing sirens are pulling up from all directions, bouncing over curbs, flower beds, and lawn. Not a taxi in sight. Traffic is beginning to jam. He sprints across Dealey Plaza to Main Street and leaps out in front of the first car that comes along. "This is a terrible emergency," he tells the driver. "The president's been shot. I'll give you $5 to take me to Parkland Hospital." The driver, about 30, not too swift, smiles and says, "Okay." The car is filled with packages that look like cake boxes. "Yeah, I heard something about that on the radio a couple minutes ago," he says. "Where's the radio?" "I put it in the back seat." McNeil grabs the little transistor and holds it out the window to clear the antenna. They are already bogging down in the rapidly jamming traffic. He begs the driver to speed, take risks, run red lights, anything. McNeil will pay the fines. All the police cars are headed in the opposite direction, back toward the Texas School Book Depository. 12:32 p.m. Mrs. Robert A. Reed, a clerical supervisor, had been watching the motorcade in front of the book depository building. Right after the shots were fired, she runs into the building and is returning to her desk in the big central office space on the 2nd floor of the depository as Oswald cuts through the office from the lunchroom, a full bottle of Coke in hand. "The president has been shot," she tells him as he walks past her, "but maybe they didn't hit him." Oswald mumbles something in reply, but what it was does not register with her. She feels it is a little strange for a stockboy to be up in the office at that time. Indeed, the only time she had seen Oswald in the office before is when he needed change, presumably to get a drink from the soda machine in the lunchroom. But this time, Oswald already has a Coke. She takes off her jacket and scarf as Oswald heads toward the stairs leading to the front entrance of the building. Baker and Truly round the stairwell on the 5th floor and discover one of the freight elevators. They take it to the top floor, the 7th, then climb one more flight of stairs to come out through a little penthouse over the stairhead onto the roof. Officer Baker trots over to the west side of the roof and immediately realizes the parapet, 5 feet high, is too high to look or shoot over. He has to stand on tiptoes to even see the street and the railroad yards below. He starts to check the huge Hertz sign atop the depository roof, but after climbing 10 feet up the ladder attached to it, Baker rules that out too. There's nothing to hold on to up there. The motorcade rockets along Stemmons Freeway, the president's car right on the tail of motorcycle escorts Stavis Ellis, Jim Chaney, and B.J. Martin. They know if they lose control of their motorbikes, they'll be run down by the 4-ton monster behind them. They try to put some distance between themselves and the president's car, but each time they accelerate and look back, limousine driver Bill Greer has increased his speed and closed the gap. Secret Service agent Rufus Youngblood is still crouching in the back seat of the vice president's car, trying to shout to Johnson over the roar of the wind and wailing sirens. "When we get to the hospital," he hollers, "I want you and Mrs. Johnson to stick with me and the other agents as close as you can. We don't know the extent of the emergency in the president's car, but it may be necessary for you to be acting president. We are going into the hospital, and we aren't going to stop for anything or anybody. Do you understand? We will separate from the other party the moment we stop." "Okay, partner," Johnson says. From his vantage point next to Mrs. Johnson, Senator Yarborough can see Clint Hill sprawled over the back of the speeding presidential limousine, beating his fist on the trunk, his face contorted by grief, anguish, and despair. Whatever has happened, Yarborough knows it is serious. There is little movement in the president's car. The governor lapses into unconsciousness, believing as he closes his eyes that he is dying. So does his wife. Nellie puts her lips to his ear and whispers, "It's going to be all right. Be still." Though she can scarcely believe it herself, for a moment she thinks he is dead. Then his hand trembles slightly. She can only hold on tighter. Behind them they hear the muted sobs of the First Lady. "He's dead. They've killed him. Oh, Jack, I love you." There is a pause, then, in shock, she begins again. The motorcade exits the freeway onto the service road, barely slowing to make the right turn onto Industrial Boulevard, where the entrance to the Trade Mart is located. Sergeant Striegel and some other officers are there trying to flag them down, unaware that there's been a shooting. Striegel steps into the street and waves frantically for them to stop as the lead motorcycles accelerate and blast past him at a frightening speed for a surface street. The motorcade fast approaches Harry Hines Boulevard, where they'll have to navigate a 45-degree left turn toward Parkland Hospital. Just before Harry Hines, the road rises sharply to cross a railroad grade. The motorcycle escorts are familiar with the turn, but limousine driver Bill Greer is not, and he pushes the president's car faster, moving dangerously close to the motor jockeys. With the limousine's front grille barking at their heels, the police escorts hit the rise wide open, go airborne, and nearly lose control as they slam to earth in the middle of the boulevard 30 feet away. On contact, the Harley-Davidson motorcycles bank hard into the left turn, sparks kicking up from their footstands dragging across the pavement. The president's car is right behind them, hitting the rise with a whoomp, then into the turn on squealing tires. Greer is doing all he can to handle the careening limousine, which bumps J.W. Corson's motorcycle briefly into the curb. The men frantically pull out of the turn and accelerate toward the emergency entrance of Parkland Hospital, 3/4 of a mile up the road. It's a wonder they haven't wrecked yet. 12:34 p.m. Just 4 minutes after the shooting, United Press International, getting the story from the Dallas officer after its reporter, Miriam Smith, called it in from the radiophone on the dashboard of the White House press pool car in the motorcade, flashes the news. 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade today in downtown Dallas. To its vast network of subscribers, newspapers, radio and television stations, and business offices all over the world, it is the first word to the outside world of what has happened in Dallas. As word of the shooting starts to spread throughout the land and to every city and town and every hamlet with a phone, radio, or TV set, people everywhere are physically staggered and stricken by the news. Groups of people gather everywhere, even around parked automobiles, waiting for the next news bulletin over the car radio. Telephone switchboards light up like never before. The news spreads quickly across the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, and the whole civilized world becomes one enormous emergency room. 12:35 p.m. In Dealey Plaza, motorcycle officers and squad cars are swarming the book depository building. In the railroad yard, Deputy Sheriff Buddy Walters encounters many police and spectators rummaging around, many beginning to doubt whether shots had been fired at all. "Well, they sounded like rifle shots to me," Walters tells the other officers. Walters is familiar with the freight yards, having chased a couple of escapees from the county jail over here before, and knows that there's nowhere to hide. It's a wide-open river-bottom area, as far as anyone can go, and he quickly begins to question whether anyone would be foolhardy enough to shoot from back here. Deputy Walters walks back down the grassy slope to Elm Street and begins checking around a sewer cover off the south curb where it appears that a bullet has chugged through the turf. Nearby, Dallas Police Motorcycle Officer B.W. Hargis has located an eyewitness to the shooting, grabs his radio, and contacts the dispatcher. "A passerby standing under the Texas School Book Depository stated that the shots came from that building," Hargis tells him. This is the first police broadcast pinpointing the book depository as the source of the shots. But it will not be the last. The reports are coming in fast now. The next one is from Officer C.A. Haygood. "I just talked to a guy up here at the scene of this, where these shots were fired at, and he said that he was sitting here close to it, and he thought they came from the Texas School Book Depository building here, with that Hertz rental sign on top." 10-4, the dispatcher says. "Get his name, address, and phone number, and all the information you can, 12:35 p.m. 12:36 p.m. Sergeant D.V. Harkness, standing at the west end of the Elm Street extension, is asking for witnesses when young Amos Ewens walks up, points to the depository, and tells him he saw a man shooting from that building. Harkness puts Ewens on his three-wheel motorcycle and shuttles him to the front door of the depository. Harkness tells Ewens which window he saw the man firing from. The teenage boy tells him it was the easternmost window of the floor under the ledge, which makes it the 6th floor. "It was a colored man," Ewens says excitedly. "He was leaning out of the window and he had a rifle." Sergeant Harkness grabs the radio on his motorcycle and notifies headquarters. "I have a witness that says it came from the 5th floor of the Texas Depository Bookstore at Houston and Elm. I have him with me now. I'm going to seal off the building." As Harkness hangs up the radio mic, Inspector J. Herbert Sawyer, a 23-year veteran of the Dallas Police Force, pulls his car to the curb in front of the depository. For the last few minutes, the 47-year-old plainclothes officer has been working his way toward the shooting scene from Maine and Akron, where he had been in charge of crowd control. Sawyer jumps from the car, and Harkness tells him that he's got a witness who says that shots were fired from the 5th floor of the depository. "The building is sealed off," Harkness tells him. "There are officers all around the building." The inspector grabs 2 officers. "Come with me," he says, and heads for the front door, intent on going to the 5th floor to check out Ewens' story. Meanwhile, Harkness puts Ewens in the back of Sawyer's car and tells him to stay put until someone can get a statement from him. Howard Brennan, standing across the street from the depository, watches as the officers seem to be directing their search to the west side of the book depository building and down Houston Street. He runs across the street toward Officer W.E. Barnett, who was at the front of the building. "Get me someone in charge," Brennan tells Barnett, who had just come from searching the north and east sides of the depository building. "You're searching in the wrong direction. The man is definitely in this building. I was across the street there, and I saw the man in the window with a rifle." "Which window?" Barnett asks. "One window from the top," Brennan says, pointing to the southeasternmost window on the 6th floor of the depository building. When Sawyer returns to the street after his cursory search found nothing, he takes 2 patrolmen and stations them at the front door to the depository building with instructions not to let anyone in or out. James R. Underwood, the assistant news director of KRLD TV and radio, who had been riding in the motorcade and bailed out at the sound of the shots, approaches the squad car where Amos Ewens sits in the back seat. "Did you see anyone with a rifle?" Underwood asks. "Yes, sir," the 15-year-old boy answers. "Were they white or black?" "It was a colored man," Ewens says. "You sure it was a colored man?" Underwood presses. "Yes, sir," Ewens replies. At Parkland Hospital, the presidential limousine pulls up abruptly at the emergency entrance. Secret Service agent Roy Kellerman leaps from the car and opens the back door. Not a gurney or a hospital orderly is in sight. Almost by the time it took the Dallas police to notify Parkland of the president's imminent arrival, the limousine was already at the back entrance. The Secret Service follow-up car skids to a stop, and half a dozen agents tumble out. "Go get us 2 stretchers on wheels," Kellerman yells to them. The governor, lying face up in his wife's lap, begins to regain consciousness. "Governor, don't worry," Kellerman says. "Everything's going to be all right." Special Agent Winston Lawson is the first into the building. He spots 2 gurneys at the end of a long corridor being pushed toward him. He dashes down and helps Nurse Diana Boren and an orderly, Joe Richards, race them back to the entrance. Dave Powers and Ken O'Donnell jump from the follow-up car and bound toward the Lincoln. Powers hears Secret Service agent Emory Roberts shouting at him to stop, but he ignores him. When Powers reaches the side of the limousine, he half expects to hear the familiar voice say, "I'm all right." He and Jack Kennedy have been through so much. He finds his friend in Jackie's arms, his eyes open, and for a moment thinks he's conscious. "Oh, my God, Mr. President, what did they do?" Jackie looks up at him and shakes her head. "Dave, he's dead." Suddenly he realizes that the open eyes are in a fixed, vacant stare, the left eye bulging from its socket. Powers breaks down in tears. Ken O'Donnell can only turn away. The vice president's car pulls up and agents hustle Lyndon Johnson, seen lightly rubbing his arm, into the safety of the building. Senator Yarborough hears one of the Secret Service agents refer to Johnson as the president, and he knows that John Kennedy must be dead. He runs over to the president's limousine and sees Mrs. Kennedy there in the back seat, covered in blood, her head bowed. "They've murdered my husband," she moans. Ralph Yarborough is devastated. It is the most tragic sight of his life. Emory Roberts opens the left rear door of the limousine. He sees the First Lady covering the president's body with hers and tells her they have to get the president out of the limousine, but she doesn't move. "Mrs. Kennedy, you've got to get out," an unidentified Secret Service agent shouts imploringly. "There's no need," she replies faintly. Roberts lifts her elbow for a close look at the president, then drops it. "You stay with Kennedy, I'm going to Johnson," Roberts says to Kellerman, undoubtedly aware of the cruelly insensitive mechanical transfer of power. Nellie Connolly grows agitated at the men fussing over the president. To her, the situation is clear. The president is dead. She saw the gore. No one could live through that. Everyone is fretting over a dead man instead of helping her husband. The governor, conscious enough to realize that his jump seat is blocking access to the president in the back seat, tries to get out, then collapses in pain. "My God, it hurts," he groans. A gurney rolls up to the side of the car. A Dallas police motorcycle officer and 2 Secret Service agents lift Connolly's body onto the stretcher. Hospital attendants push him quickly inside as Mrs. Connolly stumbles after them. Roy Kellerman folds the jump seats out of the way as agents turn their attention to the president. Agent Paul Landis grabs Mrs. Kennedy by the shoulders and tries to help her up, but she resists. "No, I want to stay with them." It is the most pitiful sight. The First Lady refuses to budge, crooning softly as she huddles over the mess in her lap. Agent Clint Hill mounts the rear bumper behind her and touches her gently on her trembling shoulders. "Please, Mrs. Kennedy," he says tenderly. Everyone around her is quiet. Seconds pass. Her moans are barely audible. "Please," Hill mumbles again, "we must get the president to a doctor." "I'm not going to let him go," she finally manages to say. "We've got to take him in," Hill pleads. "No, Mr. Hill, you know he's dead," she answers. "Let me alone." Now, Hill thinks he realizes why Jackie isn't moving. She doesn't want everyone around to see the horror she is cradling. He quickly removes his suit coat and covers the president's head and upper chest with it to shield the horror from photographers, and Jackie releases her husband as a second gurney is pushed closer to the side of the limousine. Several agents pull the president toward them, struggling to lift the lifeless body onto the stretcher. The stretcher is quickly wheeled into the emergency entrance, a flock of people running alongside of it. Mrs. Kennedy is one of them. Jackie's hat and the red roses she'd been given at Love Field heaped on top of the president's body. The National Press Pool car and several other motorcade vehicles left behind in Dealey Plaza begin to arrive at the hospital. Doors fly open, and UPI correspondent Merriman Smith runs up and grabs Clint Hill. "How is he?" Smith asks. Hill curses, then says, "He's dead." The reporter dashes into the hospital, bursts into the emergency room's cashier's cage, and snatches a telephone. "How do I get outside?" he demands. "Dial 9, she stutters. He calls the local UPI office. "Kennedy has been seriously wounded, perhaps fatally," Smith tells them. 12:38 p.m. The emergency room is sheer bedlam. Roy Kellerman, moving as quickly as he can, enters a doctor's office and asks the medic there, "Can I use either one of these phones to get outside?" "Yes, just pick one up." Kellerman calls Gerald Bean, chief of the Secret Service White House detail in Washington. "Jerry, the president and the governor have been shot. We're in the emergency room of Parkland Memorial Hospital. Mark down the time." Kellerman notes it as 12:38, Bean as 12:41 p.m. Officially, the president is logged into the hospital register at 12:38 p.m. as number 24740, Kennedy, John F. 12:39 p.m. Dallas police are quickly mobilizing in Dealey Plaza. More reports are coming in, each focusing on the building commanding the northwest corner of Elm and Houston. "Get some men up here to cover this building, this Texas school book depository," Officer Clyde A. Haygood radios in. "It is believed these shots came from there." Officer E.D. Brewer cuts in with another report. "We have a man here that saw a gunman pull a weapon back through the window off the second floor on the southeast corner of that depository building." Cecil McWaters, an 18-year veteran bus driver for the Dallas Transit Company, has been driving the Marsalis-Munger route for about 2 years now, zigzagging diagonally across the city from the Lakewood Addition out in the northeast to Oak Cliff in the southwest, and back again. There's only a handful of people in the 44-passenger bus as he heads west on Elm in downtown Dallas, but McWaters more or less expects that, since so many folks went into town earlier for the presidential motorcade. While at a complete stop in traffic on Elm at Murphy, just before Griffin, which is 7 blocks east of the depository, a man bangs on the door and McWaters lets him board, collecting the 25-cent fare, even though, as indicated, he is not at a bus stop. The man takes the second seat back on the right. From that seat, he will be passing right by the scene of the assassination. Mary E. Bledsoe is sitting right next to the front door of the bus. She turns her face away as the man gets on, hoping he doesn't recognize her. It's Lee Oswald, and there is just something about him that she has never liked. Mary's been divorced for a good many years, but she's managed to scrape by and raise her 2 boys on a little money her doctor father had left her, and by renting out 2 or 3 of the 4 bedrooms in her house on North Marsalis. Back in October, she had rented a room to Oswald for $7 a week, then 5 days later asked him to leave the premises. He was always fussing with someone over the phone looking for a job, and she didn't like his big-shot attitude, or the fact that while using the telephone once, she heard him talking in a foreign language. She told a lady friend of hers, "I don't like anybody talking in a foreign language." His appearance now, a hole in the right elbow of his brown shirt, which is undone, his trousers all ragged in the waist area, and a bad look on his distorted face, reaffirms her opinion of him. He passes right in front of her and sits somewhere behind her. 12:40 p.m. Harry McCormick, a veteran police reporter at the Dallas Morning News, pulls into Dealey Plaza and jumps from his car, which is filled with fellow newsmen. They were scheduled to cover the president's luncheon at the Trade Mart, but after hearing of the shooting, they immediately raced to the scene of the crime. One of the first people McCormick encounters is Abraham Zapruder, who is highly agitated, almost weeping. "I saw it all through my camera," Zapruder half sobs to himself. "What happened?" McCormick asks. "I got it all on film," Zapruder replies. "There were 3 shots. 2 hit the president and the other Governor Connolly. I know the president is dead. His head seemed to fly to pieces when he was hit the second time." McCormick knows that if Zapruder really did capture the assassination on film, it could be the most important film in history. "The Secret Service will want to see those films," McCormick says. "Where are you going?" Zapruder tells him that he's going back to his office across the street from the book depository. Thinking fast, McCormick assumes the authority of an officer. "Go ahead," he tells Zapruder. "I'll find Forrest Sorrells, head of the Secret Service here, and we'll be back to talk with you." McCormick didn't have a clue where he was going to find Sorrells, whom he had known personally for many years, but he knew he'd have to find him fast before his competition found out about Zapruder's film. Zapruder stumbles back to his office in a state of shock, muttering, They killed him. They killed him." At his office, Zapruder calls his 26-year-old son Henry, a government lawyer. "The president is dead," he says. Henry suggests his father is wrong, that he had just heard over the radio the president was wounded and on his way to the hospital. "No," the elder Zapruder says, "he's dead," explaining he had seen the president's head exploding through the lens of his camera. James Tague, who had witnessed the shooting from the mouth of the triple underpass, walks up to the plainclothes Deputy Sheriff Buddy Walters, combing the grass near the south curb of Elm Street. "Are you looking to see where some bullets may have struck?" Tague asks. "Yes," Walters replies, barely paying attention. "I was standing right there where my car's parked," Tague says, pointing to where Commerce meets the underpass, "when those shots happened. Well, now I recall something stung me on the face while I was standing down there." Walters looks up. "Yes, you have blood there on your cheek," he says, rising to his feet. Tague reaches up and wipes his finger through a few drops of blood. "Where were you standing?" Walters asks. "Right down here," Tague says, leading him toward a concrete strip that runs between Commerce and Main Street just east of the triple underpass. 23 feet from the east face of the underpass along the south curb of Main Street, Walters spots a mark on the top of the curb. It is quite obvious to both of them that the fresh gash was made by a bullet, and from the angle of the mark it came from the direction of the Texas Schoolbook Depository. Across America, housewives are following the fortunes of the characters of As the World Turns, the CBS network's popular soap opera. Actress Helen Wagner turns to fellow actor Santos Ortega and says, "And I gave it a great deal of thought, Grandpa." Suddenly, the program is cut off, replaced by a blank screen with the words CBS News, and in larger white type the single word Bulletin. Over it comes the sound of the network's leading newscaster, Walter Cronkite, his voice charged with emotion. "Here's a bulletin from CBS News in Dallas, Texas. 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade in downtown Dallas. The first reports say President Kennedy has been seriously wounded by this shooting." Cronkite fumbles momentarily with a fresh sheet of wire copy handed to him. "More details just arrived," he says, scanning it quickly. "These details about the same as previously. President Kennedy shot today just as his motorcade left downtown Dallas. Mrs. Kennedy jumped up and grabbed Mr. Kennedy. She called, 'Oh no!' The motorcade sped on. United Press International reports that the wounds, perhaps, could be fatal." The network suddenly returns to As the World Turns, the actors working live in their New York studio, unaware of the interruption. Shocked viewers who switch to ABC or NBC are treated to similar bulletins, equally terse, equally alarming. All 3 networks will soon cancel all programming and commercials for coverage of the event in Dallas. At Parkland Hospital, 34-year-old Dr. Malcolm O. Perry is enjoying a quiet lunch with Dr. Ronald C. Jones in the main dining room. They hear Dr. George Shires being paged. Perry knows that Shires, chief of the emergency surgical service at the hospital, was actually delivering a paper to a medical conference in Galveston that morning, and may not be back yet. When Shires is paged a second time, Perry asks Jones to pick up the page to see if it's a matter on which they might be of some assistance. Jones rushes back to their table to report that the president has been shot and is being brought to emergency, not knowing the president had already arrived by the time he received the message from the hospital operator. The 2 surgeons bolt from the dining room and, too rushed to wait for the elevator, gallop down the flight of stairs to the emergency room. 12:41 p.m. Out in Irving, Marina Oswald and Ruth Payne, who has returned from her errands, are taking care of some household chores. When Ruth goes into the kitchen to fix lunch for them, Marina retires to her bedroom to get dressed. She hears a sudden, loud, puzzling commotion from the television set in the living room, but makes no sense of it, until Ruth appears in the doorway, ashen. Someone shot at the president. They run to the living room and stare at the television, waiting for it to tell them something. Anything. There are no images of the event, nothing but a news announcer who seems to be at a loss too, obviously marking time until some real information comes in. And it's clear that he knows little more than they do. Ruth is crying as she translates the essential information. President Kennedy has been taken to Parkland Hospital. Marina knows Parkland. She had baby Rachel there just a month ago. Lunch is forgotten. No one feels like it now. Ruth lights some candles and lets her little girl light one. Marina, who knows that her friend takes her Quaker religion very seriously, asks, "Is that the way of praying?" "Yes, it is," Ruth says. "Just my own way." Marina goes to her room and cries. Dr. Charles Carrico is standing in Trauma Room 1, a narrow room with gray-tiled walls and a cream-colored ceiling, when the president is wheeled in on an emergency cart. Carrico is only 28 and still doing his residency in surgery, but he has already seen nearly 200 gunshot wounds at Parkland Hospital. He rapidly assesses the president's condition. His color is blue-white, ashen, an indication of failing blood circulation. His respiration is slow, agonal, death throes, and spasmodic with no coordination. There are no voluntary movements at all. His eyes are open and staring with no reaction to light. His pupils dilated, and there is no palpable pulse. With the assistance of Doctors Don T. Curtis and Martin G. White and Nurse Diana Bowron, Dr. Carrico opens the president's suit coat and shirt and puts his ear to the president's chest. He listens for a few seconds and detects a faint heartbeat. Other nurses arrive and continue to remove Kennedy's clothing. Carrico slips his hands under the president's midsection and runs them up his back past his back brace. He can feel blood and debris, but no wounds. He looks briefly at the president's head wound, a gaping hole oozing with blood and shredded scalp and brain tissue, then turns his attention to restoring the president's breathing and circulation. Carrico orders Doctors Curtis and White to do a cut-down on the president's right ankle, a small incision to lay bare a large vein into which they can insert polyethylene catheters through which fluid, medicine, and blood can be administered to maintain the body's circulatory system. The president is losing so much blood that the trauma room is already awash with it. Meanwhile, Carrico inserts a plastic endotracheal tube down the president's throat into the trachea windpipe in order to create an adequate air passage. He notices a small ragged tear to the right of the larynx, voice box, and ragged tissue below indicating tracheal injury. Carrico steers the plastic tube deep into the throat and begins connecting the cuff inflator, a latex cuff designed to prevent air leakage, to a respiratory machine. Just then, Doctors Perry and Jones arrive. Perry sheds his dark blue Glen plaid jacket and wristwatch in the corner and takes charge. Dr. Charles Baxter, another 34-year-old assistant professor of surgery at the school and director of the emergency room at Parkland, arrives around the same time, having made a dead run from the school as fast as he could when he heard the news. The trauma room is now filled with law enforcement officers and several members of the president's party. Supervising nurse Doris Nelson has already arrived and is struggling to clear them from the room. Dr. Perry steps over toward the ambulance gurney where the president is lying under the hot glare of an overhead lamp, a sheet over his lower extremities and trunk. He is surprised to find the president a bigger man than he thought and is momentarily awed by the thought. Here is the most important man in the world. Perry quickly notes the deep blue color of his face and the short, jerky contractions of his chest and diaphragm as he struggles to draw a breath. 12:43 p.m., 1:43 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Robert Kennedy, the nation's Attorney General, had been in a good, even bouncy mood this morning. He called a meeting in his office with U.S. attorneys from around the country to report to him on his war against organized crime in their respective districts. As was his style, he loosened his tie and, with his suit coat hanging over a nearby chair, rolled up his shirt sleeves and got down to work with his associates. The news he received was encouraging. The mob was on the run. Breaking for lunch, he got into his car with the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Robert Morgenthau, and Morgenthau's Chief Deputy, Silvio Mollo, and drove to his Hickory Hill home in a Virginia suburb of Washington, D.C. It was an unseasonably warm day for November 22nd, and the men and RFK's wife, Ethel, took their lunch of clam chowder and tuna fish sandwiches at an outdoor patio. When a poolside extension phone rings nearby, Ethel leaves the table to answer it. "It's J. Edgar Hoover," she says, holding the phone out toward her husband. He knows something extraordinary has happened. Hoover never calls him, and certainly not at home. It is an open secret that there is no love lost between Hoover and RFK. Hoover had never been in a position before of having an attorney general who was closer to the president than he was, and he resented this. Also, RFK's strong offensive against organized crime was, in effect, a slap in the face to Hoover, in that it implied that the FBI had not been the gangbusters everyone had been brought up to think they were. RFK rises and crosses over to take the phone. "Hello?" Morgenthau sees one of the workmen painting the new wing of the house spin and race toward them, clutching a transistor radio. He's shouting something unintelligible. "I have news for you. Hoover says formally. "The president's been shot. It's believed to be fatal. I'll call you back when I find out more." Bobby Kennedy turns away, his hand to his mouth. There is a look of shock and horror on his face. Ethel rushes to his side. For a few seconds he can't speak. Then he forces the words out. "Jack's been shot. It may be fatal." On the other side of Washington, the U.S. Senate Press Liaison Officer, Richard Riedel, darts onto the Senate floor and gives the message of the president's shooting to the first senator he encounters, S.L. Holland of Florida. He repeats the message to Senator Wayne Morse and then spots Senator Edward Kennedy on the dais, presiding over the chamber in a desultory debate over a bill on federal library services. He immediately rushes to the young senator. "The most terrible thing has happened," Riedel exclaims. The senator, who is signing correspondence, looks up. "What is it?" "Your brother, the president," Riedel says. "He's been shot." Ted Kennedy gasps. "No," he says. "How do you know?" "It's on the ticker, just came in on the ticker." Senator Kennedy quickly gathers up his papers and runs from the chamber. He knows he must get his sister Eunice and fly immediately to Hyannisport to be with his mother and father. When Majority Leader Mike Mansfield learns the news, he is too overcome with grief to make a motion for adjournment. With the Senate in recess, senators and reporters rush to the Marble Room, the lobby behind the Senate chamber, where UPI and AP printers, tickers, are slowly delivering the tragic and unfolding story on paper. A young CBS reporter, Roger Mudd, sees Richard B. Russell, the conservative states' rights senator from Georgia who opposed civil rights legislation, bent over the cabinet enclosing the UPI ticker, reading the teletype out loud to the crowd around him as tears are streaming down his face. At Parkland Hospital in Trauma Room 2 across the hall from the president, Dr. Robert R. Shaw attends to Governor Connolly. Shaw, chief of thoracic surgery at Parkland, saw the motorcade fly past the intersection of Harry Hines and Industrial Boulevards as he drove back to Parkland from Children's Hospital. Continuing on to the medical school, where he expected to have lunch, he heard the news of the shooting on his car radio. At the medical school, he overheard a student telling 3 others that the president was dead on arrival at Parkland. "You're kidding, aren't you?" one of the 3 asked. "No, I'm not. I saw him, and Governor Connolly has been shot through the chest." Shaw sprinted over to the hospital's emergency room, where he found the governor being attended by 3 doctors. Now, Connolly complains of difficulty breathing due to a deep pain in the right side of his chest. He has apparently been conscious except for brief moments since the shooting. Shaw notes that the team has already put a tight occlusive dressing over the large sucking wound in the chest and a rubber tube connected to a water seal bottle between the 2nd and 3rd ribs in an attempt to expand the collapsed right lung. Shaw steps outside for a moment to relay to Nellie Connolly that a sample of the governor's blood has been sent for cross-matching and that a regular operating room 2 floors above has been alerted. A few minutes later, the team transports the governor upstairs by elevator. Across the hall in Trauma Room 1, Dr. Perry orchestrates the treatment of the president. Dr. Carrico finishes hooking up the respirator and flips the switch, pumping air into the president's lungs. Carrico listens briefly to the president's chest. His breathing is better, but still inadequate. Air is leaking from the small hole in the throat. Dr. Perry examines the chest briefly, but can see no wound. He pushes up the body brace on the president's left side to feel for his femoral pulse. There is none. Perry can see that the president is still struggling to breathe despite the endotracheal tube Dr. Carrico inserted in his throat. Perry knows that a more effective air passage must be made immediately. He asks someone to bring him a tracheotomy tray as he snaps on a pair of surgical gloves, but finds there is already one there. Perry gestures toward a small hole in the throat. "Did you start a tracheotomy?" he asks Carrico. "No," Carrico replies, shaking his head. "That's a wound." Carrico had previously observed foamy blood oozing with each attempt at respiration from a small, fairly round wound in the front of the president's throat, just below and to the right of the Adam's apple. Commencing a tracheotomy, incision into the windpipe, Dr. Perry grabs a scalpel and makes a quick, large incision directly through the hole in the throat. Other doctors are now arriving en masse. Dr. William Kemp Clark, the hospital's senior neurosurgeon, pushes his way in and helps to withdraw Dr. Carrico's endotracheal tube, as Dr. Perry is about to insert a plastic tracheotomy tube directly into the windpipe. Doctors Charles R. Baxter and Robert N. McClellan, both general surgeons, along with urologist Dr. Paul C. Peters, assist Perry in inserting the tracheotomy tube, while Dr. Marion T. Jenkins, professor and chairman of Parkland's Department of Anesthesiology, and his assistant, Dr. Adolph H. Giesecke, Jr., hook up the tube to an anesthesia machine, which they had brought down from the anesthesia department on the second floor in order to better control the president's circulation. Perry asks Dr. Peters to make an incision in the chest and insert a tube to drain any blood or air that might be accumulating in the right side of the chest cavity. Meanwhile, Dr. Ronald C. Jones inserts a chest tube into the left side of the chest. Then, along with several other doctors, including surgery interns and residents, Drs. Don T. Curtis, Kenneth E. Salyer, Martin C. White, and Charles A. Crenshaw, makes additional cut-downs on the president's right and left arms and legs in order to quickly infuse blood and fluids into the circulatory system. The pace is very quick and intense. Dr. Clark works his way around closer to the president's massive head wound. He exchanges a desperate glance with Perry. Both know there is no chance of saving the president. They are only going through the motions. Admiral George Berkeley, the president's personal physician, rushes into the room and immediately sees that the president's condition is hopeless and death is certain. Whatever life might still exist in the motionless body on the gurney will be impossible to sustain no matter what the Parkland doctors do. He sees that the surgical team is working to supply type ORH negative blood. He informs them that Kennedy's type is ORH positive and asks Dr. Peters to administer steroids to the president, essential because of the president's adrenal deficiency, which leaves his body unable to cope with stress and trauma. He hands over 3 100-milligram vials of Solucortif, muttering either intravenously or intramuscularly. Berkeley knows there is really no need for it, but knows also that they have to do everything they can. The president's personal physician steps out into the corridor where Mrs. Kennedy is sitting on a folding chair, dazed. Afraid that her husband's death is imminent, she wants to go into the operating room. "I'm going in there," she murmurs. Doris Nelson, the strong-muscled supervising nurse with plenty of starch in her collar, hears her and bars the door. The policy of the hospital, as with most hospitals, being not to allow relatives into an operating room. "You can't come in here," she says sharply, setting her rubber-soled shoes against the frame of the door. "I'm coming in and I'm staying," Mrs. Kennedy says and pushes. The nurse, considerably stronger, pushes back. Jackie Kennedy always used to bow to medical advice. She was young, and the doctors, she thought, always knew best. When she heard her husband calling her after his back operation in 1954, she tried to go to him, but no one would admit her, and she backed off. Then, after the operation, when a specialist's treatments began to fail, they talked her out of bringing in a consultant. The president subsequently suffered through 4 months of intense pain. She vowed, then and there, not to allow doctors or nurses to intimidate her. "I'm going to get in that room," she whispers fiercely to the nurse blocking the door. The commotion attracts Admiral Berkeley, who suggests that Mrs. Kennedy take a sedative. "I want to be in there when he dies," she tells him, and she refuses the sedation, wanting, it seems, to soak up as much pain as she can. To cheat pain at a moment like this, when her husband had suffered the most horrible wounds and was near death, would have diminished her and what they had meant to each other. The Admiral nods understandingly. "It's her right, it's her prerogative," he says as he leads her past the nurse, who mistakenly believes he is a Secret Service agent. Looking shell-shocked, Mrs. Kennedy aimlessly circles the hospital gurney where technicians work feverishly on her husband's body. Her hands are cupped in front of her as if cradling something. As she passes Dr. Jenkins, she nudges him with her elbow and hands him what she has been nursing, a large chunk of brain tissue. Jenkins quickly gives it to a nearby nurse. The president's physician ushers Mrs. Kennedy into a corner of the trauma room, now overflowing with people. She rests her cheek on Admiral Berkeley's shoulder, then drops briefly to the floor, closes her eyes, and prays. The McWaters bus carrying Lee Oswald rumbles west on Elm Street, the smell of diesel exhaust permeating the floorboards. Between Poydras and Lamar, the driver pumps the air brakes as the bus rolls up behind traffic that is stalled for 4 blocks from the assassination scene. From the looks of it, they won't be going anywhere soon. A man climbs out of a car stopped in front of the bus and walks back. McWaters pulls the lever next to him and the front doors hiss open. "I heard over my car radio that the president has been shot," the man says. The passengers are astonished. Some don't believe it. The woman across from Mrs. Bledsoe realizes in panic that the bus may not move for a very long time, and she has to catch a train at Union Station 4 blocks away. She decides to walk, even if it means lugging her suitcase all that way. She asks McWaters if she can have a transfer so she can get back on the bus if it breaks free from traffic, and McWaters is happy to oblige. Oswald gets up and asks McWaters for a transfer too, following the woman off the bus. He walks right past his former landlady again, and this time Mary Bledsoe thinks he might have recognized her. In any event, she is happy enough to see the last of him. The area around the entrance to the depository is quickly growing chaotic. Dealey Plaza witnesses are offering various bits of information. Inspector Sawyer knows he will need help to handle the situation and reaches for his car radio. "We need more manpower down here at this Texas school book depository," he says, and instructs the dispatcher to have some squad cars pick up the officers stationed along the motorcade route and bring them down to the depository. Officer E.W. Barnett, with Howard Brennan in tow, tells Sawyer that he has an eyewitness who saw the gunman. "What did you see?" Sawyer asks Brennan. The steel worker gives him a description of the man in the window, and the inspector mashes the button on his car radio again. "The wanted person in this is a slender white male, about 30, 5'10", 165, and carrying what looked like a .30-30 or some type of Winchester." "It was a rifle?" the dispatcher asks. "A rifle, yes," Sawyer replies. "Any clothing description?" The current witness can't remember that," Sawyer says. The dispatcher immediately throws a switch in the radio room that allows him to broadcast simultaneously on both channels of the Dallas Police Radio, effectively reaching every officer in the city. Attention all squads, the suspect in the shooting at Elm in Houston is reported to be an unknown white male, approximately 30, slender build, height 5 feet 10 inches, weight 165 pounds, reported to be armed with what is thought to be a .30 caliber rifle. The dispatcher repeats the message, adding, "No further description or information at this time, 12:45 p.m., KKB 364, Dallas." 12:45 p.m. In Irving, Marina is hanging up clothes in the backyard when Ruth comes out and joins her with the latest news. They're reporting that the shots were fired from the Texas school book depository. Marina's heart drops. She thinks about the rifle she knows that Lee has stored in Ruth Payne's garage, about the last time he used it a few months earlier in trying to murder Dallas John Birch Society figure Major General Edwin Walker, and whether that might have been the real reason he came out to the house last night. She hopes that Ruth can't see the fear in her face. As soon as she can do it inconspicuously, Marina slips into the garage. She knows exactly where the rifle is, wrapped in a green and brown wool blanket near the garage door by some suitcases. She saw the blanket there in early October and unwrapped it then and found the rifle inside. Is it still there? When she gets inside the garage, she sees the familiar bundle laying in the same place it had been before and feels a great weight lift from her shoulders. Thank God, she thinks. William Whaley, a squat, burr-haired former Navy gunner who won a Navy Cross during the Battle of Iwo Jima, pulls his cab up to the cab stand at the Greyhound bus station on the northwest corner of Jackson and Lamar, 4 blocks south of Elm Street, and realizes that he's out of cigarettes. He's about to go inside the terminal to get a pack when he sees a fare walking toward him down Lamar Street. "May I have the cab?" the man asks. "You sure can," Whaley says. "Get in." To Whaley, Lee Oswald looks like a wino who has been off his bottle for about 2 days, like he's been sleeping in his clothes, although he isn't actually dirty or nervous or anything. Oswald gets in the front, which is allowed in Dallas, and Whaley's got nothing against it. A second later, an elderly woman pokes her head in the passenger's window and asks if she can get in his cab. "There'll be a cab behind me in a few minutes that you can take," Whaley tells her, and he vaguely recalls that Oswald may have told the woman something similar. As he pulls the 1961 Checker sedan out into Lamar and turns west into Jackson, he asks his fare where he wants to go. 500 North Beckley. Police cars, their sirens wailing or crisscrossing everywhere. "I wonder what the hell is the uproar," Whaley muses. But Oswald doesn't answer, and Whaley figures he's one of those people who doesn't like to talk, which is fine with him. Whaley, who has been driving cabs for 37 years, notices Oswald's silver ID bracelet. He always takes note of watch bands and identification bracelets because he makes them himself. and this one is unusual. Most of them are made with chain links, not stretch bands like this one. They drive in silence, turning left at the first corner, Austin, and then onto Wood. They catch the light at Lamar and Jackson and several others as they move smartly through traffic down to Houston, the street they call the Old Viaduct, which is the fastest way to Oak Cliff. Dallas police radio dispatcher Murray J. Jackson can see from the call board in front of him that many of the patrolmen assigned to the Oak Cliff area, south of the Trinity River, which separates it from downtown Dallas and before the emergence of North Dallas in later years, perhaps the biggest area of Dallas, have gone downtown to help in the assassination investigation. He knows that if an emergency such as an armed robbery or a major accident occurs in that area, there might not be anyone to respond quickly to the call. He decides to pull two of the outermost patrol units in Oak Cliff closer to central Oak Cliff just in case something comes up. Units 78 and 87, radio call numbers for Dallas Police Districts 78 and 87, get the call. J.D. Tippit and Ronald C. Nelson. Units 87 and 78 move into central Oak Cliff area. Jackson orders, basically giving Tippit and Nelson a blank check to move at will within the roughly 5 or 6 police districts that could be considered as Oak Cliff. Tippit, cruising his beat alone in South Oak Cliff on the 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. day shift, lifts the radio microphone first. "I'm at Keystone Bonneview," Tippit replies. But Nelson shoots back. "Unit 87's going north on Marsalis at R.L. Thornton." Dispatcher Jackson knows from Nelson's location that he is already on his way downtown to join other units. He decides to let him go. Tippit can handle anything that might come up, he figures. Jackson has known J.D. for 11 years, and in that time they've become close friends. In fact, it was Tippit who originally got Jackson interested in police work. In 1952, Murray was a high school graduate working at a mobile filling station where Tippit and his partner used to stop occasionally. Tippit was his image of a hero, and through J.D.'s encouragement, Jackson was successful at joining the force. After a promotion to patrolman, Jackson and Tippit were partnered for 8 months, and the bond between the two men strengthened. One night in the early 1960s, Jackson was working temporarily with new partner Bill Johnson when they arrested 7 teenagers for being drunk and disorderly. En route to the Oak Cliff substation, the teenagers decided they didn't want to go to jail, and a fight broke out in the squad car. Jackson put out a call for assistance, and J.D. was the first to arrive. "Thanks, partner," Jackson told him. "You saved my life." The humor of the situation wasn't lost on Tippit, who joked and chided Jackson. "I turned you loose one time, and I got to come down here and save your life." Of course, Jackson's life wasn't really in any danger. It was just Tippit's way of kidding his former police apprentice. It was with this incident in mind that Jackson called on Tippit to help him out again, this time by covering an area outside his own assigned district. But it obviously wasn't necessary for Jackson to have this prior relationship with Tippit to get him to go into central Oak Cliff. Tippit was on duty, and he had to go wherever assigned. Moreover, Tippit was not the type of officer to complain about much, being easy to get along with. Not overly ambitious, and with only a 10th grade education, he wasn't sharp enough, as one Dallas detective who knew Tippit said, to pass department promotional exams. However, the shy officer loved his job and seemed more than satisfied to remain a patrolman, resigned to his inability to advance because of his limited education. Well liked by his fellow officers, his immediate supervisor on the force, Sergeant Calvin B. Owens, described Tippit as a good officer who used good common sense. A Dallas police officer, Donald Flushy, said that Tippit and he worked together in West Dallas. He was really a good and decent man. He was pretty much a country boy. He was kind of bashful, thought a little slow, moved a little slow, but there was nothing dishonest about him. Seldom talking about politics, Tippit, aged 39, had voted for John F. Kennedy in the 1960 presidential election. On this day, Tippit had come home to have lunch with his wife Marie around 11:30 a.m., hurried through his food, and reported back for duty by 11:50 with a 78 clear transmission from his car radio to the police dispatcher. 12:50 p.m. Forrest Sorrells, the agent in charge of the Dallas Secret Service office, arrives at the side of the Texas School Book Depository and walks to the same back door used by Frazier and Oswald that morning. There is a black employee on the loading dock who doesn't seem to realize what's happened. "Did you see anyone run out the back?" Sorrells asks him as he approaches. "No, sir," the man replies. "Did you see anyone leave the back way?" Sorrells probes. "No, sir," the man says again. The agent proceeds to the first floor by the rear loading dock door, and to his surprise, there's nobody in law enforcement there to challenge him. "Where is the manager here?" he asks upon entering the building. Someone directs him to Roy Truly. Sorrells pulls out his Secret Service credentials. "I want to get a stenographer," he tells him, "and we would like to have you put down the names and addresses of every employee in the building." Sorrells has not yet learned that shots have been fired from the building. He simply wants to establish the identity of everyone present at the time of the shooting so that they can be interviewed later. Sorrells heads for the front of the building, pushes open the glass front doors, and steps out onto the concrete landing. "Is there anyone here that saw anything?" "That man over there," a voice calls out, pointing to Howard Brennan standing nearby. Sorrells bounds down the steps and identifies himself to the construction worker. "What did you see?" he asks. Brennan tells him what happened and how he glanced up at the building and saw the man take deliberate aim and fire the third shot. He just pulled the rifle back in and moved away from the window, just as unconcerned as could be, Brennan says. After Brennan gives him a description of the gunman, Sorrells asks him if he thought he could identify him, and Brennan says, "Yes, I think I can." "Did anyone else see it?" Sorrells asks Brennan, who points out Amos Ewens. Sorrells questions the boy and learns that Ewens also saw the gunman for a few brief seconds, but now Ewens isn't sure if the man he saw was white or black. Asked if he too thought he could identify the man if he saw him again, Ewens says, "No, I couldn't." Eventually, Sorrells escorts the two eyewitnesses over to the sheriff's office across the street to give a statement. 12:52 p.m. "This will do fine," Oswald tells the cab driver. William Whaley pulls over to the curb at the northwest corner of Neely and North Beckley, which is the 700, not the 500 block Oswald had first requested. But it's all the same to Whaley. The meter on the 6-minute trip has just clicked over to 95 cents, about 2.5 miles. Oswald gives Whaley a buck, gets out, and crosses the street in front of the cab, and that's the last Whaley sees of him. A big tipper. When he finally gets around to entering the trip in the passenger manifest required by the Dallas authorities, he writes it up as 12:30 to 12:45 p.m. Nobody at the cab company really cares about exact time, so when he gets a chance, Whaley just marks it to the nearest quarter hour or so. 12:53 p.m., 1:53 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All three networks headquartered in New York are gearing up for exclusive coverage of the shooting in Dallas for what will turn out to be over 3 consecutive days. A representative network is NBC, which at 1:53 p.m. Eastern Standard Time cancels all regular programs to devote all of its time and resources to the unfolding events in Dallas. This will continue until 1:17 a.m. Tuesday morning, November 26th. 12:54 p.m. Police dispatcher Murray Jackson checks in with Patrol Unit 78, Officer J.D. Tippett. "You are in the Oak Cliff area, are you not?" Jackson asks. "Lancaster and 8th," Tippett responds affirmatively. "You will be at large for any emergency that comes in," Murray says. 10-4, J.D. replies. The patrolman cruises north on Lancaster. He is a long way from his roots in Red River County. Born and raised south of Clarksville, Texas, J.D. Tippett grew up during the Great Depression on the family farm, where electricity and running water were only dreams. The Tippetts were sharecroppers, renting farmland to raise cotton. The work was hard and the tools of the day primitive. J.D., the oldest of 5 brothers and 2 sisters, spent many days behind a mule team and plow. He grew to become a crack horseman, and although outsiders found him quiet and reserved, his family knew him as fun-loving. As World War II entered its last bloody year in Europe, J.D. joined the U.S. Army, volunteering to become a member of the elite paratroopers. In 1945, he landed in France as an ammo bearer with the 17th Airborne Division as it fought its way through the Rhine Valley. Like many men, the war made deep impressions on him, and he returned with a renewed sense of duty and honor. Tippett's background was similar to that of many other officers on the force who came from small Texas towns with names like Athens, Palestine, and Ferris. Not a lot of academics, many not quite making it through high school. A lot of military service, which is good, guys who knew something about discipline and teamwork and were comfortable with firearms and uniforms. In December 1946, at the age of 22, J.D. married his high school sweetheart, Mary Frances Gazaway, age 18. They briefly moved to Dallas to find work after the war, but soon returned to Red River County, where they hoped to farm and raise a family. Nature's wrath took its toll on J.D.'s dreams of farming, and in July 1952, he joined the Dallas Police Department to feed his growing family. At $250 a month, Tippett soon found himself moonlighting to make ends meet. In early 1961, J.D. took a part-time job as a security guard from 10 p.m. until 2 a.m., every Friday and Saturday night at Austin's Barbecue in Oak Cliff, a popular teen hangout, and every Sunday afternoon at Stevens Theater located in a shopping center. Tippett enjoys the free time he spends with his family, enjoying his 3 young children, taking dance lessons with his wife, listening to the music of Bob Wills and the Texas Playboys, or horsing around with his boyhood pal and brother-in-law Jack Christopher. In fact, J.D. has plans to see Jack and his family tonight. Earlier this morning, J.D. stopped at his sister's house on the way to work and got a ticket to the South Oak Cliff High School football game where his niece Linda will be performing with the Golden Debs cheerleading squad. As he's done on Friday nights past, he'll have to beat it over to Austin's Barbecue before the game gets out and a good part of the grandstand shows up. It'll be another busy Friday night, keeping the high school rowdies in line at Austin's. 12:57 p.m. In a second-floor operating room at Parkland, an anesthesiologist rapidly evaluates Connolly's condition and starts to put the governor under for an operation that will last well over 3 hours. Dr. Robert Shaw and Dr. Charles F. Gregory, chief of orthopedic surgery, enter the operating room where Connolly lies ready for surgery. Dr. Shaw removes a temporary dressing and inspects Connolly's chest wounds. After 3 years with the U.S. Army Medical Corps and the European Theater of Operations, Shaw is no stranger to bullet wounds. The surgeons place an endotracheal tube into the pharynx and trachea to control the governor's breathing, then roll him over to inspect the entrance wound just behind his right armpit, a roughly elliptical puncture with relatively clean-cut edges. Turning to the large and ragged exit wound below the right nipple, Shaw excises its edges and then carries the incision back along the right side of the governor's chest and finds that about 4 inches of the 5th rib have been shattered and carried away from what appears to have been a glancing strike by the bullet. Several small fragments of the rib are still hanging to bits of partly detached tissue from the rib's lining. An X-ray reveals no metallic fragments left behind by the bullet in the area of the ribs. There's a lot of damage to the right lung, which is engorged with blood and rib fragments. It will have to be closed and sutured along with the muscles surrounding the rib cage, but the diaphragm is uninjured, and the wounds are far from fatal. The governor has also sustained wounds on both sides of his right wrist and a superficial wound on his left thigh. X-rays reveal a shattering of the radius bone just above the right wrist and the presence of a number of small metallic fragments. There's several hours of work to do, but it's clear to the surgeons that Governor Connolly will survive his injuries. 12:58 p.m. An unmarked squad car pulls up to the front of the book depository, and Police Captain Will Fritz, Detectives Sims and Boyd, and Sheriff Bill Decker climb out. An officer in front of the building tells them that the man who did the shooting is believed to be still in the building. Several officers take out their shotguns and follow Fritz and his men as they enter the depository. They quickly locate an elevator and go up to the second floor, where they see several officers already there. They continue up, finding officers already stationed on the 3rd and 4th floors. This particular elevator only goes to the 4th floor, so Fritz and his men exit the elevator and cross over to the freight elevators near the northwest corner of the building, and take one up to the 5th floor. They make a hurried search along the front and west side windows, then, joined by some other officers, go up to the 6th floor. A few officers get off on the 6th, and Fritz, Sims, and Boyd continue up to the 7th floor and start to search along the front windows. Father James Thompson drives into Parkland in the black Ford Galaxy belonging to the Holy Trinity Church. Parkland is only 3 miles from the church, but the traffic is brutal. Even though he took a secret route, taking advantage of back streets, he and Father Oscar Huber found themselves held up by what seemed like endless traffic delays. Both of them are worried because they know that the last rites of the Catholic Church, to be valid, must be administered to the dying before the soul has left the body. Father Huber, like many parish priests, takes a liberal view of that. To his way of thinking, there can be quite a long time between what the doctors call clinical death and the eventual flight of the soul, but that's no reason to dally. As they pull up, Father Thompson tells Father Huber to jump out of the car and hurry into the hospital while he finds a place to park. Father Huber saw Jack Kennedy, it seems to him, only minutes ago. He knew that the president's motorcade would pass within 3 blocks of Holy Trinity, and when he rose at 5 this morning in his room at the rectory, he resolved to go down to see it. He was disappointed that he couldn't interest any of the other priests in the project. "Well, I'm going," he told them. "I'm 70 years old and I've never seen a president. I'll be danged if I'm going to miss this chance." Huber, a short, stocky man, had to leap up and down to see over the heads of the dense crowd, but managed to get a glimpse of Kennedy, who turned and seemed to look right at him. Now he hurries to the emergency entrance to give the last rites to this once vibrant man. The significance of his arrival is not lost on anyone. "This is it," Congressman Henry Gonzalez thinks as he sees Huber arrive at the hospital. Malcolm Kilduff, the president's acting press secretary, whispers to Congressman Albert Thomas, "It looks like he's gone." In Oak Cliff at 1026 North Beckley, Earlene Roberts tugs at the rabbit ear antennas trying to get a clear picture on the television set when the young man she knows as O.H. Lee enters, walking unusually fast in shirt sleeves. "You sure are in a hurry," the housekeeper says, but he goes straight to his room without saying a word. That isn't so strange. Since renting the room in mid-October, O.H. Lee has hardly said 2 words to anyone. Once, Mrs. Roberts said good afternoon to him, and he just gave her a dirty look and walked right past her. At night, if one of the other boarders had the television on in the living room, he might stand behind the couch for a couple of minutes, but then he'd go to his room and shut the door without a word. For the most part, O.H. Lee has kept to himself, which is why Mrs. Roberts doesn't really know anything about him, least of all the fact that his real name is Lee Harvey Oswald. Oswald is in his room just long enough to get his revolver and his jacket. He comes out of his room, zipping up his jacket, and rushes out. Mrs. Roberts glances out the window a moment later and notices Lee standing at the curbside near a bus stop in front of the rooming house. That's the last she sees of him. He apparently doesn't wait to board any bus, since there is no record of anyone seeing him on a bus after 1 o'clock. And if he had boarded a bus in front of his home, it would take him in a direction away from where we know he was next seen. 1 p.m. At Parkland Hospital, Dr. Kemp Clark feels the carotid artery in the president's neck for a pulse. There is none. Clark asks that a cardiotachoscope, a cardiac monitor that measures heartbeat, be connected to the president's body and start external heart massage, an unsophisticated physical procedure practiced by physicians from the 16th century, even before they understood anything about the circulation of blood in the body. The anesthesiologists, Drs. Jenkins and Gisecki, now report a carotid pulse in the neck, and Dr. Jones reports a pulse in the femoral artery in the leg. After a few moments, Dr. Perry takes over for Dr. Clark, who is in an awkward physical position to continue the rigorous cardiac massage. "Somebody get me a stool," Dr. Perry commands. A stool is slid near the table, and Perry stands on it to get better leverage as he works the livid, white flesh beneath his palms. Drs. Jenkins and Clark watch the cardiotachoscope. The green dot suddenly darts across the screen, trailing a perfectly smooth line of fluorescence, without the tiniest squiggle of cardiac activity. Dr. Clark shakes his head sadly. "It's too late, Mac." Perry slowly raises himself up from the body, steps down off the stool, and walks numbly away. Dr. Jenkins reaches down from the head of the card and pulls a white sheet up over the president's face as Dr. Clark turns to Mrs. Kennedy. "Your husband has sustained a fatal wound," he says solemnly. Her lips move silently, forming the words, "I know." It is 1 o'clock, and it's all over. The 35th President of the United States is dead. As the senior neurosurgeon, Dr. Clark will sign the death certificate, and the cause is so obviously the massive damage to the right side of the brain. It is what they call a 4+ injury, which no one survives, even with the 5-star effort they made. Clark knows what Carrico and the others knew from the outset. Medically, the president was alive when he entered Parkland Hospital, but from a practical standpoint, he was DOA, dead on arrival. As New York Times White House correspondent Tom Wicker, who was in Dealey Plaza at the time of the shooting, put it, Kennedy probably died way back on Elm Street a half hour earlier. He probably was killed instantly. His body, as a physical mechanism, however, continued to flicker on an occasional pulse and heartbeat. Dr. Jenkins starts disconnecting the multitude of monitoring leads running to the lifeless body and removing the intravenous lines. Admiral Berkeley begins to weep openly. Mrs. Kennedy moves toward the hospital cart where her husband lies, and Jenkins retreats quietly to a corner of the room. Looking pale and remote, she leans down and kisses the president through the sheet on the foot, leg, thigh, abdomen, chest, and finally on the partly covered face. Father Oscar Huber enters the room out of breath and walks directly to Jackie Kennedy. He whispers his sympathies, draws back a sheet that is covering the president's face, pulls the purple and white stole over his shoulders, wets his right thumb with holy oil, and administers in Latin the last rites of the Catholic Church, the sacrament of extreme unction, including the anointing of a cross with his thumb over the president's forehead. Because the president was dead, a short form of absolution was given, and in a few minutes he finishes and steps back. "Is that all?" Admiral Berkeley blurts out, offended at the brevity of the ceremony. "The death of a president deserves more," he thought. "Can't you say some prayers for the dead?" Father Huber quickly obliges with the recitation of the Lord's Prayer and a Hail Mary, joined by the widow and Admiral Berkeley, while the nurses, who are cleaning up the appalling mess in the room, remain still, their heads bowed. Father Thompson, having parked the car outside, steps in just as they are finishing. Mrs. Kennedy turns and walks back out into the corridor, slumping into the folding chair just outside the door. The two priests follow. "I'm shocked," Father Huber says to her, his body beginning to tremble. "I want to extend my sympathy and that of my parishioners." "Thank you for taking care of the president," she whispers. "Please pray for him." "I'm convinced that his soul had not left his body," he assures her. "This was a valid last sacrament." Mrs. Kennedy's head drops down as she struggles to keep from fainting. Father Thompson signals a passing nurse. "Do you want a doctor?" Father Huber asks Mrs. Kennedy. "Oh, no," she mumbles. The nurse brings her a cold towel anyway. The First Lady presses it to her forehead and leans over until the spell passes. Across the hall from Trauma Room 1, the two priests confer briefly. What will they say to the horde of reporters outside as they leave? It's clearly not their role to make any statement at all. In fact, as they head for the exit, a Secret Service agent warns Huber, "Father, you don't know anything about this." Just as they feared, they are besieged in the parking lot by the news media. Father Thompson refuses to give his name, but Father Huber is unable to remain silent. "Is he dead?" Hugh Sidey of Time magazine asks. "He's dead, all right," Huber answers. 1:05 p.m., 2:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At his Virginia home, Robert Kennedy is in an upstairs bedroom with his wife, Ethel, preparing to leave for Dallas. The White House extension phone rings and he practically dives for it. It's Captain Taz Shepard, the president's naval aide, with news from Parkland. "Oh, he's dead," Bobby cries out in anguish. "Those poor children," Ethel says in tears. The Attorney General stares out the window. "He had the most wonderful life," he finally manages to say. Bobby Kennedy descends the stairs and pokes his head into the living room where Robert Morgenthau and several others are watching television coverage. "He died," Kennedy says in a low voice and walks toward the pool, where the extension phone has rung. It's J. Edgar Hoover again. He informs the Attorney General in a cold and unsympathetic manner characteristic of the FBI director that the president is in very, very critical condition. Bobby Kennedy listens politely, then says, "It may interest you to know that my brother is dead." RFK is plunged into a staggering gloom and depression by his brother's murder, one from which, his intimates said, he never recovered. For months thereafter, a biographer wrote, he seemed devoured by grief. He literally shrank until he appeared wasted and gaunt. His clothes no longer fit, especially his brother's old clothes, an old blue topcoat, a tuxedo, and a leather bomber jacket with the presidential seal, which he insisted on wearing and which hung on his narrowing frame. To close friend John Siegenthaler, he appeared to be in physical pain, like a man with a toothache or on a rack. Even walking seemed too difficult for him, though he walked for hours, brooding and alone. On many winter nights he arose before dawn and drove too fast in his Ford Galaxy convertible with the top down, sometimes to see his brother's grave. That is why it is all the more remarkable that within an hour of his brother's death, and in the trance-like midst of his dark abyss, the protective concern over his dead brother's well-manicured image enables him to extricate himself enough to call JFK's national security advisor, McGeorge Bundy, over at the White House. He instructs Bundy to immediately change the locks on his brother's personal files in the event that Lyndon Johnson decides to comb through them, and transport them to the offices of the National Security Staff located in the old Executive Office building, with a round-the-clock guard. And although he has no jurisdiction over the Secret Service, he has them dismantle and remove the secret taping system his brother had installed in the Oval Office and Cabinet Room. 1:06 p.m. It doesn't take long for Captain Fritz, Detectives Sims and Boyd, and other police officers to assure themselves that there's no one hiding on the 7th floor of the book depository and no sign that anyone fired at the president from there. The whole floor is one big open space with a few stacks of books here and there, some shelves, and not much else. A storage room in the southeast corner yields nothing but a collection of forgotten desks, chairs, and other office space odds and ends. The windows facing Elm Street are still closed, as they were at the time of the shooting. On the 6th floor below, Dallas police officers and deputy sheriffs are systematically searching the entire floor, from the cleared space on the west side where the new flooring is going down, toward the stacks of boxes that have been piled into rows on the east side. Deputy Luke Mooney is near the southeastern corner of the floor when he whistles loudly and hollers to his fellow officers. He's inside the sniper's nest, a roughly rectangular screen of boxes stacked around the southeasternmost window. Anybody sitting or crouching behind them would be completely hidden from anyone else on the floor. 2 more cartons on top of each other are right in front of the window. A third box lies closer to the window, resting in a canted position on the windowsill. In the corner, a long handmade brown paper bag is bunched up. On the floor, at the baseboard beneath the window, are 3 spent cartridge casings, hulls as they call them in Texas. Dallas Police Sergeant Gerald L. Hill walks over to an adjacent window, sticks his head out, and yells down to the street for the crime lab, but fears that no one can hear him over the sirens and crackling police radios. He starts down himself to report the find and meets Captain Fritz and Detectives Sims and Boyd at the freight elevator on the 6th floor. They had heard Mooney's and Hill's shouts through the cracks in the floorboards and came down to investigate. Hill tells them he's going down to the street to make sure the officers know where to send the crime lab boys. Fritz, Sims, and Boyd work their way across the 6th floor over to the southeast corner window, where Deputy Mooney stands and other officers begin to congregate. Mooney tells Captain Fritz that everything is just as he found it. Fritz orders Detectives Sims and Boyd to stand guard and don't let anyone touch anything until the crime lab can get there. Then Fritz turns to the officers present and instructs them to turn the 6th floor upside down. If there's a weapon here somewhere, he means to find it. 1:07 p.m. At the New York Stock Exchange, news of the president's shooting has brought about a wave of selling that reaches panic proportions, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average plummets 21.16 points. 1:08 p.m. Officer J.D. Tippett, probably traveling south on Beckley or southeast on Crawford in the general direction of Jefferson Boulevard and Central Oak Cliff, spots Oswald walking on the right side of the street in front of him and sees that he vaguely fits the physical description of the suspect in the Kennedy assassination that he heard over the police radio in his squad car, it having been broadcast over Channel 1 at 12:45 p.m., 12:48 p.m., and again at 12:55 p.m. Slowly tailing Oswald from behind, he tried to call the radio dispatcher for a further description of the suspect. 78, Tippett's call number, the police district he is assigned to, he says into his radio microphone, but he is not acknowledged by the dispatcher. Seconds later he calls in 78 again, but once again is not acknowledged by the dispatcher. He assumes because of the heavy radio traffic due to the assassination, and he continues to slow-tail Oswald. 1:10 p.m. At Parkland Hospital, Ken O'Donnell, acting as a stoic messenger between Trauma Room 1 and Lyndon Johnson, enters the Vice President's cubicle in minor medicine. "He's gone," O'Donnell says. The Vice President finds the whole thing hard to believe. A few hours ago he was having breakfast with John Kennedy. He was alive, strong, and vigorous. Now he is dead. Mrs. Johnson turns to her husband, her eyes filled with anger and sorrow, her voice choked with emotion. "I must go see Mrs. Kennedy and Nellie," she says. Johnson nods and wishes to go with her. Agent Youngblood, however, refuses to let him leave the ward. Agent Emory Roberts and Congressman Jack Brooks escort Lady Bird Johnson to the hall outside Trauma Room 1, where Mrs. Kennedy stands, quiet as a shadow, as Lady Bird later remembered. Mrs. Johnson always thought of the president's wife as a woman insulated, protected, and is now struck by the realization that in this moment she is terribly alone. "I don't think I ever saw anyone so much alone in my life," she would later recall. She goes to Jackie, puts her arm around her, and says, crying, "Jackie, I wish to God there was something I could do." But there is nothing she can do, and eventually she slips away. On the second floor of the hospital, Lady Bird greets her close friend of a quarter century, Nellie Connolly. They hug each other tightly, both giving in to tears. "Nellie, he's going to be all right." "He is, Bird," Nellie says. "He's going to be all right." Mrs. Connolly's eyes well up, and Jack Brooks, sensing they're about to spill over, hands her his handkerchief. "Oh, he'll be out there deer hunting at 90, he quips. She dabs her eyes and smiles. In the corridors below, the Kennedy staff stands numb and stricken. No one seems to be in charge or knows what to do. Mac Kilduff seeks out Ken O'Donnell. "This is a terrible time to have to approach you on this," Kilduff says, "but the world has got to know that President Kennedy is dead." O'Donnell looks at him, incredulous. "Don't they know it already?" It seems like Kilduff's been carrying the burden of the death for 100 years. "No, I haven't told him," Kilduff says. "Well, you're going to have to make the announcement," O'Donnell replies. He thought about the new order of things a moment, then added, "Go ahead, but you'd better check it with Johnson." An agent leads Kilduff through the maze of cubicles and minor medicine until they round a corner, and Mac spots Lyndon Johnson sitting on an ambulance cart, head down, legs dangling. Kilduff swallows hard. "Mr. President?" Johnson's head snaps up sharply. It's the first time Lyndon Johnson has been addressed that way, the first time he knows he is the 36th President of the United States. Kilduff proceeds to ask Johnson if he can announce President Kennedy's death. Johnson nods yes, then says, "No, wait. We don't know whether it's a communist conspiracy or not. I'd better get out of here and back to the plane." Kilduff and Johnson agree that he will not announce Kennedy's death until after Johnson leaves the hospital. Ken O'Donnell enters the ward and finds Johnson frightened and nervous, conferring with the Secret Service agents. Emory Roberts, the ranking agent in the room, jumps up when O'Donnell comes in. "What'll we do, Kenny? What'll we do?" "You'd better get the hell out of here," O'Donnell replies, "and get back to Washington right away. Take Air Force One." "Don't you think it might be safer if we moved the plane to Carswell Air Force Base and took off from there?" Johnson asks. O'Donnell doesn't like it. It would take time to get one of the jets from nearby Love Field to the Air Force Base, and the 35-mile drive from Dallas to Carswell would be risky. He suggests that Johnson should head to Love Field and take off for Washington as soon as he gets there. "How about Mrs. Kennedy?" Johnson asks. "She will not leave the hospital without the president," O'Donnell says. There is no doubt about which president he is referring to. Afraid that the public might view his departure as deserting the Kennedys, Johnson digs his heels in. "I don't want to leave Miss Kennedy like this," he says. O'Donnell tells Johnson that he will stay behind with Mrs. Kennedy until the president's body is ready to be moved to the airport. "You take good care of that fine lady," Johnson says. Secret Service agents are already arranging for a couple of unmarked police cars to spirit Johnson and his party away to Love Field. The agents at the airfield have taken extraordinary measures to secure the area around the two presidential planes, directing local police and airport people to clear all the buildings, hangars, and warehouses of both employees and civilians. It seems bizarre to prepare such a departure for the President of the United States in his own country, but the fact is, none of them know where the assassin or assassins are or what they plan to do next. William W. Scoggins, a 49-year-old cab driver, eats a sandwich in his taxi and ponders the shooting of the president. He's just dropped a fare from the airport, and after a brief stop at the Gentleman's Club, a domino parlor and lunch spot on Patton, on the other side of the street from where Scoggins parked his car, about a half a block south in the direction of Jefferson Boulevard, to watch coverage of the assassination on TV. He returns to his parking spot at the corner of 10th and Patton. The area is a scruffy working-class residential neighborhood of aging frame houses, about 4 miles from Daley Plaza. He's only been there a few seconds when he notices Dallas Police Car Number 10, J.D. Tippett's squad car, crossing left to right a few yards in front of him as it prowls very slowly eastbound on 10th Street. Scoggins takes another bite of his sandwich and swigs a Coke. A woman stands on the corner diagonally across from Scoggins, waiting for traffic to clear so she can cross the street. A pair of work shoes in her hand, Helen Markham is on her way to catch the 1:15 p.m. bus at the next corner, the corner of Patton and Jefferson. The same one she takes every day to the Eat Well restaurant on Main Street downtown where she works as a waitress. She sees this police car slowly cross the intersection and sort of ease up alongside the man. 1:11 p.m. Scoggins watches the police car stop around 120 feet down 10th Street to his right, and it is then that he also notices a man in a light-colored jacket standing on the sidewalk. The man walks over toward the police car, passing out of Scoggins' sight behind some shrubs. Markham has an unobstructed view and sees the man go over to the squad car, lean over, and place his arms on the ledge of the open front window on the passenger side. She observes him talking to the officer through the open window and assumes it is a friendly conversation. Jack Ray Tatum, a 25-year-old medical photographer for Baylor University Medical Center, turns onto 10th Street from Denver and heads west in his red Ford Galaxy. Tatum's boss has given him an afternoon off, and he's been spending it running errands and buying a watch and ring for his wife on a layaway at Gordon's Jewelers on Jefferson. Approaching Patton, he sees a squad car driving east on 10th Street, and a young white male was also walking east the same direction the squad car was going. When the squad car pulls over to the curb, he sees the man approaching the squad car on the passenger side. As Tatum drives past, he can see the police officer in the front seat leaning over toward the man whose hands are crammed into the pockets of his light gray zipper jacket. He gets the impression they are talking. Tatum wonders why the cop has stopped him. Domingo Benavides is in his pickup truck a half-dozen car lengths behind Tatum. The mechanic from Deutsch Motors is pretty annoyed with himself. He was on his way to the auto parts store at Marsalis and 10th to get a carburetor and was damn near there when it dawned on him that he'd forgotten the part number. He's heading back west on 10th Street when he sees the police car ahead on the left. 1:12 p.m. Just after Tatum passes the squad car, Helen Markham watches the driver's door open and the police officer climb out. He doesn't seem to be in a hurry and has not drawn his weapon. The officer starts walking toward the front of the car, not keeping his eyes on Oswald, but looking down at the ground, his right hand, like a Western sheriff, on his gun butt, as the young man on the passenger side puts his hands in his pockets, taking 2 steps back. Suddenly, the young man pulls a gun out from under his jacket. Bang, 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 bang! Bullets fly across the hood of the car. Scoggins looks up from his sandwich and sees the policeman grab his stomach, then fall. Benavides is almost abreast of the squad car when the shooting erupts. He jerks the wheel hard right, bumps his '58 Chevy pickup into the curb, and throws himself down on the front seat. Tatum is passing through the intersection of 10th and Patton when he hears the crack of several pistol shots behind him. He jams on the brakes and turns to look back. The police officer is lying on the ground beside the left front tire of the squad car. Tatum sees a man in a light tan gray jacket start off in Tatum's direction, hesitate at the rear of the police car, then step back into the street and fire one more shot right into the head of the officer on the ground. Mrs. Markham is screaming. The man walks calmly away back toward Patton Street, fooling with his gun. Tatum, realizing the gunman is coming his way, drives off with an eye on his rearview mirror. The gunman spots Mrs. Markham across the street and looks straight at her. She thinks he's fixing to kill her, too. She falls to her knees and covers her face with her hands, but when she pulls them down enough to see, she realizes that he is veering off, cutting across the yard of the corner house. Barbara and Virginia Davis are babysitting when they hear the shots. The young women, 19 and 16 respectively, have been sisters-in-law for a couple of months, ever since they married brothers. Their husbands are in the home repair business, and the 2 couples each live in an apartment in the corner house at 10th and Patton. Barbara slips on her shoes and rushes to the screen door, Virginia on her heels. She sees Mrs. Markham across the street on the corner, screaming and pointing toward the man coming across her yard. He killed him! He killed him!" Barbara glances to her right and sees a Dallas police car parked in front of the house next door. The gunman is now less than 25 feet away as he cuts across her front walk. He looks at her coolly as he shakes spent cartridges from an open revolver into his hand. She dashes to the phone and calls the police. Scoggins has been driving a cab for less than 2 years, but if there's one thing he's learned, it's to get as far away from the cab as possible when trouble starts. He doesn't fancy being commandeered by some nut with a gun. Scoggins is already getting out when he sees the gunman cutting across the yard of the house on the corner, and he realizes he'd better get out of sight fast. He starts to cross the street, but there's no time to run and hide. He quickly crouches down behind the cab, then steals a look as the man runs through the bushes of the corner house. Scoggins can see the side of the man's face as the killer looks back over his shoulder and mutters, "Poor damn cop," twice. Or maybe it was poor dumb cop. Scoggins isn't sure. 1:13 p.m. Ted Calloway is in his office, a small, clapboard building at the back of Deutsch Motors, the used car lot on the northeast corner of Jefferson and Patton, when he hears 5 shots. The office boys with him laugh about the firecrackers, but the 47-year-old Calloway, knowing instantly what it is, says, "Firecrackers? Hell, that's pistol shots." The used car manager is a Marine Corps veteran who fought on the Marshall Islands during World War II and later trained recruits during the Korean War. He's on his feet in a flash, running out to Patton Street. He looks to his right up toward 10th and the sound of the shots. He can see the cab driver, Scoggins, crouch down next to his taxi as a man leaps through the bushes and cuts across Patton, running toward him. The fleeing man has both of his hands on a pistol. He holds straight up, elbow high, what the Marines call a raised pistol position. As the gunman gets kitty-corner across the street less than 60 feet away, Calloway hollers to him, "Hey, man, what the hell's going on?" The killer slows, almost stops, says something unintelligible, shrugs his shoulders, and walks briskly on toward Jefferson Boulevard, then turns right and proceeds in a westerly direction down Jefferson. Calloway turns to B.D. Searcy, a car lot porter, and tells him, "Keep an eye on that guy, follow him. I'm going to go down there and see what's going on." He takes off on the double, a good hard run. "Follow him, hell!" Searcy calls after him. "That man will kill you. He has a gun." Searcy proceeds to find refuge behind the office building. Warren Reynolds is standing on the balcony of the 2-story office building at his brother's used car lot, Reynolds Motor Company, across Jefferson Boulevard from Deutsch Motors. 3 men are on the lot below him, Harold Russell, L.J. Lewis, and B.M. Pat Patterson. They all heard the shots and now see a man running down Patton toward them. As he nears the corner, they can see he is reloading a pistol, which he promptly tucks into his belt. As he heads west on Jefferson, Reynolds descends the stairs and tells the others that he's going to trail the guy. Patterson goes with him. Lewis runs back to the office to phone police, and Russell trots down toward the scene of the shooting. On 10th Street, when the killer is about half a block away, Mrs. Markham runs over to the policeman's body to see if she can help. The gurgling sounds coming from Tippett's body lead Markham to think he may be trying to say something. But it's only death gasps. Markham screams in despair, "Somebody help me!" But she is all by herself, and no one responds to her pleas for what seems to her like several minutes. Frank Cimino, who lives at 405 East 10th Street, directly across the street from the shooting, had been listening to his radio at the time he heard 4 loud noises that sounded like shots, after which he heard a woman scream. He puts on his shoes, runs outside, and sees a woman dressed like a waitress, Markham, shouting, "Call the police!" She tells him the man who shot the police officer had run west on 10th Street and pointed in the direction of an alley between 10th and Jefferson off Patton, but he sees no one when he looks in that direction. Cimino approaches the officer, who is lying on his side, with his head in front of the left front headlight of the police car. Cimino can see that Tippett has been shot in the head. Tippett's gun is out of his holster, lying by his side. Tippett moves slightly and groans, but never says anything that Cimino can understand. Soon people start coming from all directions toward the police car. 1:15 p.m. Benavides has been sitting in his truck for 2 or 3 minutes, very afraid that the gunman lives in the corner house and might come back shooting. He finally gets out, walks across the street, and cautiously approaches the fallen officer. A big clot of blood bulges at the officer's right temple, his eyes sunken into his skull. It makes Benavides feel sick and really scared. 1:16 p.m. The mechanic gets into the squad car, grabs the microphone, and tries to call the police dispatcher. Unfortunately, Benavides has no idea how the radio works. He fumbles with the controls and keeps clicking the button on the mic, but from the chatter on the police radio, he can tell they can't hear him. A small crowd has gathered at the squad car by the time Ted Calloway gets there, closely followed by Sam Guignard, a porter at Deutsch Motors, who has been waxing and polishing a station wagon at the back of the lot when he saw the gunman run by. More people from the neighborhood are arriving every minute. Calloway kneels down next to the body. He doesn't have to look very hard to see the officer has been hit at least 3 times, once in the right temple. Calloway has seen a lot of dead men during the Korean War. This officer looks just like them. In New York, CBS News anchor Walter Cronkite tells the nation for the first time that the president has reportedly died. Calling it only a rumor, he leads to Eddie Barker, the news director of CBS's Dallas affiliate KRLD, who is on the scene at Parkland Hospital. Barker says, "The word we have is that President Kennedy is dead. This we do not know for a fact. The word we have is from a doctor on the staff of Parkland Hospital who says that it is true. He was in tears when he told me just a moment ago. This is still not officially confirmed, but the source would normally be a good one." 1:17 p.m. T.F. Bowley, who just picked up his 12-year-old daughter at the R.L. Thornton School in Singing Hills and was on his way to pick up his wife from work at the telephone company at 9th and Zhang's, drives up on the scene at 10th and Patton. Bowley tells his young daughter to wait in the car as he walks over to see what's happened. He takes one look at the officer and knows there is nothing anyone can do for him. He walks over to the open driver's door of the squad car. Benavides looks up and says, "I don't know how it works." Benavides gets out of the car and hands the mic over to Bowley, who calls in the shooting. "Hello, police operator." "Go ahead," dispatcher Murray Jackson answers. "Go ahead, citizen using the police. We've had a shooting out here," Bowley blurts out. "Where's it at?" Jackson asks. Bowley hesitates. He isn't sure. "The citizen using police radio," Jackson continues. "On 10th Street, Bowley cuts in. "What location on 10th Street?" "Between Marsalis and Beckley," Bowley answers. "It's police officer. Somebody shot him." What's this?" Someone at the scene tells Bowley the address and he repeats it to the dispatcher. 404 10th Street. Jackson knows his friend, Officer J.D. Tippett, is in that general area and immediately calls over the police radio. "Unit 78? Bowley says. "You got that? It's in a police car." Someone at the scene tells him the number of the police car. Bowley repeats it. "Number 10. Now Jackson knows. That's Tippett's squad car number. In fact, he and J.D. had once partnered in that same car. He can't believe what appears to have happened. He doesn't want to believe it. Both he and the other dispatcher working Channel 1, C.E. Hulse, shout into their mics, 78! Seconds tick by. No response. It can't be true, Jackson thinks. But it is. "You got this?" Bowley asks the stunned dispatcher. Hulse takes command. "Attention all units." "Hello, police operator, did you get that?" Bowley asks, talking over the dispatcher. "Signal 19, police call number for a shooting, involving a police officer, 510 East Jefferson. The citizen using the police radio remain off the air now," Jackson orders as he recovers from the shocking news. "Unit 91, Hulse calls, trying to contact Patrolman W.D. Menzel, who checked out a few minutes earlier at a traffic accident near the Tippett shooting scene. No response. "Unit 69's going out there," Patrolman A.R. Brock calls into Jackson. 10-4, 69, Jackson replies, relieved to know that help is on the way. It isn't long before law officers throughout the city learn that one of their own has been shot. First it was the president. Now, for the Dallas police, it's personal. On the street in front of the Texas School Book Depository building, Sergeant Gerald Hill had run into Lieutenant J.C. Carl Day of the crime lab just as he arrived at the scene. Hill told him about finding spent cartridges up on the 6th floor, and Day had gone up. Now, Hill is giving Inspector Sawyer the same information as Dallas Morning News reporters James Ewell and Hugh Ainsworth stand nearby, listening intently to the conversation. Hill, a former newsman, knows how tough it is to gather facts without good police sources. He speaks clearly so the newsmen get it right. Sergeant C.B. Bud Owens and Assistant District Attorney Bill Alexander join the group. In a moment, Sheriff Bill Decker walks up. He's grim-faced. Decker was in the lead car of the motorcade and had seen the carnage at Parkland Hospital. But all he says is, "It looks bad." They are all standing there, but a moment when they hear T.F. Bowley's voice break in on a nearby police radio with the news that a Dallas police officer has been shot. Sergeant Owens, acting lieutenant in charge of the Oak Cliff area, listens with growing horror to the dispatcher calling in vain for Unit 78. He knows immediately that it's one of his men, J.D. Tippit, a longtime friend. Owens jumps into his car as Hill and Alexander pile in behind him. Owens puts the pedal to the floor, and the car squeals away toward Oak Cliff. Hill grabs the radio in the front seat. "Give me the correct address on the shooting." 501 East 10th, Dispatcher Jackson replies, giving an address from another call sheet, just handed to him from an officer who had received this address from a telephone operator, who in turn had been given the address by a resident calling in from East 10th Street. The police are being flooded with call sheets, notations that record telephone calls from citizens. Patrolman Joe Poe and Leonard Jez, also racing to the scene, are equally confused by the multiple addresses. "Was 519 East Jefferson correct?" Poe asks. "We have two locations, 501 East Jefferson and 501 East 10th, Jackson says, not mentioning the correct address of 404 East 10th Street, 10th and Patton, that he had also been given. "Unit 19, Owens, are you en route?" 10-4, an unknown officer says. 19 is en route. At 1:18 p.m., the Channel 2 dispatcher, Gerald D. Hensley, informs all squads of the correct address of the shooting. Back in front of the depository, reporters Ewell and Ainsworth confer briefly. The shooting in Oak Cliff has to be connected to the president's death, they think. They decide to split up. One will stay at the depository, and the other will go out to Oak Cliff. Ainsworth draws the Oak Cliff assignment. After he runs off, Ewell has second thoughts about staying behind. He spots Captain W.R. Westbrook in charge of the Dallas Police Department's Personnel Bureau running for his car. He's headed for Oak Cliff, too. Ewell asks permission and joins him. At 10th and Patton Streets, ambulance attendants J.C. Butler and William Eddie Kinsley swing their 1962 Ford ambulance around in front of the squad car and jump out. Though they had received the incorrect address of 501 East 10th Street from the police, they had no trouble spotting the squad car and people around it, less than a block to the east. They've been dispatched from the Dudley Hughes Funeral Home, less than 3 blocks away, but there's nothing they can do for Tippit. Ambulance attendants at that time are basically just drivers whose job is to get victims to a nearby hospital as quickly as possible. Their ambulance is equipped with little more than a stretcher. Butler kneels next to Tippit's body and rolls him on his back as Kinsley pulls the stretcher cot from the back of the station wagon. Tippit's pistol is out of its holster, lying on the pavement near his right palm. Ted Calloway moves the gun to the hood of the squad car, then, with Scoggins and Guignard, helps the attendants lift the body onto the stretcher. As they do so, the first Dallas police officer to arrive at the murder scene, Reserve Sergeant Kenneth Croy, pulls up. Butler and Kinsley push the cot into the back, slam the door, and are off in a flash to Methodist Hospital about a mile away. 1:20 p.m. Out at Parkland, the hospital's senior engineer, Darrell Tomlinson, has been manually operating the elevator, shuttling it between the emergency room on the ground floor and the operating rooms on the second floor. Coming down from the second floor, Tomlinson notices that on the ground floor a gurney, which was left in the hallway, has been pushed out into the narrow corridor by someone who may have used the men's room. There is barely enough room in front of the elevator doors as it is, so Tomlinson pushes the gurney back. As it bumps the wall, Tomlinson hears a clink of metal on metal. He walks over and sees a bullet lying between the pad and the rim of the gurney. O.P. Wright, personnel officer of Parkland Hospital, has just entered the emergency unit when he hears Tomlinson call to him. Wright walks over and Tomlinson points out the bullet lying on the edge of the stretcher. Wright, a former deputy chief of police for the city of Dallas, immediately looks for a federal officer to take charge of the evidence. At first, Wright contacts an FBI agent, who refuses to take a look at the bullet, saying it wasn't the FBI's responsibility to make the investigation, in apparent deference to the Dallas Police Department. Next, Wright locates a Secret Service agent, but he too doesn't seem interested in coming to look at the bullet on the stretcher. Frustrated, Wright turns to the stretcher, reluctantly picks up the bullet and puts it into his pocket. There it remains for the next half hour or so, until Wright runs into Secret Service agent Richard E. Johnson, who agrees to take possession of the bullet, which will later become a key piece of evidence in the assassination. In Oak Cliff, Ted Calloway can hear the confusion and desperation of the police over Tippett's car radio as they struggle to locate the scene of the officer's shooting. He lowers his big frame into the patrol car and grabs the mic. "Hello, hello, hello." "From out here on 10th Street, he continues. 500 block. This police officer's just shot. I think he's dead. 10-4. We already have the information, Dispatcher Jackson replies, exasperated. The citizen using the radio will remain off the radio now. The last thing he needs is some gung-ho citizen tying up the airwaves. Ted Calloway climbs out of the squad car and spots his mechanic, Domingo Benavides. "Did you see what happened?" "Yes," Benavides says. Calloway picks up Tippett's service revolver. "Let's chase him," he says. Benavides wants no part of it. Calloway snaps the revolver open, and Benavides can see that no rounds have been fired. Calloway tucks the gun in his belt and turns to the cab driver, Scoggins. "You saw the guy, didn't you?" the former Marine asks. Scoggins admits he had. "If he's going up Jefferson, he can't be too far. Let's go get the son of a bitch who's responsible for this." In his blue suit and white shirt, Calloway looks like some kind of policeman or Secret Service agent. Scoggins doesn't find out until later that he's simply a used car manager. They go back to Scoggins' cab and set off to cruise along Jefferson, the last place Calloway saw the gunman. 2 blocks away, Warren Reynolds and Pat Patterson wonder whether the gunman went into the rear of one of the buildings near Crawford and Jefferson. They've been tailing him since he headed west, walking briskly along Jefferson Boulevard. They saw the killer turn north and scoot between a second-hand furniture store and the Texaco service station on the corner. Eventually, they approach Robert and Mary Brock, the husband and wife employees of the service station, and ask if they've seen a man come by. Both say yes. They last saw him in the parking lot behind the station. Reynolds and Patterson run back and check the parking lot, then the alley behind it. Nothing. He's escaped. Reynolds tells them to call the police, then heads toward 10th and Patton to tell the others. 1:21 p.m., 2:21 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. In Washington, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover calls James J. Rowley, Chief of the Secret Service, to offer any assistance. He tells Rowley it has been reported that a Secret Service agent has been killed, but he had not been able to get his name. Rowley states he did not know one of his agents had been killed. Hoover says the information he has is that the shots came from the 4th floor of a building and that apparently a Winchester rifle was used. The two speculate about who was behind the shooting, Rowley mentioning subversive elements in Mexico and Cuba, Hoover mentioning the Ku Klux Klan. At the Dallas FBI office, Special Agent in Charge, Gordon Shanklin, a chain smoker who buys cartons of cigarettes by the grocery bag, is on the telephone with the third-in-command at FBI headquarters in Washington, Alan Belmont. With his thin hair, glasses, and comfortable attire, Shanklin looks like a rumpled professor, but all the agents understand his nervousness. It isn't easy to work for J. Edgar Hoover, with his whims and moods. Shanklin tells Belmont that from the information available, it appears the president has died of his wounds and that Governor Connolly is in fair condition. He adds that, contrary to prior reports, a Secret Service agent has not been killed in Dallas. The director's specific instructions on this, Belmont says, are that we should offer all possible assistance to the Secret Service and local police, and that means exactly that, give all possible assistance. Do we have jurisdiction? Shanklin questions. The question of jurisdiction is not pertinent at the moment, Belmont replies. The Secret Service will no doubt regard this as primarily their matter. But the essential thing is that we offer and give all possible assistance. In fact, see if the Secret Service wants us to send some laboratory men down to assist in identifying the spent shells found in the depository. I've already made the offer, Shanklin tells him. I've got our men with the Secret Service, the Dallas Police, and the Sheriff's Office. I've even got a man at the hospital where Mrs. Kennedy is." Shanklin fills Belmont in on the latest developments. Shots appear to have been fired from the 5th floor of a 5-story building at the corner of Elm and Commerce, where a Winchester rifle was reportedly used. Shanklin tells him that the building has been roped off, and the Secret Service and police are going through it. "Has anyone been identified?" Belmont asks. "No, not yet," Shanklin answers. "We'll send out a teletype to all offices to check and account for the whereabouts of all hate group members in their areas," Belmont tells him. "If you need more manpower down there, let us know and we'll send it." "Okay," Shanklin says and hangs up. Belmont promptly starts working on a teletype to alert all FBI offices to immediately contact all informants and sources regarding the assassination and to immediately establish the whereabouts of bombing suspects, Klan and hate group members, racial extremists, and any other individuals who, on the basis of information in bureau files, might have been involved. 1:22 p.m. The cavernous 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository is crawling with officers looking for evidence. Since the discovery of the sniper's nest, the search has been concentrated there. They have all heard about the shooting out on Oak Cliff and are tense, jumpy. Dallas Morning News reporter Kent Biffle, caught up with the officers involved in the search, wonders whether he risks getting shot by a nervous officer. A flashbulb pops in the southeast corner window as crime lab investigators Lieutenant Carl Day and Detective Robert Studebaker photograph the 3 spent cartridges lying on the floor of the sniper's nest. Nearby, Captain Will Fritz of Homicide converses with Detectives L. D. Montgomery and Marvin Johnson, who've just arrived. Across the floor, in the northwest corner near the top of the back stairwell, 2 sheriff deputies comb through a stack of boxes for the umpteenth time. Deputy Eugene Boone shines his high-powered flashlight into every gloomy crack, crevice, and cranny, looking in, under, and around the dusty boxes and pallets. Alongside him is Deputy Constable Seymour Weitzman, who has been over this area of the 6th floor twice already, though without the aid of a flashlight. Now the bright beam of light picks up something on the floor stuffed down between 2 rows of boxes, another box slid on an angle over the top of it. Weitzman crawls down on the floor as Boone shines the light down into the crevice from the top. They spot a rifle at the same moment. "There it is!" Weitzman shouts. "We got it!" Boone hollers to other officers across the 6th floor. It was pretty well concealed from view. 8 or 9 searchers must have stumbled over it before they found it. Boone checks his watch, 1:22 p.m. Captain Fritz tells Detectives Montgomery and Johnson to stay with the hulls, while he and Detectives Sims and Boyd walk over to where the rifle has been found. They can see it down among the boxes. Detective Sims goes back to the area of the sniper's nest and tells Lieutenant Day that they need him, the camera, and the fingerprint dust kit over where the rifle has been found. Detective Studebaker takes another picture of the position of the 3 empty cartridges lying below the half-open window, as Day tells him they've got the pictures they need. Detective Sims reaches down and picks up the empty hulls and drops them into an evidence envelope that Lieutenant Day is holding open. With the empty hulls secured, Day packs up the camera and dust kit and immediately goes to the officers gathering around the rifle near the stairwell in the northwest corner of the 6th floor. As Day leaves, Detectives Montgomery and Johnson start to collect other evidence in the area of the sniper's nest, including the long brown paper bag. The bag has been folded twice and is lying to the left of the sniper's nest window. As Montgomery unfolds it, he and Johnson speculate that it may have been used to bring the rifle into the building. Within minutes, Lieutenant Day and Detective Studebaker are photographing the rifle from several points of view. When they're satisfied they have enough, Fritz carefully lifts the weapon out by its homemade sling. A local TV cameraman records the scene for posterity. None of the officers crowding around, many of them gun enthusiasts, are able to identify the rifle positively, although it's clearly an infantry weapon with a Mauser action. It is stamped Made Italy, with a date of 1940 and a serial number C2766. Along with some other more arcane markings, it bears the legend Caliber 6.5 across the top of the rear iron sight. It has the distinctive magazine, designed by Ferdinand Ritter von Mannlicher, who worked on the Mauser bolt action, built on the leading edge of the trigger guard, and capable of holding up to 5 rounds, or 6 of a smaller caliber. Day notices that the detachable cartridge clip in the magazine is empty. The rifle has been fitted with a cheap Japanese telescopic sight and an improvised homemade sling. Whatever the sling came from, it didn't start out as a rifle sling. Before the rifle is touched or moved, Captain Fritz has Day photograph the rifle and surrounding boxes. Fritz then gingerly opens the bolt and finds one live cartridge in the chamber, which she ejects. The cartridge is printed with the caliber 6.5 mm and the make, WW, symbol of the Western Cartridge Company of Alton, Illinois. Sergeant Bud Owens races his car south on Beckley with passengers Gerald Hill and Bill Alexander. In Dallas law enforcement at the time of the assassination, two names stood out. Captain Will Fritz, who headed up the Homicide and Robbery Bureau of the Dallas Police Department, and Bill Alexander, the chief felony prosecutor for the Dallas District Attorney's Office. Alexander had been with the office for 11 years, had had 10 murderers he convicted, or helped convict, executed at the state prison in Huntsville, and had a 93% conviction rate in felony jury trials, above average in his office of 25 assistant district attorneys. Both men, though not social friends, liked and respected each other and worked closely on the major homicide cases in Dallas. Both liked their respective bosses, Police Chief Jesse Curry and District Attorney Henry Wade, but viewed them charitably as administrators, though both, particularly Wade, had distinguished careers in their respective departments before leading them, who really didn't know what the hell was going down in the cases handled by their offices. Alexander, an infantry captain during the Second World War who saw combat in Italy, to this day wears a John B. Stetson hat, with embroidered lining, he hastens to add, and carries a .380 automatic underneath his belt on his left side. Perhaps no other incident illustrates the lore of Bill Alexander more than one involving a Dallas con artist named Smokey Joe Smith. It seems that Smith had the practice of reading obituaries and then preying on and swindling the decedent's vulnerable widows. Alexander did not take kindly to this and started to investigate Smith. One day, word got back to Alexander that Smith was in the Courthouse Cafe, a popular hangout for court regulars across the street from the courthouse, flashing his .45 and saying he was going to put a few holes in Alexander. There's always been an element of Texas justice that pronounces the word justice as justice. And Alexander walked into the busy coffee shop, jerked Smith's overfed body off the counter stool, and with Smith on his knees, put his automatic to Smith's head and said, "Beg me for your life, you no-good son of a bitch, or I'll kill you right here." After first pleading with Alexander, "Don't kill me, please put the gun away," Smith, becoming more brazen when no projectile was on its way, told Alexander, "I'm going to tell the sheriff." "Go ahead and tell the one-eyed old son of a bitch," Dallas Sheriff Bill Decker. "That won't help you if your gut's shot." Alexander left Smith with this cheerful admonition, "If you ever walk up behind me, I'll kill you dry." Smith, in fact, did call Decker, who called Alexander with his friendly advice. "You really shouldn't talk like that, Bill. Don't kill him." But anyone led into thinking that because of Alexander's tough talk, he was just a raw-boned hick who happened to have a law degree would be wrong. One can't spend more than a few minutes with Alexander without sensing that he is very intelligent and has a dry and pungent wit that he enjoys just as much as the person he's sharing it with. On the day of the assassination, Alexander was returning to his office from a lunch-hour trip to a hardware store in the Oak Cliff section of Dallas to get supplies for the deer hunting season coming up, when he heard sirens and saw traffic gridlock near his office in the old records building off Dealey Plaza. Learning the president had been shot, he went to his office on the 6th floor. It was virtually empty, since Wade, in view of the president's visit and motorcade, had told his office to take the afternoon off. Knowing there would be a flood of calls coming in, Alexander asked the switchboard operator to stay on the job and immediately went to the sheriff's office in the jail building, which was joined to the records building, to see what was going on. Within minutes, he walked to the assassination scene where his friend Dallas Deputy Chief Herbert Sawyer was coordinating things from a makeshift command post he had set up on Elm in front of the book depository building. When a call came in that a Dallas officer had been shot in the Oak Cliff area, as indicated, he got in the squad car with Bud Owens and Gerald Hill and went to the scene. Alexander knew what all good prosecutors know. If at all possible, You join in the police investigation. It's much easier to present a case in court that you help put together than to rely solely on the police. If you do the latter and they do a good job, fine. But if they don't, it's legal suicide. Alexander was at ground zero and starting to put his case together against the killer of Officer Tippit. As Owens, Hill, and Alexander proceed to the Tippit murder scene, they see an ambulance, sirens wailing, cross in front of them, a police car close behind. The officers know it's heading for the emergency unit at Methodist Hospital. The ambulance bearing Tippit's body had picked up a patrol car driven by Officer Robert Davenport and partner W.R. Barden a block earlier. In a moment, the two are wheeling into the emergency entrance, when Butler and Kinsley open the back of the ambulance. Officer Davenport is shocked to see J.D. Tippit, whom he knew well and had worked with for 3 years. Davenport and Barden help get Tippit into the emergency room. Though he appears to be dead, the officers observe the doctors and nurses trying to bring Tippit back to life. Up in the call room of the hospital, Dr. Paul C. Mullenhoff, a 29-year-old surgery resident, is watching TV coverage of the presidential shooting. Someone from the emergency room calls and asks for the doctor on duty. He's out, so Dr. Mullenhoff runs down to cover for him. At 10th and Patton, Officer Roy W. Walker pulls to the curb and recognizes an old school friend, Warren Reynolds, who gives him a description of the suspect. Officer Walker grabs his radio mic as more police cars approach. "We have a description on this suspect," Walker broadcasts. "Last seen about 300 block of East Jefferson. He's a white male, about 30, 5'8", black hair, slender. Wearing a white jacket, white shirt, and dark slacks." "Armed with what?" Dispatcher Jackson asks. "Unknown," Walker replies. Patrol partners Joe Poe and Leonard Jez pull up just as Walker finishes the broadcast. Owens, Hill, and Alexander are right behind them. Police cars are now arriving at 10th and Patton en masse. Sergeant Owens takes command of the area, instructing Officers Poe and Jez to talk to as many witnesses as possible and guard the crime scene. Someone at the scene informs them that the gunman had cut through a parking lot on Jefferson and dumped his jacket. Sergeant Owens and Assistant District Attorney Alexander and a posse of officers leave in search of the gunman. Sergeant Hill tells eyewitness Harold Russell to come with him. Hill takes Poe's squad car and drives off with Russell in the hopes of spotting the gunman in flight. Eyewitness Jack Tatum walks up to Officers Poe and Jazz with Mrs. Markham in tow. Hysterical, incoherent, and on the verge of fainting, Mrs. Markham recounts the brutal murder for police. It's tough to understand Markham's story through her tears. She keeps telling them that she'll be late for work, and they reassure her that everything will be okay. Ted Calloway and cab driver William Scoggins return to the scene after failing to find the gunman. Calloway swears he would have shot him if he had found him. Police are just glad to get Tippit's service revolver back from this gung-ho Dallas citizen. 1:23 p.m. At Methodist Hospital, Dr. Mullenhoff is joined in the emergency room by Dr. Richard A. LaCourie. The physicians make no further effort to resuscitate J.D. Tippit. Dr. LaCourie thinks the bullet wound in the temple could have caused instant death. He turns to Officer Davenport and tells him he's declaring Tippit dead on arrival. Davenport shakes his head in despair and leaves the room to notify police headquarters. Tippit's body will be transported to Parkland Hospital for an autopsy. Before it is, Captain Cecil Talbert asks Dr. Mullenhoff to remove a bullet from Tippit's body, one that had not penetrated deeply so the police can determine what caliber weapon was used in the shooting. One .38 caliber slug and a button from Tippit's shirt are removed from the wound. 1:25 p.m. FBI agent James P. Hosty Jr. hurries into the FBI squad room on the 11th floor of the Santa Fe building in downtown Dallas. He scans the room for Kenneth C. Howe, his immediate supervisor. Hosty was eating a cheese sandwich in a cafe when he heard that Kennedy had been shot. He's already been out to the Trade Mart, Parkland Hospital, and now, under orders from Howe, back at the Bureau offices. Hosty sees that Howe, in his 50s, is visibly close to the edge. Because of Kennedy's progressive civil rights stance, Howe, like so many, suspects that the right wing may be behind the assassination, and Hosty is the only Dallas agent that monitors the right-wing groups. He knows he's in the hot seat now. Just then, Agent Vince Drain calls from Parkland Hospital to report that the president is dead of a gunshot wound to the head. Silence falls over the FBI office. A few secretaries start to sob quietly. Hosty jumps on the telephone and calls Sergeant H.M. Hart, his counterpart in the Dallas Police Intelligence Unit. In a matter of minutes, they agree to coordinate their investigation of right-wing extremists. As he hangs up the telephone, Hosty, like most of the law enforcement officers involved, can't help but think that the shootings of Officer Tippit and President Kennedy are somehow connected. But how? In the 400 block of East Jefferson, Sergeant Owens climbs from the squad car and directs a flock of arriving officers into the parking lot behind the Texaco service station. Another group of lawmen, including Assistant District Attorney Alexander, storm into two large vacant houses on Jefferson used for the storage of second-hand furniture. Warren Reynolds had told the police he saw the gunman running toward the houses. Dallas Morning News reporter Hugh Ainsworth is with the police searchers. A handful of cops run up a flight of rickety stairs while another posse paws through the clutter of furniture, weapons cocked. "Come out of there, you son of a bitch! We got you now!" one of them hollers. Suddenly, an officer falls through a weak section of the second-story flooring with a thunderous sound, his descent stopping at his waist. Before witnessing the humorous sight of the officer being half in and half out of the ceiling, all of them had instantly drawn their guns. Ainsworth, realizing he's the only one in there without a gun, runs for the exit, leaving police to do their duty. It doesn't take long for police to determine that there's nothing but junk in either building. Captain Westbrook and several officers proceed to the adjacent parking lot behind the Texaco service station, where the suspect lost his civilian pursuers to conduct a further search. Quickly, an officer points out to Captain Westbrook a light-colored jacket tossed under the rear bumper of an old Pontiac parked in the middle of the parking lot. Westbrook walks over and inspects the clothing. Looks like their suspect has decided to change his appearance. Motorcycle Officer J.T. Griffin reaches for his police radio to notify the dispatcher and fellow officers of the discovery. "We believe we got the suspect's white jacket. Believe he dumped it on this parking lot behind this service station at 400 block East Jefferson." A moment later, Dispatch Supervisor Sergeant Gerald Hensley contacts Captain Westbrook on Police Radio Channel 2. "Go ahead," Westbrook says as he reaches a nearby radio. "DOA, dead on arrival, Methodist Hospital." "Name?" Westbrook asks. "J.D. Tippit." 1:26 p.m. At the makeshift headquarters in Parkland Hospital's emergency section, Secret Service agent Lem Johns reports to Agent Youngblood that he has lined up 2 unmarked police cars, along with Dallas Police Chief Curry and Inspector Putnam, who will act as drivers, to get Johnson back to Love Field. "Let's go," Johnson says. They rush out in a football formation, Johnson the quarterback surrounded by a wedge of agents, those at the rear walking backward, hands on their guns. A second formation comprising Mrs. Johnson and 2 congressmen, Jack Brooks and Homer Thornberry, are close behind. The bewildered crowd at the emergency entrance scarcely has time to react before Johnson dives into the rear seat of Chief Curry's car. Youngblood crowds in behind him as Thornberry slides in front. Mrs. Johnson and Congressman Brooks and a bevy of agents jump into the second car. As the cars begin to pull away, Congressman Albert Thomas runs up, calling out, "Wait for me!" Youngblood, not eager to present a sitting target right in front of the hospital, tells Curry to drive on. But Johnson overrules him. "Stop and let him get in." The cars are stopped momentarily by a delivery truck on the access road to the hospital, but the police motorcycle escort gets them through and they are off again, sirens wailing. Both Youngblood and Johnson ask Curry to turn off the sirens. They don't want to attract any more attention than absolutely necessary. Youngblood radios ahead to have Air Force One ready to receive them. They will be coming on board immediately. Malcolm Kilduff stands outside Parkland Hospital watching as the new president heads for Love Field. He turns and heads back into the hospital, where he knows he'll have to make the hardest announcement of his life. A crowd of journalists, crazy for something official, anything at all, flock around him. All of them know from Father Huber's indiscretion that President Kennedy is dead. Someone has already lowered the flag out in front of the hospital to half-mast. Kilduff refuses to oblige them, repeating mechanically that he will make no further statement until the press conference begins. 1:29 p.m. For the first time, Dallas Police Headquarters learns that there may be a connection between the Kennedy and Tippit shootings. When Deputy Chief of Police N.T. Fisher calls into Channel 2 Police radio dispatcher Gerald Hensley and asks if there is any indication of a connection between the two shootings, Hensley radios back. "Well, the descriptions on the suspect are similar, and it is possible." 1:30 p.m. Vernon B. O'Neill, proprietor of O'Neill's Funeral Home, and his bookkeeper, Ray Gleason, arrive at Parkland's emergency entrance and open the back of the Cadillac ambulance. Secret Service agents and White House correspondents spring forward to help lug the 400-pound casket requested by the Secret Service out onto the undertaker's lightweight, portable cart assembled there. Ken O'Donnell gets the signal that the casket has arrived. He returns to the corridor outside Trauma Room 1 and finds Jackie Kennedy still sitting on the folding chair surrounded by Clint Hill and members of President Kennedy's staff. "I want to speak to you," he says to Mrs. Kennedy, motioning for her to follow him. They move a short distance down the passageway, away from the casket being wheeled in. The First Lady guesses that he doesn't want her to see it. Dr. Kemp Clark appears beside O'Donnell, and Jackie pleads with him. "Please, can I go in? Please let me go back." No, he said softly. Finally, she leans toward him. "Do you think seeing the coffin can upset me, Doctor? I've seen my husband die, shot in my arms. His blood is all over me. How can I see anything worse than what I've seen?" There is nothing left for Clark to do but accede to her wishes. Mrs. Kennedy is right behind Vernon O'Neill as they push the casket into Trauma Room 1. She wants to see her husband one more time before they close the coffin, to touch him and give him something. She moves to the president's side, takes off her wedding ring, which he had bought her in Newport, Rhode Island, just before their grand wedding there, lifts her husband's hand and slips it on his finger. She wants desperately to be alone with him, but she knows it cannot be. She steps into the passageway outside. "Did I do the right thing?" she asks Ken O'Donnell. "I wanted to give him something." "You leave it right where it is," he says. "Now I have nothing left," she says. After seeing the condition of the president's body, Vernon O'Neill knows that it's going to take some time to make sure that the casket's expensive pale satin lining isn't irretrievably stained. Nurses Margaret Henchcliffe and Diana Bowron, along with orderly David Sanders, line the coffin with a sheet of plastic, then wrap the body in a white sheet before placing it in the casket. Additional sheets are wrapped around the head to keep it from oozing more blood. The whole process takes 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Dr. Earl Rose, the Dallas County medical examiner with an office at Parkland Hospital, rushes into the emergency area and grabs a phone off the wall of the nurses' station. "This is Earl Rose," he says into the mouthpiece, presumably to a Parkland Hospital official. "There has been a homicide here. They won't be able to leave until there has been an autopsy." He hangs up and turns to leave when Roy Kellerman, who overheard Rose's directive, blocks the door. "My friend, I'm the special agent in charge of the White House detail of the Secret Service," he says. "This is the body of the President of the United States, and we are going to take it back to Washington." "No, that's not the way things are," Rose snaps, waving his finger. "The President is going with us," Kellerman argues. "You're not taking the body anywhere," Rose lashes back. "There's a law here. We're going to enforce it." "This part of the law can be waived," Kellerman insists, every muscle tightening. Rose shakes his head no. "You'll have to show me a lot more authority than you have now," Kellerman says. "I will," Rose shoots back, reaching for the phone. The law, of course, is on the medical examiner's side. The president was murdered on a Dallas street, and, unbelievably, killing a president was not a federal crime at the time unless it was committed on federal property, which wasn't the case here. Also, since Texas law required an inquest by a justice of the peace for all homicides, and then, if ordered, as is automatically would have been done in this case, an autopsy, Rose has a legal obligation to Dallas County to make sure an autopsy is conducted. Telephone calls to the sheriff's office and police department assure him that he is right, that an inquest and autopsy are mandatory. Ken O'Donnell and others in the presidential party, imagining the ordeal for the widow if she has to remain in Dallas for another day or two, take turns arguing with the medical examiner. This is not an ordinary homicide, but an assassinated president. He has been examined by doctors and will certainly undergo a federal-level autopsy on his return to Washington, D.C. Further delay will serve no purpose and could cause undue misery for his widow, and so on. Dr. Rose concedes that he could legally release the body to a Texas justice of the peace, functioning as a coroner, but without that there's no way he will permit them to remove the body from his jurisdiction. The president's men start making phone calls to find an authority who can overrule him. At the Texas School Book Depository, police officers are conducting a roll call outside of Supervisor Bill Shelley's office and collecting the names and addresses of the building's employees. Superintendent Roy Truly notices that Oswald isn't among the dozen or so stockroom boys talking to the police. In fact, Truly hasn't seen Oswald since he and Officer Baker ran into him in the second-floor lunchroom right after the shots. That encounter may be the only reason Truly is thinking of him now. "Have you seen Lee Oswald around lately?" Truly asks Shelley. "No," Shelley replies. Truly approaches O.V. Campbell, the book depository vice president. "I have a boy over here missing," Truly says. "I don't know whether to report it or not." Truly thinks that another one or two boys are also missing, but the only one who sticks in his mind is Oswald, if for no other reason than that he had seen Oswald on the second floor of the building when almost all of his other employees were out on the street, just an hour or so earlier. Truly calls down to the warehouse personnel office to get Oswald's telephone number, home address, and description from his employment application. He jots it all down and hangs up. Deputy Chief Lumpkin is a few feet away. "I've got a boy missing over here," Truly tells him, instinctively focusing in, again, only on Oswald. "I don't know whether it amounts to anything or not." "Let's go up and tell Captain Fritz," Lumpkin says as the two head upstairs. They find Captain Fritz on the 6th floor at the top of the stairs, standing with a group of officers and reporters. Lumpkin pulls Fritz aside to listen to Truly, who repeats his story and gives him Oswald's address and general description. Age 23, he was now 24, 5'9", about 150 pounds, light brown hair. 1:33 p.m. The large double classroom in the medical school, room 101 and 102, is jammed with noisy, excited reporters who have difficulty calming down when Malcolm Kilduff takes his place at the teacher's lectern. He starts to speak, then stops. "Excuse me, let me catch my breath." Kennedy has been dead for half an hour, and everyone in the room knows it, but Kilduff still can't think of what to say or how to say it. He wonders whether he will be able to control his quivering voice. Finally, he begins, "President John F. Kennedy." "Hold it," someone calls as cameras click. Kilduff starts over. "President John F. Kennedy died at approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time today here in Dallas." "Oh, God," a reporter blurts out. Kilduff welcomes a moment of respite as the wire reporters rush out to find a telephone. "He died of a gunshot wound in the brain," Kilduff continues. "I have no other details regarding the assassination of the president. Mrs. Kennedy was not hit. Governor Connolly was not hit. The vice president was not hit." Reporters will discover Kilduff's error about the governor soon enough. Tom Wicker, the New York Times White House reporter, starts to ask whether Johnson has been sworn in as president, but breaks down. Kilduff's voice also breaks as he tries to answer. Another correspondent asks, "Has the vice president taken the oath of office?" "No," Kilduff says. "He has left." The reporters demand a briefing by the attending doctors, and Kilduff, who hadn't thought of it, promises to see what he can do. 1:34 p.m. In the parking lot, in back of the Texaco station, Captain Westbrook turns around and starts toward the Abundant Life Temple, a 4-story brick church at the corner of 10th and Crawford, located right behind the Texaco parking lot. But he sees it's already covered. Officer M.N. Nick McDonald was standing at the rear of the temple, and McDonald calls in to the radio dispatcher. "Send me a squad over here at 10th and Crawford. Check out this church basement." 1:35 p.m. Dallas police officer Charles T. Walker drops a couple of newsmen off at the Tippett killing scene and drives off to comb the neighborhood. Turning onto southbound Denver, he spots a man, fitting the description of the suspect, running into the library a block ahead at Jefferson and Marsalis. Walker punches the gas and grabs his radio mic. "He's in the library, Jefferson East, 500 block." The radio suddenly comes alive with excited chatter. "What's the location, 223? The dispatcher asks. "Marsalis and Jefferson, in the library. I'm going around the back. Get somebody around the front. Get him here, fast!" Walker shouts as he wheels to the curb, tires screeching. Police and sheriff deputies, including the officers about to search the church, scramble for their cars. Within a minute, the library is ground zero, surrounded by nearly every squad car in the area. Police feel certain they have the cop killer cornered. 1:36 p.m. 6 blocks west of the library on Jefferson Boulevard, 22-year-old Johnny C. Brewer, manager of Hardy's shoe store, listened to the president's arrival at Love Field and the motorcade on a little transistor radio, and has been riveted since the first vague reports of the shooting of the president were heard. From what he can gather, a policeman has also been shot, less than 3/4 of a mile away. He's been hearing the periodic wail of sirens for nearly 20 minutes. Now Brewer can hear police sirens coming west on Jefferson, their wail growing so strong it sounds like it might land on his doorstep at any moment. Suddenly, a young man walking west on Jefferson steps into the lobby, a large recess 15 feet deep between the sidewalk and the door of the shop with display windows on either side. The fellow, wearing a brown sports shirt over a white T-shirt, his shirt tail out, is behaving very strangely. Brewer is only about 10 feet away, just beyond the display window, and is looking directly at his face. Brewer finds it quite unusual that with all the commotion going on outside, the man keeps his back to the street. His hair is messed up, he's breathing heavily, and looks like he's been running. And he also looks scared. Brewer thinks he recognizes him as a particular persnickety customer who once took an agonizingly long time to make up his mind to purchase a cheap pair of black crepe-soled shoes. Police did recover a pair of black low-quarter shoes, John Hardy brand, from Oswald's Beckley room on November 23, 1963. Just as the man stepped into the foyer, Brewer can see the approaching police cars make a U-turn at Jefferson and Zhang's a few stores away and head back east on Jefferson toward the library, sirens screaming. The man in the foyer turns and looks over his right shoulder toward the receding police cars, then, seemingly after making sure they have gone by, steps out of the foyer and continues west on Jefferson. The more Brewer thinks about it, the more suspicious he becomes. About a half-minute later, curiosity gets the better of him, and Brewer steps out onto the sidewalk to see where this character is going. The suspect is already 50 yards away, walking at a good clip, nearing the marquee of the Texas Theater, which is showing a double feature, Cry of Battle and War is Hell. Julia E. Postal, the 47-year-old ticket taker, has been listening to the radio, too. Just before the Texas Theater opened for business at 12:45 p.m., her daughter called to tell her that someone had shot the president, and she has been listening right there in the box office ever since. Though most of the police cars had turned around, one continued on, its siren blasting as it shot past the theater box office. John Callahan, the theater manager who is standing next to Mrs. Postal, says, "Something's about to pop." They both scramble out onto the sidewalk. The squad car looks like it's stopping up the street. Callahan gets into his car at the curb to go see what's happening. Shoe store manager Johnny Brewer, on the sidewalk east of the theater, sees the suspicious man, walking a little faster than usual, slip into the Texas Theater behind Postal's back. For Brewer, it's all adding up. Postal watches her boss drive off, then turns to go back to the box office. Brewer is standing there, having walked up from the shoe store. He asks her if the man that just ducked into the theater had bought a ticket. "No, by golly, he didn't," she says, looking around, half expecting to see him. She saw the man out of the corner of her eye when she walked out with Mr. Callahan. Brewer tells her the man's been acting suspiciously. He goes inside and checks with concessionaire Warren Butch Burroughs, but he was busy stocking candy and didn't see anyone come in. Brewer returns to the box office. "He has to be in there," Postal says. She tells him to go get Butch and have him help check the exits, but don't tell him why because he's kind of excitable. Brewer goes back in and asks Burroughs to show him where the exits are. The concessionaire wants to know why. Against Postal's advice, Brewer tells him he thought the guy looked suspicious. The Texas Theater, an architecturally decorative structure built in 1932, was the very first in a chain of theaters built by inventor Howard Hughes. Upon entering the theater lobby from Jefferson Boulevard, patrons find themselves to the rear of the theater where a concession stand is set up. A staircase near the stand leads up to a spacious balcony above the main seating area. Another staircase at the far end of the lobby leads to the theater office. Being an L-shaped theater, from the concession stand, a theater-goer can only enter the main seating area by walking farther into the lobby and turning right down one of 4 aisles. The main seating area in the middle of the theater has an aisle on each side of it, and smaller seating areas to the left and right have an aisle adjacent to the left and right walls. The seats descend downward in typical theater style toward a large movie screen rising above a narrow area, stage, not large enough for live performances, though the theater was built during the vaudeville era. There are 5, today 6, fire exits, 1 to the left of the stage, 1 at the far end of the lobby, 2 on the balcony level, and a 5th on the small floor above the balcony where the projection room is. 4 of the fire exits lead directly into an alley running parallel with Jefferson Boulevard. The flickering images of War is Hell dance across the screen as Brewer and Burroughs check the lock bars on the 2 ground-floor exits. They are still down, meaning whoever ducked into the theater is still there. There are 24 patrons in the theater who have purchased their 90-cent tickets for the double feature. 1:38 p.m., 2:38 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. On CBS television, Walter Cronkite again repeats details of the shooting as he awaits official word on the president's death. Viewers can see 2 newsmen ripping fresh wire copy from the teletype machine in the background, then race over to the anchorman and hand him the sheet. Cronkite slips on his heavy, dark-frame glasses and glances at the copy. Now, for the first time, without equivocation, Cronkite tells a waiting nation, "From Dallas, the flash apparently official. President Kennedy died at 1 o'clock Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago." The words catch in his throat, and for a moment the most respected news anchor in the business is about to lose his composure. Choking back tears, Cronkite clears his throat and continues, "Vice President Lyndon Johnson has left the hospital. We don't know to where he has proceeded. Presumably he will be taking the oath of office and become the 36th President of the United States." During a later break, Cronkite answered a network telephone and heard a snobbish-sounding woman caller say, "I just want to say that this is the worst possible taste to have that Walter Cronkite on the air with his crocodile tears when everybody knows that he spent all his time trying to get the president." The newsman shot back, "Madam, this is Walter Cronkite, and you're a goddamn idiot," and slammed the phone down so hard he thought for a moment he had damaged it. With the news of the president's death, men and women across the country sobbed in the streets of the cities and did not have to explain why. Historian Theodore White wrote, "Not until he was dead and all men knew he would never again point his forefinger down from the platform and speaking to them, never pause before lancing with his wit the balloon of an untidy question, did Americans know how much light the young president had given their own lives and how he had touched them." Comedian Bob Hope wasn't trying to be funny when he said, "The lights had blown out in Camelot and the whole nation was stumbling around in the dark." The New York Times' Tom Wicker wrote, "People were unbelieving, afraid, desperately unsure of what would happen next. The world, it seemed, was a dark and malignant place. The chill of the unknown shivered across the nation." Many in America, a nation of 190 million people, simply stood, stupefied, no longer listening to the staccato voices that sounded unceasingly on the radios. Church bells tolled and the churches began to fill. Strangers spoke to each other, seeking surcease, wrote Relman Morin, a Pulitzer Prize-winning correspondent who covered the assassination for Associated Press and was a personal friend of the president's. In Boston, he continued, the Boston Symphony broke off a Handel concert to play a funeral march by Beethoven. The gong sounded in the New York Stock Exchange, suspending trading. Hundreds of football games to have been played Saturday were postponed. Racetracks closed. Sessions in the United Nations came to a halt. Television and radio networks announced that they were withdrawing all entertainment programs and commercials from their schedules to devote full time to the assassination. Normal programming would not be resumed until after the funeral. What happened in New York City is a microcosm of the country as a whole, the New York Times reported. The cry rang across the city, echoing again and again, "Is it true? Another cry quickly took its place as the news of the death of President Kennedy swept with sudden impact. "My God!" In all parts of the 5 boroughs, motorists pulled up their cars and sat hunched over their dashboard radios. Hundreds of thousands reached for so many telephones that the system blacked out, and operators had to refuse calls. Uptown, midtown, downtown, work and offices came to an abrupt halt. The biggest city in the nation turned into something of a ghost town. All Broadway theaters and all musical events were canceled. One common scene was the tight grasp of one's hand on another's arm as they discussed the assassination. Those who had no one familiar at hand walked up to strangers. The grief and the acts of mourning knew no special group, no particular section of the city. The sorrow and shock were unfolded in the human vignette, the collection of individuals who stared as though in a trance from their subway seats, their stools at luncheon counters, their chairs near television sets. A postman encountered many housewives who wept as they told him the news. They talked about it just as if they had lost their son or daughter. A dentist, weeping, said, "I can't work. I've sent 2 patients home and I've closed my office." A bartender said, "Everybody feels dead, real dead." A department store saleswoman declared, "I would do anything to bring him back." As dusk came, automatic devices turned on the huge, gaudy signs that normally blot out the night in Times Square. Then, one by one, the lights blinked out, turning the great carnival strip into what was almost a mourning band on the city's sleeve. It was not too different in most foreign countries, people weeping in the streets of the world's great capitals, Berlin, London, Paris, Rome. Even peoples who did not understand a word of English that Kennedy spoke had sensed that he was special, and he somehow touched the hearts of these millions. To them, Kennedy symbolized youth, new ideas, a fresh approach, the new generation. Indeed, he had sounded that chord himself in his inaugural address. "Let the word go forth from this time and place to friend and foe alike that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans, born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by a hard and bitter peace." Kennedy had come to power after the greatest and most destructive war ever, only to be followed by the specter of an even greater war in which new weapons could decimate the human race. Because of his leadership, soaring oratory, and innate charisma, millions throughout the planet felt that a peaceful resolution to the world's problems was more likely with him leading the way. People somehow believed in the possibilities of his vision of a new world where the strong are just and the weak secure and the peace preserved. "Let us begin." That young man, Kennedy's Cold War counterpart, Soviet Premier Nikita S. Khrushchev, reminisced in sorrow without the need to say another word. West Berlin Mayor Willy Brandt said, "A flame went out for all those who had hoped for a just peace and a better life." 89-year-old Winston Churchill, hearing the news in London while peering at his TV set with his Clementine, said, "The loss to the United States and to the world is incalculable." Around the world, groups divided by deep ideological chasms found common cause in mourning John F. Kennedy. For an hour at least he drew men together in universal mourning. In Latin America, grief was pervasive. Brazilian President João Goulart declared 3 days of official mourning and canceled all of his official engagements. Chilean President Jorge Alessandro Rodriguez declared national mourning, and radio stations replaced all programs with funeral music. Romulo Betancourt, president of Venezuela, attempting to read to newsmen the message of condolences he had sent to Washington, broke into tears and was unable to go on. But if one were to think that grief over Kennedy's death was universal, they would be wrong. An Oklahoma City physician, author William Manchester, writes, "Beamed at a grief-stricken visitor and said, 'God, I hope they got that Jackie, too.'" In a small Connecticut city, a doctor called ecstatically across Main Street to an internist who worshipped Kennedy. "The joyride's over. This is one deal Papa Joe can't fix." A woman visiting Amarillo, the second most radical city in Texas after Dallas, was lunching in the restaurant adjacent to her motel when a score of rejoicing students burst in from a high school directly across the street. "Hey, great, JFK's croaked!" one shouted with flagrant delight, and the woman, leaving as rapidly as she could, noticed that several diners were smiling back at the boy. In Dallas itself, a man whooped and tossed his expensive Stetson in the air. And it was in a wealthy Dallas suburb that the pupils of a fourth-grade class, told that the President of the United States had been murdered in their city, burst into spontaneous applause. Similarly, in the fifth grade of a private school in New Orleans, the teacher was called out of the room by another fifth-grade teacher to listen to a transistor radio bearing the news. When he returned to his class to announce that Kennedy had been shot and killed, spontaneously the pupils cheered and applauded. One girl, the exception, cried. Because of JFK's open support for civil rights for the nation's blacks, as indicated, many in the South had detested him. And when news of the shooting and later the death of the president became known, although most in the South, including those like the former Birmingham Police Commissioner T. Eugene Bull Connor and John Birch Society founder Robert W. Welch, Jr., who opposed Kennedy's civil rights policies, expressed their profound grief over the assassination, some Southern newspapers received anonymous, jeering telephone calls. "So they shot the nigger lover. Good for whoever did it. He asked for it, and I'm damn glad he got it, trying to ram the damn niggers down our throats." Radio also heard from the racial bigots. Before the announcer cut him off, a man who had called a station in Atlanta got in his belief that any white man who did what Kennedy did for niggers should be shot. And it wasn't just in the South. A young man wearing a swastika on his left arm walked around the state capitol in Madison, Wisconsin, proclaiming that Kennedy's death was a miracle for the white race and telling bystanders he was celebrating. Ralph Emerson McGill, publisher of the Atlanta, Georgia Constitution, wrote of the antipathy for Kennedy before his death that spilled over among some to his demise. There were businessmen who, in a time when profits were at an all-time high and the domestic economy booming, nonetheless could speak only in hatred of the Kennedys. There were evangelists who declared the president to be an antichrist, an enemy of God and religion. This hatred could focus on almost anything the president proposed. When he asked for legislation for medical aid for the aged, for example, there were doctors who succumbed to the fever of national unreason and began abusing the president. In locker rooms and at cocktail parties, luncheons, and dinners, it became a sort of game to tell vulgar and shabby jokes about the president, his wife, and his family. Most of these were repeats of stories in vogue at the time Franklin D. and Eleanor Roosevelt were in the White House. In Irving, Texas, Marina Oswald and Ruth Payne are sitting side by side on the sofa watching the television coverage when they hear the news. "What a terrible thing for Mrs. Kennedy," Marina sighs, "and for the children to be left without a father." Ruth walks about the room, crying, while Marina is too stunned to cry, although she feels as though her blood has stopped running. In Oak Cliff, police order everyone out of the library at Marsalis and Jefferson, hands high. Officer Walker points out the man he saw run in, Adrian Hamby, a 19-year-old Arlington State University student who had dashed into the library, where he worked part-time as a page, to tell friends that the president had been shot. Hamby is terrified as the cops realize the truth. A disappointed Sergeant Owens informs the dispatcher, "It was the wrong man." 1:39 p.m., 2:39 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The FBI dispatches its first teletype from Director Hoover to all 55 of its field offices, stamped urgent. It reads, "All offices, immediately contact all informants, security, racial and criminal, as well as other sources for information bearing on assassination of President Kennedy. All offices, immediately establish whereabouts of bombing suspects, all known Klan and hate group members, known racial extremists, and any other individuals who, on the basis of information available in your files, may possibly have been involved." Meanwhile, at Love Field, because he had been alerted to prepare Air Force One for immediate takeoff if necessary, the pilot, Colonel James Swindle, had had the ground air conditioner disconnected, and the interior of Air Force One is hot and stuffy. Since the plane's own air conditioning works only when the engines are running, the interior temperature continues to rise slowly but steadily. The shades have been drawn. Agent Youngblood fears a sniper on the roof of the terminal building. The doors locked, and a Secret Service sentinel posted at each one. More agents ring the aircraft on the ground. The Dallas police are patrolling both inside and outside the terminal. Some of them are checking the departure gates for every youngish man who comes close to meeting the broadcast descriptions of the assassin. Johnson could have left Dallas 3/4 of an hour ago, but feeling, he said, a sharp, painful, and bitter concern and solicitude for Mrs. Kennedy, he resolves not to leave without the President's widow, knowing that she would not leave without her husband's body. He is also anxious to take the oath of office as soon as possible. Johnson's aides and the congressmen present aren't quite sure of the procedure. 2 of the congressmen, Jack Brooks and Albert Thomas, are in favor of doing it immediately. The third, Thornberry, advises waiting until they get to Washington. No one is clear on the law as mandated by the Constitution, and no one can think where the actual text of the oath might be found. The steadily rising heat in the stateroom makes clear thought increasingly difficult. The men loosen their ties, open their shirt collars, and fan themselves with papers. The question of how to dramatize the presidential succession is more than symbolic. There is already news of a panic on Wall Street that has wiped out $11 billion of stock values in little more than an hour since the shooting. Johnson goes into the bedroom of the presidential cabin to make private phone calls. He calls Robert Kennedy at his home in Virginia. Relations between the 2 men have always been frosty. Johnson offers Kennedy words of condolence, and they briefly discuss what is known and what remains unknown about the assassination. The murder, he says, might be part of a worldwide plot. Kennedy is unresponsive. He doesn't understand what Johnson is talking about. "A lot of people down here think I should be sworn in right away," Johnson says, moving closer to the point of the call. "Do you have any objection to that?" Kennedy is stunned by the question. It has only been an hour since his brother was shot, and he doesn't see what the rush is. Johnson forges ahead. "Who could swear me in?" he asks. Bobby is in a daze. The events are swirling too fast. He'd like his brother's body to be returned to Washington before Johnson becomes the new president, but he decides that his feelings are all personal. "I'll be glad to find out," he tells Johnson. "I'll call you back." Johnson then calls a number of political friends in Dallas, finding few of them in their offices. He is particularly anxious to reach Federal District Judge Sarah Hughes, an old friend and political protege, on the assumption that she might be able to administer the oath. Judge Hughes is contacted by phone, and she agrees to do so. Youngblood, national security uppermost in his mind, hates the idea of remaining parked on the apron at Love Field any longer than necessary. He thinks there are several people on board the plane who can administer the oath. Anyone who himself has taken an oath of office, even a Secret Service agent, for example. But he has to wait while Johnson makes a few more calls to Washington, one to his chief aide, Walter Jenkins, another to McGeorge Bundy. Neither of them can think where to find the exact text of the oath. Meanwhile, Robert Kennedy has consulted Assistant Attorney General Nicholas Katzenbach, who finds it easily, in the Constitution itself, Article 2, Section 1, 8. Katzenbach also resolves the question of who is legally empowered to administer the oath. Anyone who can take a sworn statement under state or federal laws. Even a justice of the peace will do. Kennedy calls Johnson back with the information and tells Johnson that the oath should be administered immediately before taking off for Washington. At 10th and Patton, police question Barbara and Virginia Davis. Domingo Benavides and Sam Guignard are nearby as the 2 young women describe how the gunman ran across their front walk, shaking shells from his revolver into his hand. It doesn't take long for Benavides to find one of them near the bushes at the corner of the house. He picks it up in his hand before he thinks that police might check for fingerprints. He drops it, picks it up again with a twig, and puts it into an empty Winston cigarette package. A minute later, he finds a second cartridge shell in a bush. He turns them over to Officer Joe Poe, standing nearby. 1:41 p.m. Sergeant Gerald Hill takes Patrolman Poe's squad car back to the scene and hands him the keys. Poe shows the sergeant a Winston cigarette package containing the 2 spent cartridge casings found by Benavides. Hill tells the patrolman to turn them over to the crime lab and radios the police dispatcher. The shells at the scene indicate that the suspect is armed with an automatic .38, rather than a pistol. Hill informs him, unaware that eyewitnesses saw the gunman manually removing the spent shells. Police are reconverging on the Tippit murder scene after the false alarm at the Jefferson Branch Library, when a civilian witness at the scene gives Hill information that he immediately radios in to the Channel 2 dispatcher. A witness reports that he, the gunman, last was seen in the Abundant Life Temple. "We are fixing to go in and shake it down." If Hill had called into Channel 1, the dispatcher would have told him the church had been checked out just 7 minutes earlier by Officer M.N. McDonald. 2 women emerge from inside the church and tell Hill they are employees. He asks them if they had seen anybody enter the church. They say no, nobody entered the church, but invite him and his people to go inside and check for themselves, which the police do, finding no one hiding inside. At the Tippit murder scene, Captain Westbrook and Sergeant Owens question Mrs. Markham to learn exactly what happened before the shooting. She describes how the gunman seemed to lean on the passenger side of the squad car when he spoke to the officer inside. Crime Lab Sergeant W.E. Pete Barnes arrives, and Westbrook orders him to dust the right passenger side of the car for fingerprints. Just below the top part of the right passenger door and also on the right front fender, Barnes finds some smudged prints. Nearby, Sergeant Richard D. Stringer contacts the Channel 2 dispatcher. "Could you pass this to someone? The jacket the suspect was wearing over here on Jefferson in this shooting bears the laundry tag with the letter B9738. See if there is a way you can check this laundry tag." 1:44 p.m. Johnny Brewer and Butch Burroughs come out to the box office. They tell Julia Postal that it was too dark to see anything, but they think the man is still inside. "I'm going to call the police," Postal tells Brewer. "You and Butch get on each of the exit doors and stay there." 1:46 p.m. Patrolman Bill Anglin, a close friend and neighbor of the slain officer, leans against his own squad car at 10th and Patton. He still can't believe it's true. Yesterday afternoon, he and Tippit had installed a new wheel bearing on J.D.'s 1953 Ford. Just a couple of hours ago, the two of them knocked off for coffee at the Rebel Drive-In, as they often did. Now, J.D. was dead. For Anglin, it's nothing short of a nightmare. The police dispatcher is trying to contact Sergeant Owens, who Anglin can see is engrossed in conversation with homicide detective James R. Lavelle. Officer Anglin reaches through the car window and picks up the radio mic. "I'm here at Unit 19's Owens location. Message for him?" 10-4, have information that a suspect just went in the Texas Theater on West Jefferson, the dispatcher says. Supposed to be hiding in the balcony. Anglin hangs up the transmitter and hollers across the street. "It's just come over the radio that they've got a suspicious person in the Texas Theater." Everyone sprints for their vehicles, adrenaline pumping. The Texas Theater on Jefferson Boulevard is about 0.6 of a mile from where Tippit was shot. In less than 2 minutes, every police car in the area descends on the theater's 24 or so unsuspecting patrons. 1:48 p.m. Julia Postal punches the intercom in the box office and tells the projectionist that she has called the police. He wonders whether he should cut the film off, and she says, "No, let's wait until they get here." It seems the minute she hangs up the intercom, the place is swarming with squad cars, police officers, plainclothesmen, and deputy sheriffs, armed to the teeth. "Watch out, he's armed," one of them shouts. "I'll get that son of a bitch if he's in there," another replies. Some of the officers remain outside trying to control the excited crowd materializing from nowhere, a real mob scene. Inside the theater, officers order the theater staff to turn up the house lights. Behind the stage, Johnny Brewer is standing near the curtains that separate the audience and the exit door on the left side of the screen. When the house lights come up, he steps to the curtain and scans the astonished audience. There he is, the man he saw slip into the theater. He's sitting in the center section, 6 or 7 rows from the back of the theater. No sooner do the lights come up than the man stands up and scoots to the aisle to his right. Police are pouring into the lobby. The suspect turns around and sits back down. This time in the 3rd row from the back. Suddenly, Brewer hears someone rattling the exit door from the outside. The shoe store manager pushes the door open and is immediately grabbed by 2 officers as he is exiting. The alley is crawling with cops, some up on the theater's fire escape. Officer Thomas A. Hudson puts a gun into Brewer's stomach. "Put your hands up and don't make a move." Brewer is shaking. "I'm not the one," he stammers. "I just came back to open the door for you. I work up the street. There's a guy inside that I was suspicious of." The officer can see that Brewer's clothing, sport coat and tie is different from the description of the suspect. "Is he still there?" Hudson asks. "Yes, I just seen him," Brewer tells him and leads the lawman into the theater. 1:50 p.m. Patrolman M.N. Nick McDonald, C.T. Walker, Ray Hawkins, and Thomas Hudson gather around Brewer as he points out the man in the brown shirt sitting in the main section of the theater on the ground floor, 3 rows from the back, 5th seat over. From the orientation of the stage, looking out toward the audience, McDonald and Walker step out from behind the curtain and walk up the left center aisle and approach 2 men seated near the front, a diversionary tactic, and order them to their feet. They search them for weapons, all the while keeping an eye on the man in the brown sports shirt. McDonald then walks out of the row to the right center aisle and advances up the aisle. Officers Walker, Hawkins, and Hudson are shadowing McDonald from the left center aisle, the suspect between them. McDonald feigns interest in a man and woman seated across the aisle from the man in the brown shirt, but just as he gets even with him, McDonald spins and faces the suspect. "Get on your feet," McDonald orders. The man obeys and starts to raise his hands. Officer Walker, Hawkins, and Hudson are moving toward him from the opposite side. McDonald reaches for the suspect's waist to check for a weapon. "Well, it's all over now," the suspect says in a tone of resignation. In a flash, the man cocks his left fist and slugs McDonald between the eyes, knocking his cap off and forcing him backward into the seats. McDonald quickly recovers and swings back as they topple into the seats. McDonald shouting out, "I've got him!" though they end up with the man on top of McDonald. Officers Hudson, Walker, and Hawkins rush in from the other side. Nick McDonald is trying to push the suspect off, but he's holding Nick down with his left hand and reaching for something in his waistband with the other hand. Hudson, in the row behind, reaches over the seats, wraps his right arm around the suspect's neck, and yanks him back until he's stretched over the top of the seat. Officer Walker grabs the suspect's left arm and struggles to hold on to it. McDonald jumps forward and grabs the man's right hand, which is trying to pull a revolver out of his belt line. For a second or two, McDonald keeps the suspect from getting the gun out, but then it springs free. "Look out, he's got a gun!" someone yells. McDonald, on the receiving end of the barrel, quickly grabs the cylinder of the revolver with his left hand to keep it from turning and firing a bullet. The suspect thrashes as the gun waves in McDonald's direction. The officers are in a frenzy, a half-dozen hands desperately trying to get the damn gun out of the man's hand. "Let go of the gun," a cop commands. "I can't," the suspect says. Punches fly as an officer slams the butt of a shotgun against the back of the suspect's head. McDonald gets his right hand on the butt of the pistol and starts to rip it out of the man's hand. Just before he jerks it free, McDonald hears what he believes to be the snap of the hammer and feels a sting to the fleshy web of skin between his thumb and forefinger. The gun continues across his left cheek, leaving behind a 4-inch scratch from which blood trickles. Captain Westbrook can't quite see what's happening. "Has somebody got the gun?" he yells out. McDonald holds the gun out toward the aisle where Detective Bob Carroll grabs it, saying, "I've got it." Officer Walker pulls the suspect's left arm around, and Officer Hawkins snaps handcuffs on him. "Don't hit me anymore. I'm not resisting arrest," the suspect shouts, loud enough for nearby patrons to hear him. "I want to complain of police brutality." Captain Westbrook, who's just heard Mrs. Markham tell him how Tippett's killer shot him down like a dog at point-blank range, can't believe the gall of the man. Westbrook pushes his way into the aisle in front of the suspect and looks him right in the face, less than 10 inches away. "What's your name?" Westbrook asks. The suspect is silent. "Get him out of here," Westbrook shouts above the commotion. The officers on the suspect's right start to pull him toward the center aisle, but the officers on the left are pulling in the opposite direction, inadvertently stretching the gunman between them. "They're violating my civil rights," the suspect screams. FBI agent Robert M. Barrett, standing nearby, can only shake his head. They're not violating anything, he thinks to himself. Barrett has been observing the police actions since his arrival at the book depository nearly an hour ago. As the FBI agent who handles civil rights violations, Barrett knows that he'll have to write a report on what he's just witnessed. A WFAA TV cameraman is in the lobby filming the suspect as police hustle him toward the front entrance. The suspect uses the opportunity to berate the police as he passes. "I want my lawyer. I know my rights. Typical police brutality. Why are you doing this to me?" Julia Postal, though safe in her box office, is shaking. She's never seen a mob like the one on the sidewalk in front of the theater. Since people stormed into the theater, word has spread among the crowd that they've cornered the president's killer. Few know that a police officer was shot nearby, not even Mrs. Postal. The doors to the theater are slammed open as a wedge of officers bursts into the sunlight. The suspect shuts up quickly when he sees the size of the crowd on the sidewalk in front of the theater, maybe 100 people. A half-dozen uniformed officers and several deputy sheriffs are doing their best to prevent a lynching by holding the crowd back and clearing a passage to an unmarked police car at curbside, but the crowd is ugly. "That's him!" they shout as he comes into view. "Murderer! Kill the son of a bitch! Hang him! Give him to us! We'll kill him!" The flying wedge just keeps moving, pushing the suspect towards the waiting squad car, its back door open. The suspect complains that the handcuffs are too tight. Detective Paul Bentley on the suspect's left, cigar stub firmly clenched between his teeth, isn't too sympathetic, thinking to himself that Oswald was in much better shape than Tippit was. He reaches back and tightens the cuffs even more. They're actually a little loose, he later recalls, and he doesn't want to take any chances. An officer squeezes into the box office to use the phone. Mrs. Postal hears him say, "I think we have got our man on both accounts." "What 2 accounts?" Postal asks as he hangs up. "The shootings of both the president and Officer Tippit," the officer tells her. Mrs. Postal is shocked. She knew J.D. Tippit. He had worked part-time at the theater on Friday and Saturday nights a number of years ago. 1:52 p.m. Police push the suspect into the back seat of the 4-door sedan, where he's sandwiched between Officer C.T. Walker on the right and Detective Paul Bentley on the left. 3 officers pile into the front seat, Detective Kenneth E. Lyons on the right, Sergeant Gerald Hill in the middle, and the driver, Detective Bob Carroll. As Carroll slides behind the steering wheel, he hands a .38 caliber snub-nosed revolver to Hill. "Is this yours?" Hill asks. "No, it's the suspect's," Carroll replies. Hill snaps the cylinder open and sees that it's fully loaded. He grabs the radio transmitter as the car pulls away from the curb. "Suspect on the shooting of the police officer is apprehended en route to the station," he announces. 10-4, at the Texas Theater?" the dispatcher asks. "Caught him on the lower floor of the Texas Theater after a fight," Hill confirms. The suspect is asked his name, but the guy is dead silent. "Where do you live?" someone asks. Again, nothing. "Why don't you see if he has any identification?" Hill asks Bentley. The detective reaches down and feels the suspect's left hip pocket. There's a wallet in it. As Bentley pulls it out, the suspect breaks his silence. "What is this all about? I know my rights. I don't know why you're treating me like this. Why am I being arrested? The only thing I've done is carry a pistol in a movie," he says. One of the cops turns to the suspect. "Sir, you've done a lot more. You have killed a policeman." "Police officer been killed?" the suspect asks innocently. The cops remain silent as the squad car rolls along. "I hear they burn for murder," the suspect adds. "You might find out," Officer Walker replies. "Well, they say it just takes a second to die," the suspect answers coolly. Detective Bentley flips through the billfold and finds a library card. "Lee Oswald," Bentley calls out from the back seat. In a moment, Bentley thumbs across another name in the wallet, A.J. Hiddell. He asks the prisoner which of the 2 names is his real name, but Oswald is silent. "I guess we're going to have to wait until we get to the station to find out who he really is," someone remarks. One thing they all notice is that Lee Harvey Oswald is showing absolutely no emotion. 1:55 p.m. FBI Special Agent Gordon Shanklin telephones Alan Belmont in Washington again. "Dallas police have captured the man who is believed to have shot the policeman," he tells Belmont, "and police think he may be the man who killed the president. They're en route to police headquarters right now. I'll report as soon as I have the facts." Belmont prepares a teletype and takes it in to FBI Director Hoover. 1:58 p.m. As the unmarked squad car carrying Lee Oswald pulls into the basement garage of City Hall, a gray stone structure in downtown Dallas where police headquarters are located, Sergeant Hill tells Oswald that there will be reporters, photographers, and cameramen waiting there, but he doesn't have to speak to them. They will hold him in such a way that he can turn his head down and away from the cameras. "Why should I hide my face?" Oswald responds. "I haven't done anything to be ashamed of." The arresting officers form their wedge around the suspect and rush him into the building. Sure enough, Photographers and cameramen are there to film the event. The officers take Oswald to a waiting elevator for the ride up to the Homicide and Robbery Bureau on the 3rd floor. 2 p.m. At the sheriff's office, Dallas Morning News reporter Harry McCormick, sidetracked in his quest to locate Secret Service agent Forrest Sorrells, telephones his office to report that he's heard a man was captured at the Texas Theater. The paper already has the news. He hangs up the telephone and spots his initial quarry, Agent Sorrells, standing in a nearby office. "Forrest, I have something over here you ought to know about," McCormick tells him. "What have you got?" Sorrells says. "I have a man who got pictures of this whole thing," McCormick answers. "Let's go see him," Sorrells replies. The two men make their way over to the Daltex building, directly across the street from the book depository, and up to the office of dress manufacturer Abraham Zapruder. There are already a few magazine and newspaper representatives there, McCormick's worst fear. Zapruder is a basket case. His business partner, Erwin Schwartz, stands nearby, unable to help. "I don't know how in the world I managed to take those pictures," Zapruder whimpers. "I was down there taking the thing, and, my God, I saw the man's brains come out of his head." "Mr. Zapruder, I wonder if it would be possible for us to get a copy of those films?" Sorrells asks politely. "Please understand that it would be strictly for the official use of the Secret Service." Zapruder was already expecting to sell the film for as high a price as he could get, and agreed to Sorrells' request with the understanding that it not be shown or given to any newspapers or magazines. McCormick, ever mindful of a scoop for his paper, suggested that the Dallas Morning News, just 3 blocks away, might be able to develop the film for them. The men agree, and Zapruder removes the camera from a small office safe where he put it upon his return to the office. Sorrells, McCormick, Zapruder, and Schwartz hurry down to the street below where the Secret Service agent commandeers a Dallas police car. "Take us to the Dallas Morning News building immediately," Sorrells says. Back at the book depository, crime lab technicians are focused on completing the evidence-gathering process. It will be several more hours before they finish dusting the stacks of boxes in the sniper's nest for fingerprints and combing the 6th floor for possible additional evidence. Word passes quickly that the suspect in the murder of Officer J.D. Tippit has been arrested in Oak Cliff, but no name is given. Captain Fritz, still concentrating on the murder of Kennedy, instructs Detectives Sims and Boyd to come with him. He wants to go out to Irving and check on this missing employee named Oswald. The 3 men head downstairs and are out in front of the depository when an officer tells Captain Fritz that Sheriff Decker would like to see him at his office, and he proceeds to Decker's office a block away at the corner of Main and Houston for a conference. 2:02 p.m. Homicide Detective C.W. Brown is taking an affidavit from book depository foreman Bill Shelley in a small interrogation room inside the Homicide and Robbery office when the arresting officers bring Oswald in. Mr. Shelley looks up at the man in custody and remarks to Detective Brown, "He works for us. I'm his supervisor." Detectives Richard S. Stovall and Guy F. Rose began to question Oswald in the interrogation room as Brown takes Shelley to another room to complete Shelley's affidavit. When they ask him his name, Oswald replies, "Heidel." Finding 2 identifications in his billfold, one card saying Heidel and the other Lee Oswald, Rose asks him which of the 2 is his correct name, and Oswald replies, "You find out," but later gives the officers his real name. In the outer office, Sergeant Hill is showing Oswald's pistol to newsmen. In a corner, Detective Brown finishes taking the statement from Bill Shelley. The telephone rings. It's Captain Fritz calling from the sheriff's office. Brown tells him that the officers just brought in a suspect for the shooting of the police officer and how Mr. Shelley identified him as an employee of the book depository. Fritz says, "I'll be right up in a few minutes." The 3rd-floor hallway at police headquarters is beginning to fill with a flood of reporters from newspapers, television, radio, and the wire services. UPI cub reporter Wilborn Hampton had been out at Parkland, where he felt the situation was chaotic. As he ran across the front lawn of Parkland Hospital to nearby Harry Hines Boulevard, hoping his car, which he had abandoned alongside the road because of the clogged traffic, hadn't been towed away, he paused and leaned on a live oak tree, crying, "He's dead. He's really dead." He then continued on to his car, which was still there. When he arrived at City Hall, he took his press card out of his wallet, ready to show it to anyone who challenges him, but security was so lax, no one does. He quickly sees on the third floor that it's not merely chaotic like Parkland. It's pandemonium, and so crowded he is virtually unable to move. It's as if, he thinks, someone had ordered a fire drill and told everyone in the building to show up at this one place. Less than a half hour after the shooting of the president, 26 minutes after the first news moved on the wires of United Press International, 68% of all adults in the United States, about 75 million people, had heard about it. That percentage rises steadily through the afternoon, particularly after the president's death, until it reaches an astounding 99.8%. This is the story of the century, and it's being followed around the world. Reporters and correspondents are already catching planes that will eventually bring them, in the next few hours, to as close as they can get to the tiny hallway outside Room 317, Homicide and Robbery Bureau, Dallas Police Department, Dallas, Texas. 2:04 p.m. By the time the president's body is ready to be moved from Parkland Hospital, the row over the state of Texas's jurisdiction over the body has turned into a major imbroglio. Medical examiner Dr. Earl F. Rose refuses to listen to the pleading of Dr. Kemp Clark, the head of neurosurgery, who sides with the presidential party, or to the advice of Dallas District Attorney Henry Wade, who advised him by phone to give it up. Tempers are at the melting point. Kennedy's men have had about all of Dallas law they can stand. Rose sees the casket bearing the president's body being pushed out of Trauma Room 1, Mrs. Kennedy at its side. The medical examiner blocks the way with his own body, his hand flying up like a traffic cop. "We are removing it," Admiral Berkeley says, enraged. "This is the President of the United States, and there should be some consideration in an event like this." "We can't release anything," Rose shouts. "A violent death requires a post-mortem. There's a law here. We're going to enforce it." A crush of 40 sweating men are clustered around the wide doorway as curses fly back and forth. One of them looks like he might belt the medical examiner at any moment. Admiral Berkeley, in an attempt to calm everyone down, informs the conclave that a justice of the peace has arrived and has the power to overrule the medical examiner. Theron Ward, a young justice of the peace for the 3rd Precinct of Dallas County, makes his way down the corridor. Too timid to buck the medical examiner, the young justice tells them there is nothing he can do. "In a homicide case, it's my duty to order an autopsy," Ward says in a tone much too weak for Dr. Rose's pleasure. "It shouldn't take more than 3 hours." Special Agent Kellerman tells Ward there must be something inside of him that tells him it wouldn't be right to put Mrs. Kennedy and all of the president's people through any further agony in Texas, but Ward can only say, "I can't help you out." Ken O'Donnell pleads with him, "Can't you make an exception for President Kennedy?" Incredibly, Ward tells him, "It's just another homicide case as far as I'm concerned." O'Donnell's response is instantaneous. "Go fuck yourself," he yells. "We're leaving." A policeman next to Rose points to the medical examiner and the justice of the peace and says to the president's men, "These 2 guys say you can't go." "Move aside," shouts Larry O'Brien, moving toward the officer. "Get the hell out of the way," O'Donnell hollers. "We're not staying here 3 hours or 3 minutes. We're leaving now. Wheel it out," he orders. The Secret Service men shoulder their way into the patrolman, who wisely capitulates. Rose, overpowered by circumstance, steps out of the way as the casket is wheeled toward the emergency exit, Mrs. Kennedy hurrying alongside, her fingertips touching the bronze finish. As they move out toward the waiting hearse, Justice Theron Ward dashes to the nurse's station and telephones District Attorney Wade, and is stunned to hear him say the same thing he told Earl Rose earlier. He has no objection whatsoever to the removal of the president's body. 2:14 p.m. By the time Jackie Kennedy and the president's men arrive at Love Field with his body in the casket, Secret Service Agent Lem Johns, Assistant Special Agent in charge of LBJ's security detail, and the air crew have removed the last 2 rows of seats from the rear portside section of the plane. The small area located directly behind the presidential cabin and to the front of the rear galley, kitchen. There is now room on the port side for the casket to rest on the floor, but no one thought to arrange for a hydraulic lift. Kennedy's men, O'Donnell, Powers, and O'Brien, and the Secret Service agents, all unwilling, for Jackie's sake, to delay the departure, even by as little as the few minutes it would take to fetch a forklift, proceed to carry the heavy bulk by hand up the steep steps of the plane. Since none of them know that such a casket comes with a device that automatically pins it to the floor of the hearse and a catch that releases the lock, they manage to rip a piece of trim from a hinge and the top of a handle housing as they remove it from the hearse. They struggle with the appallingly heavy bronze casket, which they learn is actually wider than the steps of the ramp to the rear entrance. As they shuffle the casket the last few feet, Ken O'Donnell keeps checking over his shoulder for police cars, half expecting the Dallas County medical examiner to roar up, waving an injunction. 2:15 p.m. At the FBI's Dallas office, Agent James Hosty is immersed in putting together a list of right-wing extremists when his supervisor, Ken Howe, grabs his elbow. They've just arrested a guy named Lee Oswald, and they're booking him for the killing of the policeman over in Oak Cliff, Howe tells him. The officer's name was Tippett. It takes only a second for Hosty to shift from the pile of right-wingers to Lee Oswald. Hosty is in charge of the active file on both Oswalds, Lee and Marina, whom the FBI has considered to be possible espionage risks since their arrival in the United States in 1962. Hosty has learned on November 1st that Lee worked at one of the Texas schoolbook depository buildings in Dallas, but he did not know which one. "That's him! Ken, that must be him! Oswald has to be the one who shot Kennedy!" Hosty exclaims, having no basis to believe this other than his instinct that the Kennedy and Tippett murders are probably related. 3 weeks ago, he received a lengthy report from New Orleans Special Agent Milton Cack describing Oswald's arrest after an altercation that broke out while he was passing out leaflets for the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. The incident was banal enough. People who pass out flyers on the street, even for kooky organizations, are not necessarily potential assassins. "Do you have the Oswald file?" Howe asks. "It should be in the active file cabinet," Hosty replies as they rush over to it. The file is gone, which means the mail clerk probably has it to update it with incoming mail. They hurry to the mail clerk's office and frantically dig for it as another supervisor comes over to help. In a few minutes, the FBI men find the file. Paper-clipped to the top is a one-page communique from the Washington, D.C. field office, and it's a shocker. According to the communique, Oswald had written to the Soviet embassy in Washington, D.C. about a trip he had made to Mexico City at the end of September, during which he had a conversation with Comrade Costin at the Soviet embassy there. Hosty had read something about the Mexico City trip in October, but was forbidden to question Oswald about it for fear of tipping off Oswald, and presumably the Soviets, to FBI surveillance methods in Mexico. This was a bombshell. If Lee Harvey Oswald was in contact with the Soviet government, he may have been some type of agent for them, which would mean a potentially explosive international situation. Had they been negligent and allowed a Soviet agent to assassinate the president? The press would come down very hard on the Bureau, and J. Edgar Hoover would come down even harder on everyone in the Bureau who had any responsibility with respect to Oswald. Hosty takes the file to the special agent in charge, Gordon Shanklin. Hosty sits down while Shanklin calls Alan Belmont in Washington and advises him that a suspect named Lee Harvey Oswald is under arrest for the murder of Officer Tippett, and that the police are questioning Oswald and have his handgun. Hosty hands him the Oswald file. Shanklin glances over the communique regarding Oswald's contacts with the Soviet embassy, then, with no visible reaction, says, "Alan, I've got Jim Hosty here. He's the agent who was working our file on Oswald. He's got the file here with him now." Over the next few minutes, Hosty assists Shanklin by leafing through the Oswald file, locating pertinent information, and handing it to Shanklin as he talks with Belmont at headquarters. "Oswald is the subject of an internal security Cuba case," Shanklin tells Belmont. The file shows that Oswald works at the Texas schoolbook depository where the rifle and shells were found. The file also shows that 3 years ago, Oswald left the U.S. and went to Russia, where he tried to renounce his American citizenship. He returned to the U.S. on June 13, 1962, and brought with him a Russian bride whom he married in Russia. Our agents have interviewed him twice since his return, Shanklin continues, in an attempt to determine why he went to Russia and whether he was given an assignment by the Russians. He was completely uncooperative. He said he came back because he wanted to, denied being given an assignment, and said that why he went to Russia was his own business. He has since lived in Fort Worth, Dallas, New Orleans, and is currently back in Dallas. He was arrested in New Orleans in August 1963 on charges of creating a disturbance by passing out leaflets on the street, which were published by the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. He drinks, has a violent temper, and has beaten his wife, who has recently had a baby. Do the files show whether Oswald has ever made a threat against the president or any public official? Belmont asks. No, Shanklin says. The agents who have interviewed him have the impression he is a mental case. He withdraws within himself when being questioned. Have you given this file information to the Secret Service? Belmont asks. No, not yet, Shanklin replies. Well, get this information to the Secret Service, Belmont commands, and arrange to have the agents who have questioned Oswald sit in on the interrogations. They might be helpful to the police. Shanklin puts his hand over the phone and tells Hosty, Belmont wants you to get down to the police department and take part in the interrogation of Oswald. Cooperate fully with the police and give them any information we have on Oswald. Get going. Now. Hosty's heart starts beating wildly as he heads out the door for City Hall. 2:17 p.m. The third-floor hallway at police headquarters resembles Grand Central Station when Captain Fritz and detectives Richard Sims and Elmer Boyd return to the homicide office. The first order of business is to have some officers get a search warrant and go out to Ruth Payne's residence at 2515 West 5th Street in Irving, the address on Oswald's employment card at the book depository. Lee Oswald, the employee who Fritz was told wasn't present at a roll call of employees, supposedly lived there. But before Fritz starts to round up the officers, Lieutenant T.L. Baker tells him that the man who shot Tippit is in the small interrogation room. The homicide captain enters the room and learns from detectives Stovall and Rose that the man's name is Lee Oswald, the prime suspect in Kennedy's murder. He immediately dispatches Rose, Stovall, and a third detective, J.P. Adamczyk, to go to the Payne.
Before the curtain rises on the next chapter, let your imagination rest for a while. Here is a musical space created just for your relaxation. Let yourself drift along with the melody, cast aside all thoughts, and simply enjoy the present moment.
Residence and rendezvous there with 3 Dallas deputy sheriffs to conduct a search of the residence. The presence of the Dallas County deputy sheriffs was needed because although the city of Irving was in Dallas County, it was outside the jurisdiction of the Dallas City Police. He then has Oswald brought into his room to be interrogated. It's pretty clear to the officers in homicide and robbery that the man arrested for the murder of Officer J.D. Tippit is most likely responsible for the assassination of the President of the United States. 2:18 p.m. With the casket safely aboard Air Force One, Ken O'Donnell hurries forward to ask General McHugh, the ranking Air Force officer on board, to tell the pilot to take off immediately. But McHugh advises O'Donnell shortly thereafter that President Johnson had ordered the pilot to delay taking off until he was sworn in. Meanwhile, Jackie Kennedy wants to be by herself for a moment. She doesn't want to leave the coffin, but knows that the private presidential cabin that she and Jack had last shared was adjacent to the tail compartment where the coffin lay. With feelings of nostalgia sweeping over her, she thought it proper that she go there to compose herself. Moving quietly down the dim, narrow corridor, she enters the cabin and proceeds to the bedroom. When she turns the latch and opens the door, she sees Lyndon Johnson, reclining across the bed, dictating to his secretary, Marie Femmer, who sits in a desk chair. Mrs. Kennedy stops dead. The new president scurries to his feet and hurries past her out the bedroom door, his secretary close behind. Jackie stares after them. Everyone settles back in the stale air of Air Force One to await the arrival of Judge Hughes. O'Donnell keeps looking out the window, still fearing the sudden arrival of a squadron of howling police cars and an apoplectic medical examiner. Lady Bird Johnson re-enters the presidential cabin by herself to try to offer whatever comfort she can to Jackie, but Jackie is beyond comfort. Seeing that the always exquisitely dressed Jackie had blood on her dress and her right glove was soaked in blood, she asks Jackie if she can get someone in there to help her change. "Oh, no," Jackie says. "Perhaps later, but not right now." Then tells Mrs. Johnson, "What if I had not been there? I am so glad I was there." 2:20 p.m. Detectives Elmer Boyd and Richard Sims move Oswald across the hall, from the small interview room to room 317, the homicide and robbery office, and then into Captain Fritz's office, a cozy 9.5 by 14-foot room surrounded by waist-high windows looking out onto the outer office. Venetian blinds offered Captain Fritz privacy when needed. As Oswald settles into a chair beside the captain's desk, Boyd asks him how he bruised his eye. "Well, I struck an officer, and the officer struck me back, which he should have done," Oswald replies. 2:25 p.m. Captain Fritz enters his office and strolls around behind his desk. Oswald, handcuffed behind his back, tries to look comfortable in the straight-back wooden chair adjacent to the homicide captain's desk. Detectives Sims and Boyd stand guard nearby. They know that Oswald is about to face a grueling interrogation. One, the other, or both would be present at every subsequent interrogation of Oswald. John William Fritz has been a Dallas cop since 1921 and chief of the Homicide and Robbery Bureau since its inception in 1934. He regards it as his own private and independent fiefdom. Fritz's Homicide and Robbery Bureau, consisting of 2 lieutenants and 20 detectives below him, is the top unit of the department, and even has its own sartorial signature, the Will Fritz cowboy hat, always a Stetson. The hat designated one as a member of the elite homicide unit, since the only people in the Dallas Police Department who were allowed to wear those types of hats were members of homicide. If you purchased a hat like that but were not in homicide, you were told to get rid of it. And if an on-duty detective in Fritz's unit happened to be caught without his Stetson on, even on a very hot Texas summer day, it meant 3 days suspension without pay. 3 detectives in Fritz's unit worked on each investigation. Each team of detectives had a senior officer and a rookie, even though the rookie may have been on the force for many years. Each homicide detective carried 2 guns. Because of Fritz's sober and many feel intimidating demeanor, and because he has headed the most important and powerful bureau in the force for over 3 decades, most officers respect and fear him more than Chief Curry. Fritz was born in Texas, grew up near Roswell, New Mexico, and was a cowhand and mule trader before he started walking a beat in the downtown area of Dallas known as Little Mexico. He was involved in the hunt for the famed desperados of the early 1930s, Bonnie and Clyde, and won a shootout in an attic with dagger Bill Pruitt, a robber responsible for several ugly murders, when Pruitt surrendered. Divorced, Fritz has lived alone for years in a hotel room, the White Plaza, located across the street from police headquarters. He has a daughter and some grandchildren, but no one knows much else about his private life, if he has any. His only topic of conversation is whatever case is at hand, and he sometimes works 2 or 3 days around the clock to sew up a case. You'd never know his nickname was Will because everyone called him Captain Fritz. Fritz is what one subordinate calls a straight-laced, perfect gentleman, who never uses improper language, is always 100% truthful and straightforward, and isn't the least bit political. He has above-average intelligence, understands people very well, seems to be able to know when people are not being truthful with him, and is able to analyze personalities quickly. In particular, Fritz has a phenomenal memory for the details of cases he's worked on over the years, and he's quick to pick up on the contradictions in a suspect's story. If a suspect can't tell his story the same way a second or third time or a 10th time, Fritz will catch him because he knows exactly what the suspect said the first time. His style of interrogation is quiet and soothing, a disarming approach for even the most cunning of criminals. His reputation in law enforcement is impeccable, and his record of confessions is the best in the Southwest. His men often relate how Fritz even got a confession over the telephone once. An Ohio sheriff had picked up a Texas fugitive wanted for murder. When Fritz was informed, he called the sheriff and asked if the man had confessed. The sheriff told him no, then asked Fritz if he wanted to talk to him. Fritz said sure. When the fugitive got on the line, Fritz made small talk, found out they knew someone in common, then told him, "Kind of a bad thing you've done here." "I didn't kill him," the prisoner snapped back. "You don't strike me as the type that does this every day," Fritz said softly. "Is this the first time you ever killed anybody?" "Yes, sir, first time," the man answered without thinking. Captain Fritz is considered to be the finest interrogator on the Dallas police force. This time he faces his ultimate challenge. After asking Oswald his full name and Oswald replies, "Lee Harvey Oswald," Fritz began, as he always does, with casual questions, asking Oswald about where he was from, his background and education, service in the Marines, and so on. His grandfather-like manner almost compels people to talk with him, and in that regard this young suspect is no different. "Where do you work?" Fritz asks, getting into the present. "Texas Schoolbook Depository," Oswald says without hesitation. "How'd you get the job?" Fritz asks. "A lady that I know recommended me for the job," Oswald replies. "I got the job through her." Fritz asks about the Heidel name found in his wallet, and Oswald says that it was a name he picked up in New Orleans. Fritz asks Oswald if he lives in Irving. "No," Oswald replies. "I've got a room in Oak Cliff." "I thought you lived in Irving," Fritz asks, a little confused. Oswald says no, he lives at 1026 Beckley, although he doesn't know whether the address is north or south Beckley. Fritz and his detectives can tell from Oswald's description of the area that it's North Beckley. "Who lives in Irving?" Fritz asks. "My wife is staying out there with friends," Oswald says. Fritz steps out into the outer office and instructs Lieutenant Cunningham of the Forgery Bureau, along with detectives Billy Senkel and Walter Potts, to go out to 1026 North Beckley and search Oswald's rented room. The homicide commander then gathers Lieutenants James A. Bohart and Ted P. Wells and Detective T.L. Baker around him. "We've got a lot of work to do," Fritz tells him. "Who's working Officer Tippett's killing?" "Lavelle and Graves," Baker answers. "Fine. Let them stay on that," Fritz says. "Everybody else will work on the president's killing." Fritz returns to his office and Oswald. 2:30 p.m. As Federal District Judge Sarah Hughes, a kindly-faced woman of 67, climbs aboard Air Force One, someone hands her a 3x5-inch card on which Johnson's secretary has typed out the text of the oath of office. Only a few minutes after Barefoot Saunders, the U.S. Attorney in Dallas, whose office was just a floor below hers, had left a message for her, she had returned to her office. Her old friend Lyndon Johnson wanted her immediately at Love Field. She knew what that meant. Judge Hughes goes on into the stateroom of the presidential cabin and embraces the president, Mrs. Johnson, and several fellow Texans. "We'll get as many people in here as possible," Johnson says, sending Jack Valenti, Rufus Youngblood, Emory Roberts, and Lem Johns to round up witnesses. "If anyone wants to join in the swearing-in ceremony, I would be happy and proud to have you." When O'Donnell comes up from the aft compartment, where the casket is stowed, he finds the group around the president sweltering in the increasingly unpleasant air of the small stateroom, a room that can accommodate 8 to 10 people seated. UPI reporter Merriman Smith, one of 2 pool reporters on the plane, the other being Newsweek's Charles Roberts, wedges himself inside the door and for some reason begins counting. There are 27 people in the room. It turns out that Johnson is waiting for Mrs. Kennedy. "She said she wanted to be here when I take the oath," he says. "Why don't you see what's keeping her?" O'Donnell locates her nearby in the dressing room of the presidential cabin, combing her hair. He tactfully explains that she doesn't need to take part in the ceremony if she doesn't feel up to it. "I think I ought to," she says. "In light of history, it would be better if I were there." She wonders whether she should take the time to change out of her blood-stained suit. O'Donnell urges her not to go to the trouble. 2:38 p.m. Captain Cecil Stoughton, the official White House photographer, records the crowded scene on Air Force One as Judge Hughes reads the oath from Article 2, Section 1(8) of the U.S. Constitution, with Johnson resting his left hand on top of a Catholic prayer book. His wife on his right, John Kennedy's widow, her Chanel suit stained with her husband's blood and her white gloves caked with it, on his left. Mac Kilduff holds a microphone out to catch the words of the swearing-in ceremony on a scratchy dictaphone. After the 67-year-old jurist tells Johnson, "Hold up your right hand and repeat after me," he says, "I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States." Judge Hughes impulsively adds the formulaic, "So help me God," not part of the prescribed oath, and the President, in a deep voice, repeats it. In 28 seconds, it's over. The new President then turns to his wife, hugs her around the shoulders, and kisses her cheek. Then he turns to John Kennedy's widow, puts his left arm about her, and kisses her cheek. As others among the group move toward President Johnson, he seems to back away from any act of congratulation. Instead, he says firmly, "Now, let's get airborne." In an oath-taking ceremony approaching in the uniqueness of its setting, the one that Calvin Coolidge took by lamplight in a Vermont farmhouse in 1923, Lyndon Baines Johnson was now the 36th President of the United States, an office he had dreamed of attaining. He had even run for the office 3 years earlier, losing the Democratic nomination in Los Angeles to JFK. But not this way. The pilot starts Air Force One's engines as Judge Hughes, Chief Curry, and Cecil Stoughton, who will not be making the flight to Washington, deplane. Johnson and Lady Bird remain in the stateroom, and Jackie excuses herself, returning to her husband's casket in the small aft cabin, where Ken O'Donnell, Dave Powers, Larry O'Brien, Brigadier General Godfrey McHugh, and, for a while, Admiral Berkeley will keep her company. Jackie sits in the aisle seat, directly opposite the casket, O'Donnell beside her in the only other seat available. When their eyes meet, she begins to cry hard. When she finally regains her composure, she cries, "Oh, Kenny, what's going to happen?" O'Donnell knows that she is wondering what is going to happen to all of them now that Jack is dead. "You want to know something, Jackie?" Ken says. "I don't give a damn." When Admiral Berkeley tries to persuade the young widow to change out of her blood-stained clothes, she says quietly, "No, let them see what they've done." 2:40 p.m. Over in Fort Worth, Marguerite Oswald, Lee's mother, dressed in her nurse's uniform, is driving to work at the Hargroves Convalescent Center, listening to the news on the radio of her old, run-down Buick. She had been sitting on the sofa at home watching the television coverage, but had to leave at 2:30 if she wanted to get to work by 3. Now, just 7 blocks from home, she hears that police have picked up a suspect, Lee Harvey Oswald. Stunned, she immediately turns around and goes back home. She must call Robert Oswald, the younger of Lee's 2 older brothers. Robert works for Acme Brick, a Fort Worth company. He travels a lot, but they'll know how to get in touch with him. She's also going to call the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. She figures there's a way to turn this into cash, and maybe someone there can give her a lift to Dallas. 26-year-old Fort Worth Star-Telegram police reporter Bob Schieffer is lamenting the fact that he wasn't a political reporter covering the biggest story in the world when he picks up the ringing phone on the city desk. A woman wants to know if there is anyone there who can give her a ride into Dallas. "Lady, this is not a taxi company, and besides, the president has been shot." "I know," the woman says. "They think my son is the one who shot him." Schieffer and a colleague, Bill Foster, drive out to Fort Worth's west side and find Marguerite waiting for them on the front lawn of her small white stucco bungalow. The short, pudgy woman in large, dark, horn-rimmed glasses gets in the back seat with Schieffer for the close to an hour trip into town. En route, Schieffer is taken aback by Marguerite's attitude. She not only seemed somewhat mentally deranged, but for most of the trip he sensed that she was less concerned about Kennedy's death and her son's predicament than she was with herself. She kept railing about the fact that her son's wife would get all the sympathy, but no one would remember the mother, and that she would probably starve. However, she did cry quietly, and her talk was punctuated with sobs. I want to hear him tell me he did it," she said at one point. Schieffer ends up depositing Marguerite in what looked like some kind of interrogation room at Dallas Police Headquarters. Robert Oswald has not seen his brother Lee for a year and hasn't even heard from him for about 8 months. He had heard the news of the assassination just as he was leaving Jay's Grill, a steak and seafood restaurant not far from Acme Brick's new plant in Denton, Texas, where he worked as a sales coordinator, linking the marketing and plant departments, scheduling production to meet orders, and following through on customer service. Now, Robert is back at the office going over some invoices and wondering whether Lee had taken a few minutes off to watch the motorcade. He goes down to the timekeeper's office to get some of the invoices checked. The receptionist at the front desk has her radio on, and as he passes by, they both hear a news announcer say the name Oswald. Robert stops. He thought someone had called his name until he realizes that the voice came from the radio. The announcer repeats the name, this time in full, Lee Harvey Oswald. Robert is paralyzed. "That's my kid brother," he says, stunned. He calls his wife, Veda, and tells her he will be home shortly. But before he can leave, he gets a call from the credit manager at the company's Fort Worth office. "Bob, brace yourself," he says. "Your brother has been arrested." "I know, I just heard." The credit manager tells him his mother is trying to reach him. Robert calls her and arranges to meet her in Dallas at the Hotel Adolphus later in the evening. At the Terminal Annex building overlooking Dealey Plaza, a box clerk bursts into the office of U.S. Postal Inspector Harry D. Holmes to tell him it's just come over the radio that police have arrested someone named Lee Harvey Oswald for the murder of Officer Tippit. "I think you ought to know, Mr. Holmes," the clerk says, "that we rented a box downstairs to a Lee Oswald recently, box number 6225. The clerk, who has already retrieved the original box application dated November 1st, 1963, hands it to Holmes and tells the inspector that he can't recall what the applicant looked like. But he does remember one thing. The man definitely filled out the application himself. The form lists Fair Play for Cuba Committee and American Civil Liberties Union in the space for firm or corporation. Under kind of business is the word nonprofit. No business address is given, but in the space for home address, the applicant has written 3610 North Beckley. This is a variation of Oswald's actual address, 1026 North Beckley. At the bottom of the form is the applicant's signature, Lee H. Oswald. Inspector Holmes telephones the Secret Service, who order a 24-hour, round-the-clock surveillance of the box to see if anyone attempts to retrieve mail from it. 2:45 p.m. Secret Service agent Forrest Sorrells is beginning to realize that getting Zapruder's film developed is not going to be easy. The amateur movie camera takes 8mm color film, something that neither the Dallas Morning News nor their companion television station, WFAA, can handle. Both are set up for 16mm black and white news film. While the WFAA television news department telephones Eastman Kodak Company, Dallas Morning News reporter Harry McCormick manages to arrange a live television interview with Zapruder, who provides a graphic description of the shooting to a stunned Dallas audience. Sorrells is told that the people at Eastman Kodak Company, located near Love Field, have the capability of developing Zapruder's footage and are standing by right now to assist. Within minutes, the Secret Service agent, with Zapruder, Schwartz, and McCormick in tow, is speeding toward Eastman Kodak in a Dallas police car. 2:47 p.m. The wheels of Air Force One clear the runway at Love Field as the pilot takes it to an unusually high cruising altitude of 41,000 feet, where at 625 miles per hour the great plane races toward Andrews Air Force Base, just outside Washington, D.C., in Maryland. John Fitzgerald Kennedy, in office for 1,037 days, is going home. 2:50 p.m. The basement garage of City Hall is an incredible hive of activity. Police cars swing in and out of the cavernous space. Shouts and hollers echo over parked cars, and officers rush frantically about. FBI agent Jim Hosty jumps from his bureau-issued 62 Dodge and heads for the elevator. Car doors slam to his right as Dallas Police Lieutenant Jack Revel and several detectives emerge from their autos and head briskly toward him. Although Hosty and Revel, a 34-year-old veteran of the Dallas Police Narcotics Unit who was recently promoted to head the intelligence unit, have disagreed and clashed a number of times over politics and police work, they have remained friends. Revel tells Hosty he's got a hot lead on the Kennedy killing, an unaccounted-for employee at the Texas School Book Depository named Lee. Why Revel only knew Oswald's first name when the full name of the unaccounted-for employee, Oswald, was known from the very beginning is not known. But in the frenetic exchange of information in these first minutes of the investigation, incomplete, and indeed incorrect, information was the norm. "Jack, the Lee you're talking about is Lee Harvey Oswald," Hosty blurts out. "He was arrested an hour ago for shooting Officer Tippit. He defected to Russia and returned to the U.S. a year ago. Oswald is the prime suspect in the Kennedy assassination." A look of doubt crosses Revel's face. Revel, a conservative who saw Kennedy as being soft on communism, can't believe what he's hearing, particularly that a communist of all people had killed the president. Revel explodes as they get on the elevator that will take them to the third floor. "Jim, if you knew all this about Oswald's background, why the hell didn't you tell us?" "I couldn't," Hosty replies, referring to the Bureau's long-standing need-to-know policy regarding espionage cases, in which local police were not considered by the FBI to be in the need-to-know group. The third-floor hallway is in an uproar. Cameramen and reporters are crammed everywhere. The giant television cameras of the era are trained on newsmen as they broadcast live reports. Flashbulbs are going off continuously and people are moving quickly in opposite directions, bumping into each other. It's a three-ring circus without a ringmaster. The elevator doors open, and Agent Hosty and Lieutenant Revel wade into the chaos and make their way toward Room 317, Homicide and Robbery Bureau. As they push their way inside, they find that Captain Fritz is in his private office behind closed doors. Revel leads Hosty into Lieutenant T.P. Wells's office across the hall from Fritz's private door, introduces Hosty to Wells, and leaves. FBI agent James Bookout is already in Wells' office when Hosty arrives. 2:58 p.m. In Oak Cliff, Detectives Sinkle and Potts and Lieutenant Cunningham bang on the door at 1026 North Beckley. The housekeeper, Mrs. Erlene Roberts, answers the door and invites the officers inside where they meet the landlady and her husband, Mr. and Mrs. Arthur C. Johnson. The officers ask if they have a boarder registered under the name of Lee Harvey Oswald, or A.J. Heidel. No, none of them had heard of either name. The officers ask to see the register. Erlene Roberts gets out the book and opens it on the table as Mrs. Johnson tells them that she has 17 rooms and 16 boarders at the moment. The officers quickly run down the list of names in the register. Neither name is listed. They run through the listings again, this time more carefully. Nothing. There is no record of either Oswald or Heidel. "Can I use your telephone?" Detective Sinkle asks. "Sure," Mrs. Johnson replies. The housekeeper leads him to a hall phone. "What's he look like?" Mrs. Johnson asks one of the other officers. He describes the man they have in custody. "I do have 2 tenants that fit that description," Mrs. Johnson says. "Their rooms are around back in the basement. Let me get the key." 3 p.m. A telephone rings inside the homicide office. Lieutenant T.L. Baker answers. It's Detective Sinkle out in North Beckley. "There's no one registered out here as either Oswald or Heidel," Sinkle tells him. "Maybe it's under a different name," Baker says. "She's got 16 boarders here," Sinkle replies. "Sit tight. I'll get someone out there with a search warrant," Baker orders. At the rooming house, Mrs. Johnson returns with a key to the basement rooms and offers to let the police look if they want. Mrs. Roberts and Mrs. Johnson lead the officers out the back door toward a separate entrance to the basement. Meanwhile, in the living room, Mr. Johnson is watching television coverage of the assassination when the screen flashes the image of Lee Harvey Oswald. "Hey!" he hollers at his wife as she heads out the door. Mrs. Johnson hands the keys to the housekeeper. "Go ahead, I'll see what he wants." Returning to the living room, her husband tells her, "Why, it's this fellow that lives in here," gesturing to the little room a few feet away. "Go tell them." Mrs. Roberts has unlocked the doors in the basement, and the officers have just stepped in when Mrs. Johnson comes running up. "Oh, Mrs. Roberts, come quick. It's this fellow Lee in this little room next to yours." They run back upstairs to the living room where images relating to the assassination continue to flicker across the television screen. For a moment they all stand transfixed on the screen. Suddenly, there he is again, Lee Harvey Oswald. "Yes, that's him," Mrs. Roberts confirms. "That's O.H. Lee. He lives right here in this room." Mrs. Roberts points to the 2 French doors off the main living room. There is no number on the door, just the designation O. The light, aqua-colored room, just 5 feet wide and 13½ feet long, is hardly more than a large closet. The police return to the table and look back through the register. They quickly find the listing for O.H. Lee, now known to be Lee Harvey Oswald. He had rented the room under the fictitious name on October 14, 1963, and is paying $8 a week. 3:01 p.m., 4:01 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. In Washington, D.C., FBI Director Hoover calls Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy at his home to inform him he thinks they have the man who killed his brother in Dallas. That the man's name is Lee Harvey Oswald, that he was working in the building from which the shots were fired, that he left the building and, a block or 2 away, ran into 2 police officers and, thinking they were going to arrest him, shot at them and killed one of them with a sidearm. Hoover may have been the head of the nation's most famous law enforcement agency, but that doesn't mean he knows what's going on in real time in Dallas. 3:08 p.m. Inside the inner sanctum of Captain Fritz's private office, where the serious questioning of Oswald was just beginning, the telephone rings. It's the Dallas FBI's Gordon Shanklin, and he wants to speak to Agent Bookout. Fritz steps across the hall to Lieutenant Wells's office and tells Bookout he can take the call in Wells's office, then quietly pick up an extension in his office to listen in. "Is Hosty in that investigation?" Fritz hears Shanklin say. "No," Bookout replies. "I want him in that investigation right now," Shanklin says angrily. "He knows those people, the Oswalds. He's been investigating them." Shanklin finishes by telling Bookout what he can do if he doesn't do it right quick, using language that Fritz would later tell the Warren Commission, "I don't want to repeat." Fritz slips the receiver back into its cradle. Fritz was already aware that the FBI would be sitting in on the interrogations prior to the call from Shanklin. A few minutes earlier, Chief Curry had received a call from Shanklin requesting that they have a representative in on the interrogations. Curry had called Fritz and asked him to permit the FBI to sit in. Bookout hangs up. "We'd better get in there," he tells Hosty. Before they can make a move, Captain Fritz appears and invites the 2 agents to sit in on the interrogation. Fritz leads the FBI agents back into his office. Bookout and Hosty pull out their identification badges and lay them on the desk next to Oswald. "I'm Special Agent James Hosty of the Federal Bureau of Investigation," the agent begins, "and this is Special Agent James Bookout." As soon as Oswald hears Hosty's name, he reacts. "Oh, so you're Hosty," Oswald snarls, clearly agitated. "I've heard about you." "You have the right to remain silent," Hosty says as Oswald eyes him. "Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law." Hosty can barely finish the words when Oswald explodes. "You're the one who's been harassing my wife." Fritz and his detectives glance at one another. Oswald curses both agents with a string of profanities. Hosty tries to calm Oswald down, but only manages to whip him into a frenzy. "My wife is a Russian citizen who is here legally and is protected under diplomatic laws from harassment by you or anyone else from the FBI," Oswald argues, his face flush, his voice quivering. "You're no better than the Gestapo of Nazi Germany. If you want to talk to me, you should come to me directly, not my wife." Fritz jumps in and tries to soothe Oswald with a calm voice. Hosty has struck a nerve, and Fritz doesn't want to lose the trust he's been working hard to establish with Oswald. The fact is, Fritz doesn't like it one bit that the federal agents are honing in on his investigation. Anyone in law enforcement knows that when you conduct an interrogation with large groups of people present, you decrease the likelihood of satisfactory results. But under the circumstances, Fritz knows he'll have to put up with the unwelcome company. "What do you mean he accosted your wife?" Fritz asks, thinking he meant some kind of physical abuse. "Well, he threatened her," Oswald snaps. "He practically told her she'd have to go back to Russia. He accosted her on 2 different occasions." Agent Hosty had indeed spoken briefly to Marina, and at somewhat greater length to Ruth Payne early in November when, in the course of trying to determine where Lee and Marina were living, he located the 2 women living together out in Irving. But he's never laid eyes on Oswald before, and knows him only from the FBI file, which has been building up ever since he attempted to defect to Russia in 1959. What strikes Hosty at the moment is the realization that it might have been Oswald who had left an angry note for him at the FBI office about 10 days earlier. The note was unsigned, but Hosty recalled that it stated in no uncertain terms that Hosty should not bother my wife, and threatened to take action against the FBI if he didn't stop. At the time, Hosty, who was juggling 35 to 40 cases simultaneously, had no idea who had written the note and simply put it in his file drawer. Now it seems Oswald may have been the author. Oswald asks Fritz to take off his handcuffs. "That sounds reasonable," Hosty quickly interjects, hoping to buddy up. Oswald can only glare at him. Detectives Sims and Boyd look at Fritz. They know who's in charge here. Fritz tells them he wants Oswald to remain in handcuffs, but tells the detectives Oswald's hands don't need to be cuffed behind his back. As they make the adjustment, Oswald starts to settle down. Thank you, he says to Captain Fritz. He turns to Agent Hosty and offers an apology. "I'm sorry for blowing up at you, and I'm sorry for writing that letter to you." Hosty now knows that Oswald was the author of the note. Captain Fritz and the detectives in the tan Stetson hats are wondering just what kind of relationship exists between Oswald and FBI agent Hosty. As Oswald begins to relax, Captain Fritz turns back to the matter at hand. "Do you own a rifle, Lee?" "No," Oswald says dryly. "But I saw Mr. Truly, my supervisor at work. He had one at the depository on Wednesday, I think it was, showing it to some people in his office on the first floor." "Have you ever owned a rifle?" Fritz asks. "Oh, I had one a good many years ago," Oswald says. "It was a small rifle, a .22 or something, but I haven't owned one for a long time." Hosty is eager to find out about Oswald's contacts with the Soviet embassy in Mexico City, which were discussed in the communiqué received by his office that morning. Now that Oswald is somewhat relaxed, Hosty decides to broach the subject. "Ever been in Mexico City?" Hosty asks, interrupting Captain Fritz's line of questioning. Oswald hesitates for just a moment, one of the few times he doesn't have an immediate answer. "Sure," he says. "Sure, I've been to Mexico. When I was stationed in San Diego with the Marines, a couple of my buddies and I would occasionally drive down to Tijuana over the weekend." Hosty knows he dodged the question, but lets it go for the moment. "You said you have a wife who is a Russian," Fritz asks. "That's right," Oswald says. "Have you been to Russia?" Fritz asks. "Yes," Oswald replies, slightly annoyed. "My wife has relatives over there, and she and I still have many friends." "How long were you in Russia?" Fritz asks. "About 3 years," Oswald says, growing increasingly edgy every time Fritz asks a question. "Ever own a rifle in Russia?" Fritz asks. "You know you can't own a rifle in Russia," Oswald smirks, figuring that Fritz probably knows nothing about life in the Soviet Union. "I had a shotgun over there. You can't own a rifle in Russia." "Do you have any political beliefs, Lee?" Fritz asks. "No," Oswald replies, "but I'm a supporter of the Castro Revolution." Captain Fritz picks up a piece of paper from his desk that was found in Oswald's wallet. "What is the Fair Play for Cuba Committee?" he asks. "I was the secretary of that organization in New Orleans a few months ago," Oswald says. "What is the organization about?" Fritz probes. "Why don't you ask Agent Hosty?" Oswald replies. Hosty is itching to grill Oswald about his Soviet contacts in Mexico City, and can't understand why Fritz is fooling around with this line of questioning. He jumps in. "Mr. Oswald, have you been in contact with the Soviet embassy?" The question instantly unnerves Oswald. "Yes, I contacted the Soviet embassy regarding my wife," Oswald snaps back, "and the reason was because you've accosted her twice already." Oswald is growing steadily out of control, and Captain Fritz knows it. Hosty's questions continually undo the calm and talkative demeanor Fritz is working hard to establish. Hosty presses Oswald further, this time too far. "Mr. Oswald, have you ever been to Mexico City, not Tijuana? Mexico City?" Oswald jumps up like a live wire and slams his manacled fists down on the desktop. "No, I've never been there," he shouts. "What makes you think I've been to Mexico City? I deny it." Oswald is shaking and starting to sweat. Hosty has hit a raw nerve. Fritz works quickly to soothe Oswald. All right, let's calm down," Fritz says. Oswald sits back down, smoldering, and Hosty wisely retreats to a corner of the office to scribble notes. Fritz steps out to take a phone call. That'll give Oswald a chance to cool off, he thinks. A detective approaches the homicide captain and tells him that an eyewitness to the Tippit shooting, Helen Markham, may have to be taken to the hospital to be treated for shock. Markham has been across the hall in the burglary and theft office for over an hour. The prospect of having to face Tippit's murderer in a lineup has her teetering between vomiting and fainting. Captain Fritz can't have his key eyewitness leaving the premises, not yet anyway. He needs an identification as soon as possible. Fritz carries some ammonia, which he keeps in the office, across the hall to help get Markham back on her feet. He instructs officers to take her down to the first aid room in the basement, to get her away from the noise and excitement and call him when she's ready. Detective Lavelle follows her downstairs and tries to calm her down. Markham's biggest fear is that Oswald will be able to see her during the lineup. "Oh, he ain't going to see you," Lavelle tells her. "All you have to do is just stand there. And you've got to say just one word. Repeat the number over the man's head that you saw shoot the officer. That's all you've got to do. Say one word." 3:14 p.m. In the morgue at Parkland Hospital, Dr. Earl Rose commences the autopsy on Officer Tippit. Measuring Tippit's height at 5 feet 11 inches and estimating his weight at 175 to 180 pounds, he finds 4 separate bullet entrance wounds in Tippit's body, 2 in the right side of his chest, 1 in his right temple, and a 4th superficial wound to his left rib. The bullet had hit Tippit's uniform button, and the button had prevented it from penetrating deeply. There was extensive damage to the brain and penetration of the lung and liver with massive hemorrhaging. The 3 bullets entering Tippit's chest and temple had not exited the body and were removed by Rose, who listed the cause of death as gunshot wounds of the head and chest. Rose found no powder tattooing at the wound margins, tattooing or powder burns being the term used to describe an embedding into the skin surrounding the entrance wound of splayed grains of burned gunpowder exploding from the muzzle. The absence of powder burns in this case indicates that although Oswald shot Tippit at close range, the revolver's muzzle was probably never closer than 3 feet. 3:15 p.m. From Air Force One in flight, 28 minutes after the plane left Dallas, President Johnson makes his first telephone call as president to the mother of his murdered predecessor. The conversation, taped by the U.S. Signal Corps, is to Rose Kennedy in Hyannisport, Massachusetts, but put through the White House line. Above the static and the sound of the jet engines, the President, his wife, and Mrs. Kennedy shout out their words. Voice: AF-1, Air Force One, from Crown, a code name for the White House. Mrs. Kennedy on. Go ahead, please. Sergeant Joseph Ayers, Chief Steward on Air Force One. Hello, Mrs. Kennedy. Hello, Mrs. Kennedy. We're talking from the airplane. Can you hear us all right? Over. Rose Kennedy. Thank you. Hello. Ayers. Yes, Mrs. Kennedy, have Mr. Johnson for you here. Rose Kennedy. Yes, thank you. LBJ. Miss Kennedy. Rose Kennedy. Yes, Mr. President. LBJ. I wish to God there was something that I could do, and I wanted to tell you that we are grieving with you. Rose Kennedy. Yes, well, thank you very much. That's very nice. I know you loved Jack, and he loved you. Lady Bird Johnson. Mrs. Kennedy, we feel lucky. Rose Kennedy. Yes, all right. Lady Bird. We're glad that the nation had your son as long as it did. Rose Kennedy. Well, thank you for that, Lady Bird. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Lady Bird. Thoughts and prayers. Rose Kennedy. Thank you very much. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. She hangs up. At Parkland Hospital, 2 of Parkland's surgeons, Drs. Malcolm Perry and Kemp Clark, hold an impromptu press conference. Dr. Perry bears the brunt of the questioning, manfully trying to impart what he knows in response to a hysterical crossfire of badly put questions. Before he can finish one answer, he is interrupted by another question and another. Answers about complicated medical procedures are shouted down by questions the doctors aren't able to answer. They don't really know how many times the president was struck, nor from which direction. Perry can't really answer those questions, but thinks the wound in the throat they enlarged for the tracheotomy was an entrance wound, As to the bullet wound to the right side of the president's head, Perry doesn't know if that wound and the wound to the throat are directly related, i.e. caused by one bullet, or if the two wounds were caused by two bullets. Though Perry's conclusions were not categorical, in the headlong rush to print, it would be reported by some in the media that at least one of the shots definitely came from the front, not where Oswald was believed to be, to the president's right rear. At the Eastman Kodak Company near Love Field, Secret Service agent Forrest Sorrells and Abraham Zapruder meet with Philip Chamberlain, acting laboratory manager, and Richard Blair, customer service representative. Within minutes, the laboratory begins the developing process, which will take about an hour. Sorrells calls his office for the first time since leaving Love Field that morning in the lead car of the motorcade. He learns that Captain Fritz has been trying to get a hold of him, that he has a suspect in custody. Sorrells hangs up and tells Zapruder that he must leave, but will contact him later about getting a copy of his film. The agent hurries out to the Dallas police car and has the waiting patrolman take him to Dallas Police Headquarters. 3:30 p.m. Across town, 6 plainclothesmen move quickly toward the small ranch-style brick home at 2515 West 5th in Irving. The Dallas police detectives had been waiting up the street for nearly 40 minutes until the 3 Dallas County Sheriff deputies arrived. Detective John Adamczyk and Deputy Sheriffs Harry H. Weatherford and J.L. Oxford circle around toward the back door. Deputy Sheriff Buddy Walters and Detectives Rose and Stovall bound up to the front entrance. The front door is standing open, screen door shut, and the officers can see Ruth Payne and Marina Oswald, a baby in her arms, watching television. Rose knocks on the door and fishes for his credentials. Ruth Payne answers the door, and the officers identify themselves. "It's about the president being shot, isn't it?" Mrs. Payne asks. "Yes," Rose responds. "We have Lee Harvey Oswald in custody. He is charged with shooting an officer." They explain that they want to search the house. Mrs. Payne asks if they have a warrant, and they tell her they do not, but can get the sheriff out there right away with one if she insisted. "That won't be necessary," Mrs. Payne says as she pushes the screen door open. "Come on in, we've been expecting you. Just as soon as we heard where it happened, we figured someone would be out." Guy Rose, as the senior detective, does most of the talking. Ruth introduces him to Marina, who is holding June in her arms, and explains that she is Lee's wife, a citizen of Russia. Detective Stovall goes to the back door and lets the other officers in. They spread out and begin searching the premises. Detective Rose asks to use the phone and calls Captain Fritz, asking him whether there are any special instructions. "Ask her if her husband has a rifle," Fritz says. Rose keeps the line open while he asks her, but she doesn't understand. Mrs. Payne explains that Marina speaks very little English and offers to translate for him. Ruth asks Marina the question in Russian, then turns back to Rose and says, "No." But then Marina says something to Ruth, who suddenly tells Rose, "Yes, he does have." Rose relays the information to Captain Fritz, who tells him to gather everything they can and bring it downtown. Rose hangs up the phone and asks Marina if she would show him where the rifle is. Mrs. Payne translates the request, and Marina indicates the garage. They go to the garage attached to the house just off the kitchen, and Marina points to a blanket rolled up and lying on the floor near the wall. A piece of white twine is tied around one end of the blanket, the other end is loose. To the detective, it looks like something might still be there, the blanket retaining the outline of a rifle. "Well, now they will find it," Marina thinks to herself. Detective Rose reaches down and picks up the blanket. It falls loosely over his arm, obviously empty. Marina lets out an audible gasp. About a week after arriving at the Payne residence from New Orleans, she was in the garage looking for a metallic part to put June's crib together. When she came across the blanket with something wrapped in it, she opened it up and saw the rifle. She knows now it was Lee who shot the president. Until that moment, she had thought the rifle was in the garage and therefore Lee couldn't have done it. She had convinced herself that the police had come out simply because her husband was always under suspicion, something the FBI visits in November had reinforced. Now she knows better. Ruth Payne looks at Marina and sees that she is pale white. Ruth senses what that means. For a moment, Detective Rose thinks Marina might be about to faint. "I'm going to have to ask both of you to come downtown with us," Detective Rose tells them. As they return to the house, Ruth Payne's estranged husband, Michael, arrives. Seeing only Ruth, he says to her, "I came to help you just as soon as I heard where it happened. I knew you would need some help." When Michael Payne heard the news, his first thought was that Oswald could have been the one who had done it. 3:40 p.m. Captain Fritz returns to his office and resumes his methodical questioning of Oswald. "Lee, I'm a little confused about why your wife is living in Irving and you're living in Oak Cliff. Can you tell me about that?" "My wife is staying with Mrs. Payne, who's trying to learn Russian," Oswald says, gradually regaining his composure. "My wife teaches her, and Mrs. Payne helps her out with our small baby. It makes a good arrangement for both of them." "How often do you go out there?" Fritz asks. "Weekends," Oswald says. "Why don't you stay out there?" "I don't want to stay there. Mrs. Payne and her husband are separated. They don't get along too well," Oswald answers unresponsively. Fritz asks Oswald if he has a car, and Oswald says no, adding that the Paynes had 2 cars, but he didn't use either one of them. Asked about his education, Oswald tells Captain Fritz that he went to school in New York for a while, then Fort Worth, and he dropped out of high school to go into the Marines, but eventually finished high school while in the service. "Did you win any medals for rifle shooting in the Marines?" Fritz asks in an innocent way. "Just the usual medals," Oswald says, heading off the inquiry. "Like what?" Fritz asks. "I got an award for marksmanship," Oswald says matter-of-factly. Fritz suddenly changes subjects. "Lee, why were you registered at the boarding house as O.H. Lee?" "Oh, she didn't understand my name correctly," he shoots back. "I just left it that way." Fritz leans back in the chair. "Did you work at the depository today?" "Yes," Oswald replies. "How long have you worked there?" Fritz asks. "Since October 15th. "What part of the building were you in at the time the president was shot?" Fritz quizzes. "I was having lunch about that time on the first floor," Oswald says dryly. "We broke for lunch about noon, and I came down and ate." "Where were you when the officer stopped you?" Fritz asks, referring to the story that Roy Truly, the building manager, had told him earlier. "I was on the second floor drinking a Coke when an officer came in," Oswald replies. "There's a soda machine in the lunchroom there. I went up to get a Coke." "Then what did you do?" Fritz prompts. "I left," Oswald says, like it's nothing. "Where did you go when you left work?" the homicide captain asks. "I went over to my room on Beckley," Oswald says, "changed my trousers, got my pistol, and went to the movies." "Why did you take your pistol?" Fritz asks. "I felt like it," Oswald says snidely. "You felt like it. You know how boys are when they have a gun?" Oswald smirks. "They just carry it." "Did you shoot Officer Tippett?" "No, I didn't," Oswald says. "The only law I violated was when I hit the officer in the show, and he hit me in the eye, and I guess I deserved it. That is the only law I violated. That is the only thing I have done wrong." The answer seemed to be coming easy now for Oswald. Like an experienced cross-examiner, Fritz changes the subject abruptly. "What did you do during the 3 years you lived in the Soviet Union?" "I worked in a factory," Oswald says casually. "What kind?" Fritz asks as he peers at Oswald through his owlish spectacles. "A radio-electronics factory," Oswald answers. "Why did you leave the depository after the shooting?" Fritz asks, returning suddenly to the present. The questions are coming from all angles now, but Oswald handles the change-ups with ease. "I went out front and was standing with Bill Shelley," Oswald tells him, "and after hearing what happened, with all the confusion, I figured there wouldn't be any more work done the rest of the day, so I went home. The company's not that particular about our hours. We don't even punch a clock." "What kind of work do you do at the depository?" Fritz asks. "I fill orders," Oswald says. "Which floors do you have access to?" "Well, as a laborer," Oswald replies, "I have access to the entire building." Oswald explains that the company offices are on the first and second floors, and that they store books on the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth floors. "Did you shoot the president?" Fritz asks. "No, I emphatically deny that," Oswald snaps. "I haven't shot anybody." A detective opens the door to Fritz's office and pokes his head in. "Captain Fritz, they're ready downstairs." "Okay," Fritz says, rising from his chair. "Let's take a break." Not the best session Fritz has ever had with a suspect, but certainly not the worst either. Oswald thinks he is being cagey, answering only the questions he thinks he can answer without being caught, but he's talking too much anyway. Fritz didn't know a damn thing about him except his name, where he worked, and one of his addresses, but now he already knows quite a bit more, a lot of little details his men can check out, and who knows what they'll find. 4:05 p.m. Secret Service agent Forrest Sorrells and a small group of fellow agents are waiting in the outer office of homicide and robbery when Fritz comes out of his office. Sorrells greets Fritz, whom he's known for some time. "Have you gotten anything out of him?" Sorrells asks the homicide captain. "No," Fritz replies. "He hasn't made any admissions yet, but I'll be talking to him again very soon." Sorrells sees two detectives preparing to escort Oswald out of Captain Fritz's office. "Captain, I'd like to talk to this man when I have the opportunity," Sorrells says. "You can talk to him right now," Fritz answers, deciding to keep the lineup waiting a few minutes. Fritz makes arrangements to have Sorrells question Oswald in a small squad room tucked behind his private office. When Oswald is let in, the cool demeanor is gone, replaced with an arrogant and belligerent attitude. "I don't know who you fellows are. Bunch of cops?" Oswald asks. "Well, I will tell you who I am," the agent begins. "My name is Sorrells, and I'm with the United States Secret Service. Here's my commission book." The Secret Service term for the small leather folder that contains the agent's ID on top and badge on the bottom. Sorrells holds it out in front of the prisoner. "I don't want to look at that," Oswald says, holding his head up, refusing to look. "What am I being charged with? Why am I being held? Isn't someone supposed to tell me what my rights are?" "Yes, I will tell you what your rights are," Sorrells replies calmly. "Your rights are the same as that of any American citizen. You do not have to make a statement unless you want to. You have the right to get an attorney." "Aren't you supposed to get me an attorney?" Oswald asks. "No," Sorrells says. "You're not?" Oswald says with surprise. "No," Sorrells answers, "because if I got you an attorney, they would say I was probably getting a rake-off on the fee." A slight smile creeps across Sorrells' face. He hopes his bit of humor will help loosen the suspect up, but Oswald will have none of it, not finding Sorrells' attempt at humor amusing. "You can have the telephone book, and you can call anybody you want to," Sorrells continues. "I just want to ask you some questions." Sorrells asks if Oswald has ever been in a foreign country. Oswald says that he had traveled in Europe and spent a good deal of that time in the Soviet Union. Then, suddenly, Oswald says, "I don't care to answer any more questions." With that, the just-started interview is terminated. Fritz instructs his men to take Oswald down to the basement show-up room, then turns to two plain-clothes Vice Squad officers, William E. Perry and Richard L. Clark, waiting to take part in the lineup. Normally, available prisoners are pulled from jail and used in the lineups, but Captain Fritz is afraid that prisoners might try to hurt Oswald, due to the high feeling in Dallas over the assassination of the president. His own office doesn't have any men the right size to show with Oswald, so he had called down to Vice to borrow a couple of their men. Fritz tells officers Perry and Clark to take off their sport coats, loosen their ties, and generally change their appearance before heading down to the show-up room. 4:10 p.m. Detectives Sims, Boyd, and M.G. Hall escort Oswald toward the exit that leads out of the homicide and robbery office. The door opens, and they wade into the crowd of reporters jammed in the corridor outside. Flashbulbs pop incessantly as questions are fired at the prisoner. Oswald raises his manacled fists for the photographers. The crowd is shoulder to shoulder, pressing in as the detectives shuffle Oswald 23 feet to the jail elevator at a snail's pace. Reporters, frantic for information, shout questions over each other. The huge TV cameras blocking the corridor manage to catch a few seconds of the young man upon whom the attention of the whole world is now focused. Oswald catches one question from the deafening storm directed at him. "Did you kill the president?" "No, sir," he answers calmly. "Nobody charged me with that." When they arrive downstairs in the basement holdover room, Sims and Boyd search Oswald. Remarkably, no one has yet. Boyd finds 5 live rounds of .38 caliber ammunition in the left front pocket of Oswald's trousers. "What are these doing in there?" the detective asks. "I just had them in my pocket," Oswald says nonchalantly. Detective Sims finds a bus transfer issued by the Dallas Transit Company in his shirt pocket. Oswald takes off his silver Marine Corps ring and hands it to Sims. Also recovered from Oswald's pockets are a small white box top with the name Cox's Fort Worth printed on the top, a paycheck stub from American Bakeries dated August 22, 1960, a brass key marked P.O. Department, Do Not Dup, with the number 1126, 87 cents in change, and $13 in paper money, a $5 bill and 8 singles. The telephone rings in Shanklin's Dallas FBI office. It's Belmont in Washington. He wants an update. "Well, Allen, our agents are interviewing the suspect, Oswald," Shanklin tells him. "Hosty and Jim Bookhout, a good criminal agent, are in with the police right now." "If there's any question that a polygraph might be productive," Belmont says, "go right ahead and use it. Have you talked with the Secret Service?" "They don't appear to be doing much," Shanklin replies. "Most of them have gone back to Washington with the Vice President." "You should make sure that all possible investigative steps are being taken," Belmont orders him. "For example, make sure that the gun is checked for fingerprints. Determine Oswald's whereabouts throughout the day and make sure that the locations where the gun and shells were found is examined carefully." "Well, I think the police have that covered," Shanklin says. "Don't assume the police are going to handle this properly," Belmont says. "We must conduct a vigorous and thorough investigation if we expect to get answers." "Right," Shanklin responds. "Now, if you need additional personnel to accomplish that," Belmont adds, "you should let us know." "Well, if it turns out Oswald is not the person who shot the president," Shanklin says, "we're going to need more manpower down here. We should know something very soon." Returning to his office, Chief Curry finds television trucks all around City Hall, the building itself overrun with newsmen and television cameras, their heavy cables snaking through hallways and offices. The Dallas police have always permitted free movement of the press around City Hall, but they have never been faced with anything like this before, with the national and international press descending on them. Chief Curry knows that his men have a suspect in the Tippit killing, possibly in the assassination, and from the reports coming in, it seems that everything that can be done is being done. Curry calls the personnel office and requests the file on the officer killed in Oak Cliff. Checking the record of the 11-year veteran patrolman, Curry finds that J.D. Tippit had 2 previous brushes with death while on the force. Back in April 1956, he and his partner Daniel Smith had intervened in a domestic dispute involving a suicidal husband with an ice pick. When the 2 officers moved in to arrest the man, he managed to stab Smith once in the left shoulder and Tippit twice in the stomach and again in the right knee. Surgeons later found a half-inch of the ice pick's tip embedded in his right kneecap. It left him with an occasional slight limp and a much more cautious attitude. 4 months later, on September 2, 1956, Tippit and partner Dale Hankins shot Leonard Garland to death at Club 80 in Dallas after Garland pulled out a semi-automatic pistol, shoved it into Tippit's face, and pulled the trigger. Garland had failed to remove the safety, and luckily for Tippit, the gun didn't fire. Tippit and Hankins returned fire, killing the gunman, who turned out to be wanted by the FBI. Tippit, as did Hankins, received a Dallas Police Department Certificate of Merit for his outstanding judgment and quick thinking. Bud Owens, Tippit's immediate supervisor for nearly 10 years, vouched for him as a well-liked officer who used good common sense. 4:15 p.m. Lieutenant Jack Revel, the man in charge of the Dallas Police Department's Criminal Intelligence Section, dictates a memo to one of the clerks in the Special Services Bureau office. After leaving FBI agent Hosty in the homicide office, Revel had returned to his office and immediately reported the conversation with Hosty to his boss, Captain W. Pat Ganaway, telling Ganaway that Hosty had said the FBI knew all about Oswald before the assassination and knew he was capable of it. If true, this was explosive information. Why hadn't the FBI told the Dallas Police Department about Oswald before the president came to town? Indeed, why hadn't they and the Secret Service been watching Oswald? "Put it in writing," Ganaway told him. Revel said that he hated to do that. After all, Hosty might have been simply stating his personal opinion. "Put it on paper," Ganaway replied adamantly, "and give it to me, and I will give it to Chief Curry." With the help of an office clerk, Revel follows Ganaway's order. On November 22, 1963, at approximately 2:50 p.m., the undersigned officer met Special Agent James Hosty of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in the basement of City Hall. At that time, Special Agent Hosty related to this officer that the subject was a member of the Communist Party and that he was residing in Dallas. The subject was arrested for the murder of Officer J.D. Tippit and is a prime suspect in the assassination of President Kennedy. The information regarding the subject's affiliation with the Communist Party is the first information this officer has received from the Federal Bureau of Investigation regarding same. Agent Hosty further stated that the Federal Bureau of Investigation was aware of the subject and that they had information that this subject was capable of committing the assassination of President Kennedy. When the clerk hands Revel the typed copy, he reads it over carefully before signing it. "Are you sure this is the way you spell assassination?" he asks. "Yes, sir," the clerk replies. "I looked it up in the dictionary." 4:20 p.m. Bill Alexander had been in a police squad car parked behind the Texas Theater along with many officers who were watching the back door of the theater for a possible escape. When word was received that the Tippit murder suspect was apprehended inside and was being taken to police headquarters at City Hall, Alexander returned to his office. His old friend, Captain Fritz, was on the phone shortly thereafter asking Alexander to prepare a search warrant pronto for Oswald's Beckley apartment. Alexander prepared the warrant and called Justice of the Peace David Johnston, whom he needed to sign the warrant, to meet him at the sheriff's office for the trip to Beckley. Alexander meets with Johnston and Dallas police detectives F.M. Turner and H.M. Moore at the sheriff's office, and the four immediately leave for Beckley. Johnston, because of the rush, signed the warrant in the squad car en route to Beckley. 4:35 p.m. The darkened detail room in the basement where the officers get their assignments at the beginning of each shift is full of men, some in uniform, others not. At one end of the room is a narrow stage, about 2.5 feet high, screened off from the rest of the room by a one-way black nylon scrim. The stage is hotly illuminated by floodlights overhead and at the floor level, making it easy for the witnesses standing in the darkness to see the suspects through the scrim, but impossible for the suspects to see them in the darkness beyond. Detectives Sims, Boyd, and Hall have Oswald in a holdover room next to the stage. They are joined by Officers Perry and Clark and a jail clerk, a civilian employee, Don Abels, who will appear in the lineup with Oswald. Each of them is handcuffed to the other. Helen Markham, who had been close to fainting before being given ammonia, is brought out of the first aid room and into the darkened area of the detail room by Detectives Lavelle and Graves. Captain Fritz, Chief Curry, and Detective C.W. Brown join them momentarily. Mrs. Markham, who still hasn't recovered from the shock of seeing the murder, is terribly jittery, and the darkened room full of policemen isn't all that reassuring. The word is given, and Detectives Sims, Boyd, and Hall troop the four men out onto the stage. As soon as Oswald comes out, Mrs. Markham feels cold chills run over her and begins to cry. The four men come to a stop, each positioned underneath a large number. Left to right from Markham's position, the four men are W.E. Perry, under number 1, Lee Harvey Oswald, number 2, R.L. Clark, 3, and Don Abels, 4. Though Markham is confident Oswald is the man she saw shoot Officer Tippit, she wants to be sure, and whispers to one of the policemen that she wants them to turn Oswald sideways, which was standard procedure anyway. Detective Lavelle tells the men to turn to the right, left, to the rear, then back to the front. Each man is then asked a question or two so that Markham can hear them speak. Lavelle doesn't ask Oswald his name because Markham might have heard it since the shooting. Mrs. Markham can't forget the way the killer looked at her on 10th Street, the glassy, wild look in his eyes. "The second one," Markham says. The police aren't sure what she means, second from the left or the right. "Which one?" they ask. "Number 2, she says. There's an immediate stirring of voices in the room, and Mrs. Markham, faint again, falls over. Detective Sims, Boyd, and Hall march the men off the stage, and Oswald is taken back up to Captain Fritz's office on the 3rd floor. 4:45 p.m. The unmarked squad car pulls up in front of the rooming house on North Beckley and Oak Cliff, and 4 men armed with a search warrant climb out. After showing the search warrant to the landlord, Mr. Johnson, Alexander and the detectives enter Oswald's room. They notice the sagging single bed framed in a metal headboard and the movable wardrobe, an old blonde oak dresser with missing handles. When they open 2 dresser drawers, some clothing spills onto the floor. Alexander finds an empty leather holster hanging from a doorknob. A shelf on the wall has some food atop it. The room, Alexander sees, is messy but not dirty. The detectives begin piling everything on the bed for the trip downtown, clothing, shoes, a shaving kit, a city map of Dallas with some suspicious pencil markings on it, including some at the Texas School Book Depository in Elm Street, an address book, some paperbacks, a study of the USSR and communism, and a couple of James Bond books, a Gregg shorthand dictionary, a copy of Robert's Rules of Order, a pair of binoculars, several pamphlets and handbills, a certificate of undesirable discharge from the U.S. Marine Corps, and a lot of other documents. The detectives are particularly struck and alarmed by the stuff in Russian and the left-wing literature. It's not the kind of thing they find too often in Dallas. There's a letter about photography from Gus Hall, leader of the American Communist Party, one in Russian from the Soviet Embassy in Washington, and another from someone called Louis Weinstock of the Communist Party's paper, The Worker. There are 2 letters from the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, sent to Oswald at an address in New Orleans, a letter from the Socialist Workers' Party, a Trotskyite organization, regarding membership, and a Russian passport with Oswald's photo in it. Alexander thinks to himself that there's a lot of difference between a homegrown killer and someone who appeared, from what he could see, to be a card-carrying communist with overseas connections. The possibility of a communist conspiracy enters his mind. Even the thought of Russian military transport planes landing in Dallas flashes across his mind. Over the next hour and a quarter, they nearly stripped the room, using the pillowcases in one of Oswald's own duffel bags to carry everything to the waiting patrol cars. Only a banana peel and some uneaten fruit are left behind when they leave just after 6 p.m. Aboard Air Force One, the flight back to Washington has been abuzz with a continuous and overlapping series of communications with the outside world, some to pick up the threads of the American government so brutally ripped asunder just hours ago, some to let profoundly worried officials and congressmen have a reassuring word with the new president, but most of the conversations are about the fallen president. As Air Force One zoomed through the sky to its Washington, D.C. destination at more than 600 miles an hour, there are conflicting reports about the extent, if any, of the tension existing between the old and the new presidential administrations. At a minimum, the ride to Washington, as Mrs. Johnson says, was strained, and it's clear that the aides to Kennedy and Johnson were separated on the plane, Kennedy's aides in the rear of the plane with Mrs. Kennedy in the casket. A top Kennedy aide is said to have told a news reporter, "Make sure that you report that we rode in back with our president and not up front with him, LBJ." Was a lot more involved. Kennedy Assistant Press Secretary Malcolm Kilduff was quoted as telling one source, "That was the sickest airplane I ever was on." And he told the Los Angeles Times that there was friction between Kennedy and Johnson factions on the flight. "I think that there are things that happen that could be embarrassing to both the Kennedys and the Johnsons," he said, though he would not describe the events referred to. Another passenger, wishing to remain anonymous, said, "They refought the battles of 1960, during which Johnson and Kennedy had bitterly contested for the Democratic nomination, but under the circumstances, much of this seems unlikely," and Jack Valenti, an LBJ aide, remembered no such discussion and acrimony, adding that the extreme grief of Kennedy's top aides, Kenneth O'Donnell and Larry O'Brien, was simply beyond anything as casual as hostility. Charles Roberts of Newsweek, who was aboard, wrote, "As an unbiased witness to it, the transition of power, now that questions have been raised, it was careful, correct, considerate, and compassionate." As far as President Johnson's conduct on the plane, rumors abounded that he had been rude, overbearing, and boorish, one anonymous source even saying that he had been impatient with Jackie when she did not immediately come forward to witness the oath-taking. However, the evidence from named sources contradicts this. William Manchester himself, who, in writing The Death of a President, probably interviewed more people, including all the Kennedy entourage on the plane, than anyone else, said, "I think Johnson acted in incredibly difficult circumstances. I think he behaved well." Particularly, Manchester said, in being solicitous and caring to Jackie throughout, a view which sounds much more believable to me. And Roberts of Newsweek said that although Johnson was very capable of crudities, the new president's conduct during the 4 hours of flight was completely proper, and 4 of Johnson's finest. Indeed, even Kilduff, who spoke of hostility on the plane between the two camps, said in a radio-television interview on November 21, 1966, on the Westinghouse Broadcasting Network, "I can't help but feel that he, President Johnson, showed the utmost personal concern for Mrs. Kennedy, all members of the Kennedy family, and the whole Kennedy party that was with us. About certain things, everyone agrees." As author Relman Morin writes, As the plane thundered toward Washington, it was heavily freighted with grief and horror and memories and the aching sense of loss. Also that Johnson, with the levers of power now in his hands, started working immediately at his new job. He was on the phone to Washington calling for a cabinet meeting the next morning, requesting that Robert S. McNamara, the Secretary of Defense, and McGeorge Bundy, the Special Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, be at Andrews Air Force Base when Air Force One landed so they could instantly bring him up to date on the very latest developments flowing from the assassination throughout the world and so on. The transition of power was also filled with the unavoidable poignancies that strike at the heart. During the flight in the Oval Office, a sad task was going forward. They were removing some of JFK's most prized mementos, the coconut shell in which he had sent the message for help after the Japanese destroyer Amagiri rammed and sank PT-109, the framed photographs of his wife and of Caroline and John at different ages, the silver calendar that marked the dates of the beginning and end of the Cuban Missile Crisis, his famous rocking chair. During the flight, Rufus Youngblood and Roy Kellerman conferred frequently by phone with the head of the White House Secret Service detail in Washington, D.C., Jerry Bean, to arrange security and procedures at Andrews Air Force Base. Bean wanted President Johnson to come immediately to the White House, where both security and communications were best, but Youngblood told him that the president was adamantly against it. "That would be presumptuous on my part," Johnson said. "I won't do it." Instead, Johnson instructs Youngblood to have the Secret Service secure the Johnsons' Washington, D.C. residence instead. A dispute over how and where to take the body broke out. Admiral Berkeley advised Captain Taz Shepard, the president's naval aide, to make arrangements with Bethesda Naval Hospital, while Ted Clifton informed Dr. Leonard Heaton, the Army's Surgeon General, that the autopsy would be performed at the Walter Reed Army Medical Center, the great hospital in the nation's capital that since 1909 had treated grunts and generals, even presidents and Winston Churchill. General McHugh ordered an ambulance, but was informed that it was illegal in the District of Columbia to move a dead body by ambulance without a coroner's permit. McHugh didn't give a damn. "Just do it," he snapped, "and don't worry about the law. I'll pay the fine." Eventually, the choice of hospital was left to Mrs. Kennedy. Dr. Berkeley made his way back to the tiny rear cabin area where she held vigil next to her husband's coffin. He knelt in the aisle beside her and explained to her that the president's body would first have to be taken to a hospital. "Why?" she asked. "To have the bullet removed for evidence," Berkeley improvised, not knowing if there was a bullet inside the president's body. He was careful not to use the word autopsy, which would conjure up the image of a dissection. Berkeley told her that he would be willing to arrange to have it done at any place that she felt it should be done, although for reasons of security it should be done at a military hospital. The president was, after all, the commander-in-chief. That effectively narrowed the choice down to two hospitals in the Washington, D.C. area, the Army's Walter Reed or the U.S. Naval Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland. "The president was in the Navy," Berkeley said softly. "Of course," Jacki said. "Bethesda." Then she thought of Secret Service agent Bill Greer, the driver of the limousine in Dallas. Greer had been remorseful all afternoon, feeling that somehow he might have been able to save the president if only he had swerved the car or sped away before the fatal shot. Mrs. Kennedy felt sorry for him and requested that Greer drive the casket to the Naval Hospital. There had been a steady stream of visitors to the cramped cabin in the rear of the plane throughout the flight, but with the casket at their feet and so many seats removed, there was not enough room for them to stay long. President Johnson, otherwise closeted with his advisors Cliff Carter and Bill Moyers, came back for a visit, telling Kennedy's men that he hoped they would stay on at the White House. "I need you now more than President Kennedy needed you." Later, Moyers came back and asked Ken O'Donnell, Dave Powers, and Larry O'Brien to join the president for a conference about arranging a meeting of the congressional leadership, but they didn't want to leave Jacki. "We understand perfectly," Moyers agreed. By then, a small Irish wake, full of melancholy reminiscences, had been unrolling in the rear compartment. Jacki recalled how much Jack enjoyed the singing of tenor Luigi Vina at their wedding, and decided to ask Vina to sing Ave Maria and Bizet's Agnus Dei at the president's funeral mass. Dave Powers and Ken O'Donnell told her about Jack's meeting with Cardinal Cushing at the North American College in Rome a few months ago. Many U.S. cardinals attended the coronation of Pope Paul VI, but only Cushing was there when the president arrived. "They've all gone home, Jack," the cardinal laughed. "I'm the only one who's for you. The rest of them are all Republicans." It was decided that Cushing, who married Jack and Jackie, would say the low requiem mass because Jack liked that better than the solemn high ritual. Powers told Jackie about the president's last visit to the Kennedy family compound on Hyannisport on October 30th, when he spent the whole day with his crippled and speechless father. The next day, when the president's helicopter arrived, Jack kissed his father on the forehead, started off, and then went back to kiss him again, almost, Dave thought, as though he sensed he would never see his father again. They told how they had accompanied Jack to his son Patrick's grave in Brookline that same afternoon, and how they heard him remark, "He seems so alone here." "I'll bring them together now," Jackie said quietly. At first, Dave and Ken thought she was thinking of burying the president in Boston, but she had already decided on Arlington and planned to have Patrick's body moved from Massachusetts for reburial beside his father. They told her about their trip to Ireland in June, which Jack had described to her as the most enjoyable experience of his whole life. He was impressed by the drill of the Irish military cadets at Arbor Hill when he placed a wreath on the graves of the leaders of the Easter Rising of 1916. Jackie decides to have them attend the funeral, too, if they can, along with the pipers of the Royal Highland Black Watch Regiment who performed for the president and his family only last week on the grounds of the White House. Now, as the plane begins its descent into Andrews Air Force Base, O'Donnell, Powers, and O'Brien learn that a detachment of military pallbearers is waiting to carry the coffin from the plane. Overcome with Irish sentiment, Ken O'Donnell speaks up, "We'll carry him off ourselves." In a quiet Maryland suburb of the nation's capital, Naval Commander James J. Humes strolls purposefully toward the entrance of Bethesda Naval Hospital. There is a cordon of Marines and military police around the hospital with additional guards stationed at all three entrance gates to the grounds with instructions to admit only employees, patients in serious condition, their relatives, and cars with White House clearance. The 39-year-old Humes senses that the president's body must be en route. Earlier, around noon, he had left Bethesda, where he is director of laboratories of the Naval Medical School, and had gone home to help his wife Anne get ready for a dinner party they were having that evening, for 24 people, almost all of them military colleagues. In addition to the dinner party, they were busy taking care of last-minute details related to their son's First Communion, scheduled to take place the following morning at their parish church. Both Jim and Anne were far too busy to listen to the radio, and neither had any idea of the tragedy gripping the country until a couple of their older children, they have 5 in school and 2 at home, came home on the school bus and told their mother, "The president's been shot." "That's a terrible thing to say," she scolded, only to switch on the television and find that it was true. Jim and Anne both knew the dinner party was off, which meant they had a lot of telephoning to do. But the Washington telephone system had given out, overloaded by thousands of people wanting to talk about and share their grief over news of the tragedy, and Anne was finding it impossible to reach any of their guests. In the interim, Jim decided to take his son out for a haircut. They had just returned when his wife was finally able to get an open line, only to have an operator interrupt her for an emergency call from Admiral Edward Kenny, Surgeon General of the Navy. "Jim," Kenny told him, "you better hurry over to the hospital." Humes could hardly have imagined, at this time, that he would someday be accused by many conspiracy theorists as being an accessory after the fact to Kennedy's murder, and indeed by necessary extension from their arguments a part of a plot to murder the president. Now Humes bounds toward Admiral Kenny's office, where the Surgeon General gives the commander his orders. "Be prepared to do an autopsy on the late president." As the words sink in, Humes is told that Commander J. Thornton Boswell, the 41-year-old chief of pathology at the Naval Medical School, will be assisting him. He can add anyone else to the team he deems necessary in helping him determine the cause of death, but he's instructed to limit the personnel as much as possible. Retiring to the solitude of his office, Commander Humes gets a phone call from his friend Dr. Bruce Smith, acting Deputy Director of the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, AFIP, who offers whatever help he might need. Humes is grateful and tells him he may call him later. A short time later, Humes gets in touch with Dr. Boswell, and together they decide that Dr. Humes should be the senior autopsy surgeon, considering that he was Boswell's superior at the hospital. Both men have performed autopsies, although neither has been trained or certified as a forensic pathologist, a fact that will ultimately be used to great advantage by conspiracy theorists. 4:58 p.m., 5:58 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At 2 minutes before the hour in the East Coast darkness, Air Force One, the superb blue and white plane of the nation's chief executive, touches down at Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland, about 15 miles southeast of the nation's capital. The plane taxis into the glare of the reception area, now thronged with hundreds of government officials and other VIPs. The first person to board Air Force One is President Kennedy's brother, Attorney General Robert Kennedy, who bounds up the ramp and races up the front of the plane to the rear, ignoring President Johnson's outstretched hand as he passes. Johnson is miffed, but O'Donnell, realizing that Bobby's only thought is to get to Jackie as quickly as possible, doubts whether he even saw the president's gesture. In the tail compartment, Bobby Kennedy rushes to Jackie's side. "Hi, Jackie," he says quietly, putting an arm around her. "I'm here." "Oh, Bobby," Jackie sighs. It is so like him, she thinks. He is always there when you need him. Most of the civilized world is riveted to the live television coverage of the arrival. A huge catering bus, an outsized forklift, roofed and painted a garish yellow, used to load meals aboard military transports, is brought to the left rear of the plane and attached to the exit 12 feet above. A military casket team moves forward to secure the casket but is pushed out of the way by the dead president's friends and aides who, along with the assistance of Secret Service agents, start to move the casket onto the compartment of the catering bus. The compartment, containing both the casket and the Kennedy entourage, slowly begins to descend, then comes to a stop 5 feet above the ground. Not being designed for such uses, it's the lowest the forklift can go. It is almost impossible to unload the casket from this height, even with 2 teams of pallbearers, one on the ground, the other on the lift. Television cameras relentlessly record the awkward scene in black and white. The men struggle to move the cumbersome burden into the rear of a gray U.S. Navy ambulance, its rotating beacons throwing flashes of light over their faces, and finally succeed after several minutes. Meanwhile, the men in the Kennedy entourage begin jumping off the catering bus to the ground below. Robert Kennedy, one of the first on the ground, turns back to help Mrs. Kennedy down to the tarmac. Jackie Kennedy walks toward the Navy ambulance. Clint Hill assumes she'll ride in the front seat, but she makes her way to the rear door. She tries to open it, but can't. Fastened from the inside, the driver quickly reaches back to release the lock. She and Robert Kennedy climb into the back with General McHugh. Secret Service agent Bill Greer takes the wheel while Kellerman, Paul Landis, and Dr. Berkeley crowd into the front seat beside him. Still aboard the plane, President Johnson glances at a brief statement on the 3x5 card in his hand. The words were drafted in longhand by Liz Carpenter, the press attaché of Lady Bird Johnson, honed by LBJ aide Bill Moyers, and finally typed up for the president. Studying it on the plane, Johnson reversed the order of the last 2 sentences. "Bird?" Johnson inquires of his wife. She is ready. Bareheaded in the freezing November cold, Lyndon Johnson, Lady Bird at his side, moves down the ramp into the glare of the airport and television lights, steps up to a podium encrusted with microphones, and speaks to the world for the first time as President of the United States, amid the deafening thwacking of helicopter rotors which await the task of transporting the new president to his next destination. "This is a sad time for all people," Johnson intones solemnly. "We have suffered a loss that cannot be weighed. For me, it is a deep personal tragedy. I know the world shares the sorrow that Mrs. Kennedy and her family bear. I will do my best. That is all I can do. I ask for your help and God's." Because of this event, television has taken on an important new dimension. In addition to meting out bits of new information about the day's events as the drama unfolds, it has now become a vehicle through which the nation's grief is both shared and amplified. NBC's cameras filming people's reactions to the news on a New York street caught a middle-aged woman in dark glasses and a fashionable hat at the moment the news of the president's death came over a nearby car radio. The woman jerked as though hit with the physical object and cried out loudly in disbelief. Similar responses were caught on camera throughout America. ABC begins rerunning the footage shot by its Dallas affiliate at Love Field earlier that morning in the sparkling sunshine after the rain cleared, showing Jack Kennedy, trailed by Jackie, working his way along the fence to shake some of the hundreds of hands reaching out to him, his enjoyment so obviously unfeigned, his whole being seeming to exemplify a vibrant hope for the future. "This," Jim Haggerty, former President Eisenhower's press secretary, says, commenting on the ABC footage, "is the president's way of saying thank you to the people." How can you stop it? I don't think you want to stop it. It's rather difficult, while guarding the president, to argue that you can't shake hands with the American people or ride in an open car where the people can see you. In the world of television, where recording and rebroadcasting somehow erase the distinction between past and present, the event can be shown over and over again, but it remains tragically unstoppable. Harry S. Truman, contacted in retirement in Missouri, is reported to be so upset he is unable to make a statement. Dwight D. Eisenhower feels not only shock and dismay, but indignation. He angrily mentions this occasional psychopathic thing in the American people, but expresses his belief that it is nonetheless a nation of great common sense, that will not be stampeded or bewildered. General Douglas MacArthur says, "The President's death kills something in me." Adlai Stevenson, speaking from the UN and for millions, says, "All men everywhere who love peace and justice and freedom will bow their heads," adding later, "It's too bad that in my old age they couldn't have spent their violence on me and spared this young man for our nation's work." There's footage, too, of President Johnson being sworn in aboard Air Force One by Judge Hughes, with the stunned but dutiful widow of his predecessor at his side. The nation, as one, sees an orderly transition of government. The network anchors, Ed Silverman and Ron Cochran of ABC, Bill Ryan, Chet Huntley and Frank McGee of NBC, Charles Collingwood and Walter Cronkite of CBS, are addressing the largest television audience in history, unconsciously weaving, out of fact, history, and emotion, a shared experience that will hold the nation in its grip into an unforeseeable future. 5:10 p.m. In Irving, Texas, at the Payne residence, people are just about finished loading everything they have seized into the police cars. It isn't quite clear to Ruth Payne whether she and Marina are under arrest or not, although it feels as though they are. Earlier, when the officers asked them, as well as Ruth's husband Michael, to come down to the police station, Ruth, wanting to cooperate, had gone to see whether she could get a babysitter. As Ruth left to walk next door to her neighbor's house, one of the police officers moved to accompany her. "Oh," she said, "you don't have to go with me." He said he would be glad to, and she told him to come along, but with a sinking feeling as she realized he was probably assigned to escort her. She called on Mrs. Roberts next door, but Mrs. Roberts was just on her way out and couldn't help. It was after school by that time, though, so Ruth went to another neighbor's house and managed to get one of her teenage daughters to come stay with the kids. As she came back to her own house, still under police escort, she saw the other officers carrying boxes of things from the house to their cars. In a back seat, she spotted 3 cartons of phonograph records, her old 78s. "You don't need those," she protested. "And I want to use them on Thanksgiving weekend. I promised to lead a folk dance conference that weekend. I'll need those records, which are all folk dance records, and I doubt that you'll get them back to me by then." They paid no attention to her. The records went. She complained about her 16mm projector, too, but her escort took her by the arm and told her they were wasting too much time. The brusque treatment continued inside the house, and Ruth began to resent it more and more. Now she changes from her slacks to a suit, but the officers prevent Marina from doing the same. "She has a right to," Ruth explains to them icily, a note of proper Quaker decency in her voice. "She's a woman. She has a right to dress as she wishes before going." She tells Marina in Russian to go to the bathroom to change. But while Ruth is talking to the babysitter, one of the cops opens the bathroom door and tells Marina she has no time to change. Ruth's protests were useless. Marina, her emotions whipsawing, is suddenly angry. "I'm not a criminal," she says to herself. "I didn't do anything." "We'd better get this straight in a hurry, Mrs. Payne," one of the officers says, "or we'll just take the children down and leave them with Juvenile while we talk to you." Ruth doesn't take this lying down. She makes a point of saying to her daughter, who, unlike her son, Christopher, was up and about, "Lynn, you may come too." For the trip downtown, Michael was put in another car, but Marina and Ruth, Lynn, Marina's little girl, and her baby were all jammed in together with 3 police officers. Marina, who had been shaking all over with fright before they got into the car, calms down as they drive toward Dallas, and the 2 women speak quietly in Russian. One of the officers, Adamczyk, tries a little check on them, but they don't understand him. Marina can tell how shaken Ruth is. Ruth has never ridden in a police car before, had never even envisioned doing so, and the experience is unnerving. One of the officers in the front turns back to ask Ruth, "You a communist?" "No, I am not," she replies firmly, "and I don't even feel the need for the Fifth Amendment." On the trip downtown, Ruth Payne starts to be tormented by if-only thoughts. If only she had known that Lee had hidden a rifle in her garage. If only she had appraised him as someone capable of such terrible violence. If only the job she helped him find had not put him in a building overlooking the president's parade route. If only she had done a dozen things differently. The country might have been spared this tragedy. And Marina, whom she has come to love as a sister, would not have been made into an assassin's wife, bullied by overbearing policemen in a language she doesn't comprehend. Ruth wonders whether her determination to look for the good in everyone prevented her from seeing Lee clearly. Just 3 days ago, she learned that Lee was using a false name in his Dallas rooming house. How much truth was there in anything he ever told her? What sort of a man was he beyond the confines of Ruth's house, where he was simply Marina's husband and Junie's and Rachel's father? Is it possible that he is a Soviet agent? She finds that impossible to believe. He is neither bright nor organized enough for such an assignment. Even if he had volunteered his services to the Russians, they wouldn't have accepted him. Or they are bigger fools than she ever dreamed. 5:26 p.m., 6:26 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Just 28 minutes after Air Force One landed at Andrews Air Force Base, a helicopter delivers President Johnson to the south lawn of the White House. The President, his wife, Secretary of Defense McNamara, and McGeorge Bundy, Special Advisor to the President, walk in the chilly night through the Rose Garden on the White House grounds on their way to the Oval Office. When they come to the French doors of the President's office, all stop except Johnson, who pauses, then walks in alone and stays for but a minute. After Johnson closed the door behind him and exited the Oval Office, he and his party went across the street, West Executive Avenue, a blocked-off street across from the west wing of the White House. To his vice presidential office on the second floor of the Executive Office Building, where congressional leaders from both parties stopped by to pledge their bipartisan support for the good of the grief-stricken nation. Before he meets with anyone, though, the President takes the time to pen 2 notes to a little boy and a little girl, the first 2 letters of his presidency. Dear John, it will be many years before you understand fully what a great man your father was. His loss is as deep a personal tragedy for all of us, but I wanted you particularly to know that I share your grief. You can always be proud of him. He signs it affectionately, as he does the next letter. Dearest Caroline, your father's death has been a great tragedy for the nation as well as for you at this time. He was a wise and devoted man. You can always be proud of what he did for his country. It is 7:30 p.m. as Lyndon Johnson hands the letters to his secretary, gets up, and goes out to the anteroom to meet the men upon whom the continuity of the government of the United States now depends. 5:55 p.m., 6:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is near dusk as the presidential motorcade, having left Andrews at 6:10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, takes the Suitland Parkway to Bethesda. FBI agent James Siebert, in a car right behind the Navy ambulance carrying the president's body, will never forget the sight of people lining the many bridges over the parkway, holding white handkerchiefs to their eyes. At 6:55 p.m., the Navy ambulance, with its escort of cars and motorcycle police, arrives at Bethesda. By the time the Navy ambulance, with its escort of cars and motorcycle police, arrives at the Bethesda hospital, crowds, alerted by the television coverage of the arrival of the president's body at Andrews, are waiting silently. More than 3,000 people have worked their way inside the grounds because of the hopelessly inadequate cordon improvised by Captain Robert Canada, Jr., commanding officer of the hospital. Canada had only 24 Marine Guards at his disposal, so he mobilized all of his off-duty corpsmen, but still hasn't got nearly enough men to keep the ever-growing crowd from surging toward the ambulance. It's one solid mass of humanity. People standing shoulder to shoulder between the semicircle drive in front of the hospital, which comes off Wisconsin Avenue and returns, and Wisconsin Avenue a few acres away. The ambulance, now joined by a sedan with a chaplain and nurses, sweeps up to the main entrance. Robert and Jacqueline Kennedy disembark and are met by Captain Canada, Rear Admiral Calvin Galloway, and a chaplain. After a brief exchange, Secret Service agents Clint Hill and Paul Landis accompany RFK and Mrs. Kennedy to one of the 2 VIP suites on the 17th floor of the hospital's high stone tower. Jacki had been expected to join her children, John and Caroline, before their bedtime and tell them of their father's death, but she decides instead to spend the night at the hospital so as not to leave her slain husband. Although the children were shielded from the news throughout the afternoon, Caroline will be told that evening, and John Jr. sometime later. The hospital suite consists of 3 rooms, a bedroom, and a kitchen facing each other across a small hallway, at the end of which was a long, narrow drawing room. While it is comfortable enough with air conditioning, wall-to-wall carpeting, and a bedroom television, the walls, furniture, carpet, and drapes were depressing because of their lifeless and uniformly beige color. The entourage is met at the suite by the president's sister, Jean Kennedy Smith, Jacqueline's mother and stepfather, Janet and Hugh Auchincloss, and Ben Bradley, Washington bureau chief of Newsweek and a longtime friend of the president and his family, along with his wife, Toni. Secret Service agents Hill and Landis move quickly to secure the entire floor, taking control of communications and making sure that no one will be allowed to enter without authorization. Since Mrs. Kennedy is determined to wait until the autopsy is over, they know it's going to be a long night. An overnight bag and makeup case with Jacki's initials, JBK, B is for Bouvier, Jacki's maiden name, on it are brought to Jacki, but both remain unopened in the long hours ahead. Among the friends who will come to the 17th floor to try to console her are political columnist Charles Bartlett and his wife Martha. It was they who had contrived to introduce Jacki to JFK at a dinner party in their Georgetown home in May of 1951. At the time, Jacki was a Georgetown socialite with blue blood roots. Like JFK, her schooling had been at the best private schools, Miss Porter's, Vassar, the Sorbonne, and Paris, who was excited to be working as an inquiry photographer and celebrity reporter about town for the Washington Times-Herald. And he was a young, dashing war hero who was a member of the House of Representatives from Massachusetts. It wouldn't be until September of 1953, when JFK had become a U.S. Senator, that the two would wed in Newport, Rhode Island, the most correct social address at the time. A church ceremony attended by over 3,000 guests was followed by a grand beau monde reception at Hammersmith Farm, an estate overlooking Narragansett Bay. JFK may have been 12 years her senior, ages 34 and 22 at the time they met 2 years earlier, but Jacki would later say, "I took the choicest bachelor in the Senate." Few would disagree that by the time JFK was elected president, Jack and Jacki were America's royal couple. Below the 17th floor, at the main entrance, Larry O'Brien, Kenny O'Donnell, General McHugh, and other members of the Kennedy party are standing in front of the hospital, talking. The Navy ambulance carrying the president's body is nearby, with Secret Service agent Bill Greer still in the driver's seat. Secret Service agent Roy Kellerman has gotten out and gone in to find out where the entrance to the morgue is located. After several minutes, Baltimore FBI agents James W. Siebert and Francis X. O'Neill, Jr., who had been ordered to accompany the procession from Andrews Air Force Base, witness the autopsy, take custody of any bullets retrieved from the president's body, and deliver them to the FBI laboratory, approach the group of men and ask what the delay is all about. Larry O'Brien says they don't know where the autopsy room is. The FBI men tell them to follow them around to the rear of the hospital. When the caravan reaches the morgue entrance, Secret Service agent Roy Kellerman comes out onto the rear loading dock. FBI agents Siebert and O'Neill approach him and identify themselves and their mission. "Yes, I've already been informed," he tells them, and moves down the stairs toward the rear of the ambulance where Secret Service agent Bill Greer waits. First Lieutenant Samuel R. Byrd's honor guards quickly assemble and help Secret Service and FBI agents pull the casket out of the back of the ambulance and onto a conveyance cart, and shuffle it toward the steps leading to the small landing at the rear door. At the base of the stairs, the cart is abandoned and the casket is hand-carried up to the loading dock entrance. Along the way, General McHugh insists on helping to carry the commander-in-chief into the hospital and relieves one of the casket team members. One end of the casket dips precariously as General McHugh struggles to carry his share of the weight. Just inside the loading dock entrance, the team returns the casket to the cart and wheels it a short distance down the corridor toward a naval attendant holding open a double door marked "Restricted, Authorized Personnel Only." The Bethesda Naval Hospital morgue is stark and spotless. It was newly renovated just 4 months earlier. They enter an anteroom equipped with 8 refrigerated lockers labeled "Remains." To the right is a swinging-type double door with glass panels that leads to the main room where the autopsies are performed. The tiled autopsy room is lined with equipment specialized for post-mortem work. scales, a sterilizer, a washing machine, and a power saw. Situated near the center of the room are 2 8-foot-long stainless steel autopsy tables, their tops perforated with hundreds of drain holes that feed into pipes set in the floor. Against one wall, on a 2-step riser, is a small gallery section that contains a short tier of bleacher-style benches, enough for 30 to 40 medical students and young doctors to observe autopsies being performed. This night, the students and young doctors are absent. The casket team rolls the casket through the doors into the autopsy room and veers to the left, where they come face-to-face with Drs. Humes and Boswell and several other Bethesda personnel dressed in surgical garb, who direct the team to move the casket next to autopsy table number 1. Major General Whaley orders his aide, Richard Lipsey, not to leave the body for any reason, as Lieutenant Sam Bird's casket team takes up guard duty outside the 2 entrances to the autopsy room, with the assistance of a detachment of Marines. 5:57 p.m. Detectives Stovall, Rose, and Adamczyk march Michael and Ruth Payne and Marina Oswald and her 2 small children up to the 3rd floor to Homicide and Robbery's outer office. They are unaware that Lee Oswald sits a few feet away behind the closed Venetian blinds of Captain Fritz's private office. It is near bedlam in the Homicide office, full of the noise of incoming telephone calls and constant traffic. Within a few minutes, the detectives move them to the Forgery Bureau office next door to get away from the congestion of Homicide. After getting the Paynes and Marina Oswald settled and calling for an interpreter, Detectives Stovall and Rose turn their attention to locating Wesley Frazier. If for no other reason than that he had driven Oswald to work that day and his present whereabouts are unknown, Frazier becomes a suspect. Although they'd been told that Frazier was at Parkland Hospital visiting his ailing father, it takes the detectives nearly 45 minutes to determine that he is actually at the Irving Professional Center, a medical facility. The detectives telephone the Irving Police Department and make arrangements for Frazier to be arrested. 6:16 p.m. In the 4th floor crime lab, Lieutenant Carl Day examines the rifle carefully, looking for fingerprints that the gunman might have left behind. Captain Fritz walks in and tells Day that Marina Oswald has arrived and is downstairs in the Forgery Bureau office. "I want her to look at the gun and see if she can identify it," Fritz says. "But there's an awful mob down there. I don't want to bring her through that crowd. Can you bring the rifle down there?" "I'm still working with the prints," Day replies, "but I think I can carry it down there without disturbing them." In a minute, Day is ready, and the 2 of them make their way downstairs. When they get to the 3rd floor, Day hoists the rifle high over his head and wades into the throng of reporters who shout questions. "Is that the rifle? What kind is it? Who made it?" Day says nothing, as Fritz clears the way to the forgery office. They step inside and close the door, shutting out the maddening noise. Marina Oswald is there holding an infant daughter. Ruth and Michael Payne sit nearby with Detectives Senkel and Adamczyk and Russian interpreter Ilya A. Mamantov. Lieutenant Day shows Marina the rifle as Fritz asks through the interpreter whether this is the rifle her husband owns. Marina says it looks like it. They both have dark wood, but she can't be sure. She only saw the stock and can't remember if it had a telescopic sight. To her, all guns look the same. As the 2 detectives prepare to take affidavits from Marina Oswald and the Paynes, Captain Fritz and Lieutenant Day push back into the sea of reporters in the outer hall. Fritz heads back to his office while Day, rifle again lofted over his head, slowly makes his way toward the elevators that will take him and the weapon back to the crime lab. At the corner of Commerce and Harwood, 2 detectives wait patiently for Piedmont bus number 50. Just a few minutes earlier, the bus transfer found in Oswald's pocket was traced to the driver of that bus, Cecil McWaters. The detectives have orders to intercept the bus and bring the driver to City Hall. When it arrives as scheduled, McWaters is shocked to find that 2 potential passengers are in fact police. They tell him they want to ask him a few questions and escort the befuddled bus driver into police headquarters. Once inside, they show him the bus transfer found in Oswald's pocket. "Do you know anything about this?" they ask. McWaters surely does. He's absolutely positive that he issued the transfer, number 004459, on that Lakewood run about 1 o'clock that afternoon, give or take 15 minutes. Each driver has a distinctive punch mark, registered with the company, and McWaters recognizes the crescent-shaped mark as one made by his hand punch. He even takes his hand punch out of his pocket and punches a sheet of paper to prove it. McWaters also remembers that he only gave out 2 transfers on that run, both at the same stop, the first to a lady and the second to a young man who got off right after her. 6:20 p.m. Captain Fritz enters the homicide office where Detective Jim Lavelle informs him that downstairs he's got 2 eyewitnesses from a car lot near the Tippett shooting who are ready to view Oswald in a lineup. "Good," Fritz tells him. "Have the bus driver take a look at him, too." Detectives Sims, Boyd, and Hall lead Oswald out of the office and wade into the madhouse of reporters in the outer corridor. As the door closes behind them, Fritz walks over to Jim Allen, a former assistant DA now in private practice, and Secret Service agent Forrest Sorrells. The agent tells Fritz that he has a witness he has talked to and that he would very much like for him to get a chance to see Oswald in a lineup. "That'll be fine," Fritz says. Sorrells turns to Secret Service agent William Patterson and asks him to track down Howard Brennan and bring him to City Hall. 6:30 p.m. The lights are dim in the back half of the basement detail room at Dallas Police Headquarters, in anticipation of the second lineup police are about to conduct. Ted Calloway, the manager of Deutsch Motors in Oak Cliff, one of his porters, Sam Guignard, and bus driver Cecil McWaters wait nervously as police make the last-minute preparations. Detective Lavelle leans over toward Calloway and speaks in hushed tones. "When I show you these guys, be sure, take your time, see if you can make a positive identification," Lavelle says. "We want to try to wrap him up real tight on killing this officer. We think he is the same one that shot the president. But if we can wrap him up tight on killing this officer, we have got him." Calloway steps to the back of the detail room so he can view the lineup from a distance similar to the distance from which he had seen the gunman on Patton Street. When everything is ready, Detectives Sims, Boyd, and Hall march the shackled men onto the brightly lit stage. The same men in the same order as the first lineup. As soon as Oswald comes out, Calloway recognizes him. No doubt about it. Detective Sims puts the men through the routine. Turn left, face forward, then answer a few brief questions so the witnesses can hear them speak. Detective Lavelle walks over to Calloway. "Which one do you think it was?" "He's the number 2 man," Calloway says firmly. Sam Guignard agrees. Number 2 is the man he saw run past him while he was waxing and polishing a station wagon. Bus driver Cecil McWaters is less certain. There's one man in the lineup, number 2, Oswald, who is about the same height, weight, and complexion as the person who got on his bus, but he tells the police he cannot make a positive identification. As the 4 men are led off stage, Detective Lavelle takes Ted Calloway and Sam Guignard up to the crime lab on the 4th floor, where they both identify the light gray Eisenhower-style jacket found in the parking lot behind the Texaco station as the one the man they saw was wearing. 6:35 p.m., 7:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At the Bethesda Naval Hospital morgue, autopsy pathologists, Drs. Humes and Boswell, open the bronze casket and find the naked body of John F. Kennedy wrapped in a bloody sheet labeled Parkland Hospital. Lying on a heavy-gauge clear plastic sheet placed there to prevent the corpse from soiling the satin interior of the coffin. An additional wrapping soaked in blood envelops the president's shattered head. Paul K. O'Connor and James Curtis Jenkins, student lab technicians in charge of the admission and discharge of morgue bodies, lift the body out of the casket and place it on the autopsy table where the bloody wrappings are removed. In spite of his training, Dr. Humes is still shocked by the sight of the president's body. His eyes are open, one lid hanging lower than the other. His mouth is also open, in sort of a grimace. His hands are knotted in fists, and there is a ghastly head wound. Still, the well-known facial features are intact, and Dr. Humes can't help but think that apart from the horrible head wound, John Kennedy, who was only a few years older than he is, looks perfectly normal. In fact, at a little over 6 feet and 170 pounds, Kennedy was a remarkable human specimen, he would later put it, who looked as if he could have lived forever. Humes shrugs off the moment of hypnotic shock and fascination, reminding himself there is a lot of work to do. Several of the nearly 24 people in attendance, particularly the military officers in command of the Naval Hospital, retreat to the benches in the gallery as Drs. Humes and Boswell begin an initial examination of the body. In addition to the cut-downs, i.e. small incisions for the insertion of tubes, on the arms, ankles, and chest, Dr. Humes notes a tracheotomy incision in the throat. The body is then rolled briefly onto its side, and Humes notes a bullet wound in the president's right upper back. As they complete the initial examination, Admiral Berkeley reminds the pathologists that the president's brother and wife are waiting upstairs, and that they should expedite the autopsy procedure. "They've captured the guy who did this. All we need is the bullet," Berkeley tells them. Drs. Humes and Boswell disagree. They feel a complete and thorough autopsy is needed. A discussion ensues, one that Berkeley ultimately wins for the moment. Dr. Humes requests that all non-medical personnel leave the autopsy room and retire to the adjacent anteroom so that X-rays and photographs of the body can be made. At Humes' instruction, medical photographer John T. Stringer, Jr. begins taking photographs of the body from a variety of angles in both color and black and white, being careful to bracket the exposures of the large 4 by 5-inch images. As soon as the photographs are complete, John H. Ebersole, Assistant Chief Radiologist at Bethesda Naval Hospital, begins taking X-rays of the president's skull with help from X-ray technicians Gerald F. Custer and Edward F. Reed. Unlike the autopsy photographs, which will not be developed until after the autopsy is completed, the X-rays, which see what the eye cannot, are developed in the hospital's 4th-floor lab and returned to the morgue a quarter of an hour later for viewing. 6:40 p.m. Assistant Dallas DA Bill Alexander pushes through the crowd in the 3rd-floor hallway of Dallas Police Headquarters. After completing the search of Oswald's Beckley room, Alexander had returned to his office and, believing there was more than enough evidence to conclude that Oswald had murdered Officer Tippit, filled in the blanks on State of Texas Form number 141, a form denominated an affidavit, but referred to by all in Texas as a criminal complaint. In clear handprinting, he charged that Oswald did voluntarily and with malice aforethought kill J.D. Tippit, sick, by shooting him with a gun. Gathering up some additional blank affidavits, Alexander beats a path over to police headquarters. Now Alexander raps lightly on Captain Fritz's private office door and steps in. Fritz is grilling Oswald as a few Dallas police officers stand against the wall, their eyes fixed on the homicide captain's prey. "What struck me about Oswald," Alexander, who did not take part in the questioning, says, "is that even under the circumstances he found himself in, he was in control of himself and acted like he was in control of the situation. It was almost as if everything he said had been pre-rehearsed by him. He was quite skillful in deflecting questions, often answering questions with other questions. He was very arrogant and defiant with Fritz. I would say his whole behavior was completely inappropriate to the situation. You ought not to be ugly to the man, Fritz, who has the option to prosecute you." Alexander said that Fritz was very courteous with Oswald, as he always was with all defendants. "I was very pissed off at Oswald because of his having killed Kennedy and Tippit, but even if he was only in there for spitting on the sidewalk, I was so infuriated with him for his insolence to Fritz. Someone, Alexander says, he had feelings about almost like those he had for his father. I felt like beating the S out of him." Oswald didn't know this. I kept my composure, but I didn't like that little son of a bitch. Not too far into this latest round of questioning, Oswald suddenly says he doesn't want to talk any further without first talking to a lawyer. "You can have an attorney any time you like," Fritz tells him. "I'd like Mr. John Apt in New York to represent me," Oswald says. "He represented people who were charged with violating the Smith Act. I don't know him personally, but that is the lawyer I want. However, I don't have any money to call him." "That won't be a problem," Fritz replies. "Just call collect. We allow all prisoners to use the phone." Fritz tells the 2 detectives present to be sure that Oswald has a chance to use the telephone. Alexander nods to Fritz that he wants to talk to him privately. The homicide captain instructs the Dallas detectives to take Oswald out to the little holding room off Fritz's office, while Fritz and Alexander remain behind. "I've got the complaint for Oswald on shooting Officer Tippit," Alexander says, knowing that the Dallas police have more than enough to file charges. Although he doesn't need Fritz's approval to file the complaint, he seeks his support. "I'm ready to go when you are." Fritz nods in agreement. Indeed, the evidence is already substantial in the Tippit case. They tick it off to each other. They know Oswald took a bus to his room in Oak Cliff. They found the transfer he was issued. His landlady can testify that he came in about 1 o'clock, changed clothes, and left a couple of minutes later in a big hurry. He admits he picked up his pistol at the room. They have an eyewitness to the Tippit shooting, Mrs. Helen Markham, who identified Oswald in a lineup. Two other eyewitnesses, Ted Calloway and Sam Guignard, who saw Oswald running from the scene, also picked him out of a lineup. He resisted arrest at the Texas Theater, attempting to shoot the arresting officer. And the revolver he had in his possession at the time of his arrest is the same caliber as the one used to kill Officer Tippit. All in all, that's a lot of good evidence, Fritz says. A call is put in immediately to have Justice of the Peace David Johnston come to police headquarters for the arraignment of Oswald on the Tippit murder charge. 6:50 p.m. Across the hall from Captain Fritz's office, Lieutenant T.P. Wells answers the telephone. The caller is Barbara Davis, an eyewitness in the Tippit murder case, who says her sister-in-law, Virginia Davis, found a .38 caliber shell in their yard after police left this afternoon. "Okay, we'll be right out," the lieutenant tells her. He hangs up and instructs Detectives C.N. Doherty and C.W. Brown to drive out to Oak Cliff and retrieve the shell. Secret Service agent Forrest Sorrells informs Captain Fritz that eyewitness Howard Brennan has been located and is at police headquarters now and ready to view Oswald in a lineup. "I wish he would have been here a little sooner," Fritz tells Sorrells. "We just got through with a lineup. But we will get another one fixed up." Fritz stops Detectives Brown and Doherty as they head out the door and instructs them to bring the Davis woman back with them, get a statement, and arrange for them to also view Oswald in a lineup. 7 p.m., 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At Bethesda Naval Hospital, Humes and Boswell, followed by a flock of FBI, Secret Service, and Navy personnel, retreat to a small alcove within the autopsy room and snap the newly developed X-rays of the president's head up on a light box. 30 or 40 white specks can be seen scattered throughout the right hemisphere of the brain, like stars in a galaxy. These dust-like metallic particles mark the path of the missile as it passed through the right side of the skull. The largest fragment of metal, still much too small to represent any significant part of a whole bullet, lies behind the right frontal sinus. The next largest fragment is embedded in the rear of the skull. Humes figures that he can probably retrieve the two larger fragments, but is beginning to wonder if it might be a good idea to have an expert in wound ballistics present during the autopsy. He and Boswell confer briefly away from the group. Humes mentions the offer of assistance made by the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, AFIP, and suggests they take it. Boswell agrees and suggests they contact Lieutenant Colonel Pierre A. Fink, chief of the Wound Ballistics Pathology branch of the AFIP, whom Boswell has worked with before. Boswell remembers him as sharp, hard-working, and a top-notch forensic pathologist. Humes is convinced and places a telephone call to Fink's home, asking the pathologist to come to the Bethesda morgue at once. 7:04 p.m. Police Chief Curry enters Captain Fritz's office and finds Fritz, Assistant D.A. Alexander, and Justice of the Peace Johnston. "How's the case coming?" he asks. "We're getting ready to file on him for the shooting of the officer," Fritz replies. "What about the assassination?" Curry asks. "I strongly suspect that he was the assassin of the president," Fritz says. As Curry leaves, Fritz reads over and signs complaint number F-153, charging Lee Harvey Oswald with the murder of Officer J.D. Tippit. Bill Alexander also affixes his signature to the complaint, and a minute later files it, not with the clerk of the court, but by merely handing it to Judge Johnston. 7:10 p.m. Detectives Sims, Boyd, and Hall march Oswald back into Captain Fritz's private office. The door closes behind them, stifling the noise of the outer office. Oswald faces Captain Fritz, Bill Alexander, David Johnston, and at least one FBI agent. "Mr. Oswald, we're here to arraign you on the charge of murder in the death of Officer J.D. Tippit," Judge Johnston says. "Arraignment," Oswald snarls. "This isn't a court. You can't arraign me in a police station. I can only be arraigned in a courtroom. How do I know this is a judge?" Alexander thinks the suspect is the most arrogant person he's ever met and tells him in no uncertain terms to shut up and listen. Oswald complies, but not before snapping back. "The way you're treating me, I might as well be in Russia." Johnston opens the complaint form and tells Oswald that he is charged in the complaint with having unlawfully, voluntarily, and with malice aforethought killed J.T. Tippit by shooting him with a gun earlier that day. Oswald mumbles a stream of sarcastic, impudent little things. Johnston advises Oswald of his constitutional right to remain silent and warns him that any statement he makes may be used in evidence against him for the charges stated. "You'll be given the opportunity to contact an attorney," Johnston says as he completes the formalities. "Bond, bail, is denied on this capital offense. I hereby remand you to the custody of the Sheriff of Dallas County, Texas." In most states, the defendant pleads guilty or not guilty to the complaint at the time of the arraignment. In the few situations where he declines, the court enters a plea of not guilty for him. But in Texas, even to this day, a defendant is not even asked to plead to the complaint, and Oswald did not plead not guilty to the charge of murder against him. 7:15 p.m. Robert Oswald walks into Dallas City Hall at the Harwood Street entrance, 106 South Harwood, where one enters the headquarters of the Dallas Police Department. Robert, intending to go to the third-floor Homicide and Robbery Bureau, mistakenly takes an elevator to a different floor and approaches a police officer who is eating supper out of a paper bag at his desk. "Could you tell me where I could find the officer in charge of the Homicide Division?" he asks. "I'm Robert Oswald, Lee Oswald's brother." The officer's expression changes immediately. He jumps up, dropping his sandwich on the desk, mumbles a few words, then regains control and says, "Let me call Captain Fritz." After leaving his office in Denton, Texas earlier in the afternoon, Robert had driven home and told his wife Veda that he planned to drive to Dallas and that she should take their children to her parents' farm outside Fort Worth, where they would be safe. He was worried about someone retaliating against anyone who knew Lee. Robert then called the Acme Company office in Fort Worth and told them of his plans to go to Dallas, and they told him that the FBI had been out there looking for him and wanted him to contact them. He arrived at 5:15 at the Federal Building and spent the next 2 hours being interviewed by Dallas FBI agents, interested in finding out what he knew about his brother's recent activities. Robert couldn't help them much. He hadn't seen Lee since the previous November. When he asked to see Lee, an agent said, "We don't have any jurisdiction over your brother," and tells Robert he'll have to go to City Hall and speak to Captain Will Fritz in the Homicide and Robbery Bureau of the Dallas Police Department. Now Robert waits to see the man in charge. The officer finally puts the phone down. He can't get through, so he offers to take Robert up to the third floor. As they wait for an elevator, Robert reaches into his hip pocket for a handkerchief. The officer flinches. Robert senses what the officer is thinking and freezes, then slowly withdraws his hand, clutching the handkerchief. Robert suddenly realizes just how tense the situation is in Dallas. District Attorney Henry Wade marvels at the amount of reporters. It seems like 300 who have managed to shoehorn themselves into the small, narrow third-floor corridor outside the Homicide and Robbery office. Wade was on his way to dinner with his wife and some friends when he decided to stop by police headquarters to see how the investigation was progressing. He fights his way through the press and into the Homicide office, where he learns from his assistant Bill Alexander that they had filed on Oswald for the Tippit murder. Shouldering back through the crowd, he makes his way to the administrative offices where Chief Curry sits behind his desk. Wade is not surprised that Curry knows so little about how the case is coming. Relations between Fritz and Curry are better than they were with Curry's predecessor, but Fritz, as usual, is determined to run his own one-man show. Wade himself has no power at all over the police. Under the city charter, the police are responsible to the city manager, not the district attorney. All of Wade's assistant prosecutors, Bill Alexander in particular, work closely with the police, but his office has no authority over them. For the moment, Wade and Curry are equally helpless. Chief Curry slides Jack Revel's memo, the one saying the FBI had advanced knowledge that Oswald was capable of committing the assassination, across the desk to the district attorney. "What do you think about that?" Curry asks. Jack Revel is, to Wade's mind, one of the brightest of the young Dallas police officers, but his memo is highly disturbing. "What are you going to do with it?" Wade asks. "I don't know," Curry replies. Even in the midst of the catastrophe, it's a bombshell. Curry knows that the security of the president depends not just on the Secret Service, which has the primary responsibility, but on the closest possible cooperation between the Secret Service and the FBI, as well as local police authorities. Revel's memo suggests that someone wasn't playing ball, and both men know that a firestorm of public recrimination between the FBI and the Dallas Police Department is not the kind of press the city fathers are going to want to see. Wade is an astute politician. He knows that the press and public will be looking around for someone to blame. Historically, relations between the FBI and local police have never been easy, and this won't make them any easier. Although the chief of police doesn't have to stand for re-election as Wade does, his position is scarcely less political. The son of a Dallas policeman who became a Baptist preacher, Jesse E. Curry attended police school without pay to get on the force during the Depression, then worked his way up through the ranks, finally becoming chief in January 1960, less than 4 years ago. He played a key role in the integration of the Dallas public schools in the fall of 1961, demonstrating his talent for careful advanced planning. He works long and hard and is proud of his department, constantly fretting about the lack of manpower. 1,123 men covering a vast area and a population of over 500,000, and adequate equipment. Most of his men, finding it tough to live on their $370 a month base pay, are moonlighting. Even Curry's annual salary is only $17,500 after 27 years with the department. Curry is reluctant to make waves, careful of his relationship with city officials. He's even more sensitive, as is Wade, to the desires of the real powers in the city, the Dallas Citizens Council, the elite group of business and social leaders who largely control the city's destiny, and who always have the city's image in mind. Perhaps that is why Curry hasn't moved forcefully to control the melee of pressmen and their din wanting to demonstrate to the worldwide press that the Dallas Police Department is willing to cooperate to the fullest extent, even under conditions of dire emergency. There's little question that the assassination has put Curry under a tremendous amount of pressure from all sides. At the moment, there is little Wade can do to console the police chief. "I'll see you later," Wade tells him and heads out for dinner. Robert Oswald follows the police officer as he leads him through the dense crowd of reporters on the third floor. No one is paying attention to either one of them, even though the officer occasionally bellows, "Where's Captain Fritz?" Finally, someone points toward the end of the corridor. The two men squeeze through the crowd until they come face to face with Captain Fritz. The homicide captain looks coldly at Robert after the officer whispers an introduction. "I'm tied up right now," Fritz says, "but I do want to talk with you later. I think your mother is still here." Fritz tells the officer to take Robert down to where Mrs. Oswald is waiting. This is the only meeting Robert Oswald has with Fritz, who never gets around to questioning him. The two men make their way back through the crowded hallway and enter the burglary and theft bureau, where Robert finds his mother along with 2 Fort Worth Star-Telegram reporters and 2 FBI agents. "I see you found me," Marguerite Oswald says, rising from her chair. The FBI men have barely finished introducing themselves when Mrs. Oswald interrupts and asks to speak to her son alone. The agents show them to an empty office. As soon as they enter the room, Marguerite leans toward him and whispers, "This room is bugged. Be careful what you say." The comment annoys Robert but doesn't surprise him. All his life, Robert has heard his mother talking about conspiracies, hidden motives, and the maliciousness of others, and has long since discounted most of what she says. "Listen," Robert says to his mother, not bothering to lower his voice. "I don't care whether the room is bugged or not. I'd be perfectly willing to say anything I've got to say right there in the doorway. If you know anything about what happened, I want to know it right now. I don't want to hear any whys, ifs, or wherefores." His words don't seem to register. As Robert learned by the time he was 4 years old, Marguerite has the ability to block out whatever she doesn't want to hear. Apparently, forgetting her own words of warning about the room being bugged, she sets out her belief that Lee, whatever he had done, was carrying out official orders. Ever since his defection to Russia, Marguerite has been convinced that Lee is some sort of secret agent recruited by the U.S. government while in the Marine Corps, and thereafter sent on mysterious and dangerous missions. But there is something else about his mother now that gives Robert a sickening feeling. It is evident to him that his mother is not really crushed at all by the terrible charges against Lee. If anything, he senses she seems actually gratified at the attention she's receiving. She has always had an inflated sense of her own ability and importance, a trait reflected in her son, Lee. But her quarrelsome nature and limited work skills have created instead a life of obscurity. Now she seems to instantly recognize that she will never again be treated as an ordinary, unimportant woman. 7:28 p.m. FBI agent Manning C. Clements steps into the homicide office and spots fellow agent James Bookout. Clements has been at police headquarters since 1 o'clock when, Under instructions from his supervisor, he had offered the assistance of the FBI in the investigation of the president's assassination. For the last several hours, he has been acting as a liaison, relaying instructions to the other agents on the premises. Clements approaches Bookout and asks if anyone from the Bureau has gotten a detailed physical description of Oswald and, more importantly, question him in depth about his background. Bookout tells him no, though Captain Fritz has obtained some background information on Oswald, and suggests that Clements do it. Clements seeks out Captain Fritz and asks if there is any objection to his interviewing Oswald to get this information. "I've got no objection," Fritz says. Clements enters Captain Fritz's office and finds Oswald seated and two detectives, Hall and Boyd, standing guard nearby. The FBI agent introduces himself, shows Oswald his credentials, advises him of his right to an attorney, and explains his purpose for being there. Oswald is slightly haughty but cooperative. Clements proceeds to elicit biographical information from Oswald, date and place of birth, height, weight, and other personal data. He then turns to the obviously fictitious Selective Service card found in Oswald's wallet. Clements can tell the card is a fake because of the photograph mounted on it, something not contained on an authentic Selected Service card, and the number of obvious erasures made in typing the information on it. Besides, the card is in the name of Alec James Heidel, but bears Oswald's photograph. Asked about the purpose of the card, Oswald refuses to answer. 10 minutes into the interview, the door to the office opens and Detective Sims tells the agent that Oswald is needed downstairs. They lead Oswald, once again, out into the crush of reporters. Flashbulbs pop and questions are hurled in waves at the prisoner as reporters press in. As the detectives struggle to move Oswald toward the jail elevators, Oswald seizes the moment to exploit his situation. "These people here have given me a hearing without legal representation," Oswald, referring to his arraignment, says into a microphone shoved in his direction. "Did you shoot the president?" a reporter asks. "I didn't shoot anybody," Oswald replies. "No, sir." 7:30 p.m., 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At the Bethesda Naval Hospital, a hot white light illuminates the hands of the two pathologists huddled over the body of the late president. In the interests of time, Dr. Humes decided not to wait for Lieutenant Colonel Fink to arrive at Bethesda. Instead, he and Dr. Boswell set about the task of recovering the two largest bullet fragments seen in the X-rays of the president's skull. The hole in the right side of the head was immense, over 5 inches in its greatest diameter, making access to the brain relatively easy. Portions of the skull, literally shattered by the force of the bullet, fall apart in the hands of the two pathologists as they try to reach the minute fragments behind the right eye and near the back of the skull. Both are recovered, placed into a glass jar with a black metal top, and turned over later in the evening to FBI agents for transport to the FBI laboratory. To remove the brain, Humes and Boswell use a scalpel to extend the lacerations of the scalp downward toward the ears. Normally, a saw would be used to cut the skull cap and remove the brain. Here, the damage is so devastating that the doctors can lift the brain out of the head without recourse to a saw. The left hemisphere of the brain is intact, while the damage to the right one is massive. Just as the brain is fixed in formalin for further study, Lieutenant Colonel Fink walks into the autopsy room wearing military pants and a green scrub suit. The 3 autopsy surgeons begin an examination of the president's head wound. What is immediately obvious to all 3 is a small oval-shaped hole in the back of the president's scalp. Peeling the skin away from the skull, the doctors find a corresponding but larger hole in the bone beneath the scalp. From inside the skull, the area surrounding the hole is cratered. From the outside, the skull bone around the hole is smooth. The surgeons recognize the wound to the backside of the head as having all the characteristics of an entrance wound. After taking photographs of the outer layer, table, of the skull at the entrance wound, the photographer John Stringer positions himself at the head of the table. It is difficult to properly illuminate the inside layer or table of the back of the skull in order to record the cratering effect the doctors have observed, so the doctors hold the head up slightly while Stringer snaps several exposures looking down into the cranial cavity. As to the massive hole on the right side of the president's head, it is presumably the result of the bullet exiting the head, although no specific exit point in the margins of the defect is discovered. 7:45 p.m. FBI agent James Hosty pulls out of the police garage and heads back toward the Dallas FBI field office. Oswald's words still resonate in his head. "Oh, so you're Hosty. I've heard about you. You're the one who's been harassing my wife." Hosty couldn't help but think of the 2 visits he had paid Marina Oswald, the 2 visits that Oswald was clearly referring to. Hosty hadn't given the visits, or Lee Oswald for that matter, a lot of thought. Oswald was, after all, only one of the 40 or 50 cases that made up his normal caseload. Hosty had remembered reading a front-page article in the Dallas newspapers in 1959 about a former Marine, Lee Oswald, who had defected to the Soviet Union. The article also grabbed the attention of Fort Worth FBI agent John Fain, who opened the case file in an effort to determine if Oswald posed any national security risks. In early June 1962, the Dallas newspapers ran another article, this time reporting that Oswald was returning to the United States with a Russian bride. Fain interviewed Oswald twice in June and August of 1962, and the following month, after concluding that Oswald was not a security risk, closed the file on Oswald. Hosty inherited all of Fain's case files. Because Hosty had reviewed Marina's records at the Immigration and Naturalization Service Office in Dallas for Fain, he had an uneasy feeling that she could possibly be a Soviet intelligence agent, and decided to try to locate the Oswalds, particularly after learning that Lee Oswald had subscribed to a U.S. communist paper after Fain closed the file. But they had left no forwarding address when they moved from the last address he had on them, Neely Street in Dallas. He later learned they had moved to New Orleans, and shortly after being informed months later by the New Orleans FBI office that the Oswalds had disappeared from New Orleans, Hosty's Dallas office received a communiqué that Oswald, while in Mexico City in early October 1963, had visited the Soviet embassy there and spoken to one Valery Kostikov, a vice consul at the embassy. Eventually, the FBI's New Orleans office sent Hosty what was believed to be the Oswalds' new address at Ruth Payne's home in Irving, Texas, and asked that he verify their presence before it transfers the case file back to his jurisdiction. On Friday, November 1st, 1963, Hosty stopped at the Payne residence. Ruth Payne told him that Mrs. Oswald and her 2 children were living with her and that Mrs. Oswald was temporarily separated from Lee, who visited his wife and children on weekends. Payne knew Oswald was working at the Texas Schoolbook Depository and living somewhere in the Oak Cliff section of Dallas, but she wasn't quite sure where. While they were talking, Marina came into the room. She looked as though she had been napping. Through her body language, Hosty could see she was frightened, and he didn't try to interview her that day. He did intend to later, but he needed some of the materials from the Oswald file, which he had not yet gotten from New Orleans, to do it properly. He told Marina through Ruth that he would come back to see her at a later time. Ruth Payne told Hosty that she would find out where Lee was living and let him know. On November 5th, Hosty and a fellow agent dropped by Ruth Payne's again. The 2 agents chatted with Mrs. Payne briefly while standing at the front door. Ruth still didn't have Lee's address, and the only new information she volunteered was that Lee had described himself to her as a Trotskyist Marxist. They had been there less than 5 minutes and didn't see Marina until they were about to leave. Neither of the agents said anything to her. Having confirmed that both Marina and Lee were living in the Dallas area, Hosty was waiting for the FBI's New Orleans office to send him copies of their entire file at the time of the assassination. As he pulls into the FBI's parking area, Hosty shakes his head and wonders how it could have come to this. What could he have possibly done differently that might have prevented the assassination? His actions concerning the Oswald file might be explainable, but Hosty knows it won't do his career any good. Hosty heads up to his office, where a secretary tells him that he is wanted in Gordon Shanklin's office, pronto. Hosty finds his supervisor, Ken Howe, waiting there with Shanklin. They tell him to shut the door. "What the hell is this?" Shanklin asks, clutching what appears to be a letter. Hosty takes it and immediately recognizes it as the anonymous note delivered 10 days or so earlier. The note he now realized had been delivered by Oswald. "It's no big deal," Hosty says, trying to shrug it off. "Just your typical guff." "What do you mean, typical guff? This note was written by Oswald," Shanklin screams, "the probable assassin of the president, and Oswald brought this note into this office just 10 days ago. What the hell do you think Hoover's going to do if he finds out about this note?" Shanklin is more upset than Hosty can remember, pacing behind his desk, puffing a cigarette. Hosty again tries to convince Shanklin that the note is not a big deal, that Oswald hadn't threatened the president. But Shanklin knows much more will be made of the note. If people learn that Oswald gave you guff a week before the assassination, they'll say you should have known he'd killed the president, Shanklin cries. If Hoover finds out about this, he's going to lose it. Howe looks on gravely, arms folded. Hosty pleads that once they explain everything, the note, the background of the case, everyone will understand that there was no way in hell anyone could have guessed that Oswald was going to kill anyone, much less the president. Shanklin rubs his neck, unconvinced. Finally, he orders Hosty to write a memo surrounding the circumstances of the note. Hosty returns a short while later with a 2-page memo and hands it to Shanklin with the note. The agent in charge shoves it into his do-not-file desk drawer, that special place in Hoover's FBI where every special agent in charge of an FBI field office kept personal notes on all his agents. The material in the drawer never enters the official record and gives Hoover plausible deniability if anything objectionable ever reaches the public eye. 7:50 p.m. The assembly room in the basement of City Hall is once again abuzz with activity as officers prepare for the third lineup. In the holdover area, adjacent to the stage, Detectives Sims, Boyd, Hall, and H.M. Moore arrange and handcuff the men who will appear with Oswald in the lineup. This time, a pair of city prisoners have been included, Richard Walter Borchardt, held for carrying a prohibited weapon in investigation of burglary and theft, and Ellis Carl Brizzell, in custody for failing to pay some long-overdue traffic tickets. Borchardt takes the number 1 position, Oswald is number 2, Brizzell is 3, and Don Abel, the jail clerk who participated in the first 2 lineups, takes the 4th spot. Detectives C.W. Brown and C.N. Doherty accompany sisters-in-law Barbara and Virginia Davis into the darkened end of the assembly room and have them sit down. The women, who haven't seen pictures of Oswald in the evening paper or on television, are nervous. In a moment or two, Secret Service agents Forrest Sorrells and Winston Lawson, who have tracked Brennan down at his home, escort Howard Brennan into the room. The construction worker is petrified that he is the only witness who saw the gunman firing from the 6th-floor window and could give a fair description of him, and over the last few hours has convinced himself that he may be putting his family in danger by stepping forward and identifying him. "Howard, I'm afraid we don't know who might be out there looking for you," his wife, Louise, had said when he returned home earlier in the day, around 3 o'clock, and told her, "Louise, I was there. I saw him do it. I saw the man shoot President Kennedy. It was the most terrible thing I've ever seen in my life." Brennan thinks of moving his wife, daughter, and grandson, who was living with him at the time, out of town, but Louise seems to think there is no way to really get away. Brennan is looking for a way out of his predicament. "I don't know if I can do you any good or not, because I have seen the man that they have under arrest on television," Brennan told Sorrells when he first arrived at the police station. He adds, "I just don't know if I can identify him positively or not." As they walk into the assembly room, Brennan tells Sorrells that he would like to get back a ways and view the man from a distance, closer to what it was at the time of the shooting. "We will get you clear onto the back," Sorrells says, "and then we can move up forward." The signal is given, and the detectives begin marching the prisoners under the bright lights of the stage. As soon as Oswald appears, and before each man has even settled under a number, the Davis women react. "That's him," Barbara says. "The second one from the left." When the officers have the men turn sideways and Barbara sees Oswald from the same angle she saw him crossing her front yard, she is positive. Her sister-in-law Virginia Davis agrees. The man they saw running from the Tippit murder scene is the number 2 man in the lineup, Oswald. Howard Brennan looks over the men carefully. He will later confide that he recognized the number 2 man, Oswald, immediately, but was afraid to say so. Brennan figures that the authorities don't really need his positive identification anyway. It's not as if they'll let Oswald go if he doesn't identify him. After all, the police are already holding the man for the murder of Officer Tippit. Brennan calculates that he can always tell police what he really thinks at a later date, when it really matters, and not risk endangering his family. Sorrells has Brennan move a little closer. "I cannot positively say," Brennan finally says. "Is there anyone there that looks like him?" Sorrells asks. "The second man from the left," Brennan answers cautiously, referring to Oswald. "He looks like him, but the man I saw wasn't disheveled like this fella." Of course, Oswald hadn't yet been roughed up by police during his arrest at that point. Brennan can tell that Searles is disappointed. "I'm sorry," Brennan says, "but I can't do it. I was afraid seeing the television might have messed me up. I just can't be positive. I am sorry." The agent turns and makes arrangements for Brennan to be taken home. In New Orleans, a telephone rings at the home of Abraham Plow, foreman of the mails for the U.S. Post Office at Lafayette Square Station. The caller is Postal Inspector Joseph Zarza, who wants Plow to come to Lafayette Square Station immediately to open up the premises. When Plow arrives, Inspector Zarza tells him that postal investigators in Dallas want him to retrieve the application form for Post Office Box 30061. Plow flips on a light, walks over to the file cabinet containing the application forms, and within a few minutes locates the one in question. The form shows that Box 30061 was rented to L. H. Oswald on June 3,